Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to the latest update to Assetto Evo. It's Evo Beta. There's the thing here, there's the camera. Camera's out of the way that was up my joystick. The beta. The betator. I'm a betator tester. Betator. It's time for some betator action. I think we need to crop the camera here because you can see my wheel. So what? You don't see my wheel twice, do you? Look at this. Innovation here. Betator muscle. Would you like to betator me? Who doesn't love a betator? Now it just looks like I'm a fat man on top of a steering wheel. Oh well. Life is a fat man. Fat man. Fat man. He's not actually obese, he just likes formatting computers in FAT32. Look at that. Do you need to see my groin? I don't think you do. Look at those legs. Look at that. Hello, F2020. Evo update. Evo update, guys.
Hello, Chedhead.
Chedhead. Nice one, Nev, the Aussie Sim Racer. It's a nice wheel. I think we're almost at the point of doing a video on it, to be honest. We've tested it to death. I haven't really used the clutches much, or the double shifters, but oh well. Here we go. If you're buying from the Moses store, use my affiliate link. I'd appreciate that. Or use random call signs or some other YouTubers. When's the LMU update? When's the actual update come out? I do have press keys, but I just play it when it comes out. You know, for everyone. Good morning. LMU's about the online multiplayer with people, rather than like the physics aren't that good. I don't think. Controversial. It's better than iRacing. Force feedback's terrible. It's just good online racing though. So just it'll be however it's good with online people, really. Unless they like massively change the force feedback, but I don't think they will. It is live for everyone here. Although you need the beta branch. It's a nice looking car, isn't it? Game changing. Do you know what? That looks like a sim rig in there. It looks like an ImSim, a blurred ImSim rig. If I had to make out that image, that's a steering wheel. There's like a front wheel mount. I think that's a sim rig. Gamer GPT. Looks like a sim rig. That's a steering wheel, and it looks like the kind of sim rig that ImSim would design. That's what it looks like to me. Why haven't they put a sim rig in these rooms? Surely that's the most obvious thing for Kunos to do. I guess they're building a sim rig. That's what this is. Look, it's not been built yet, so they will build one gradually as the game updates. Right. I'm gonna drive. I don't think much has changed in the update. Let's see what they said in the update. The update says we hate gamer muscle. The update says gamer muscle's banned from the game. Fix setup page hanging. Numerous client server updates to improve stability. Increased software timeout. Physics. Minor steering, lock power and gear ratio adjustments affecting BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lotus, Toyota. Okay. Paint shop editor optimizations. Just a small update. VR's fine, alright, Osiris, if you've got £3,000 to spend on a graphics card. Right, let's drive. Let's try a Toyota. The GR86 actually would be interesting. Oh, it's the road version of the car, not the race car. What's the difference? Oh, there's no roll cage or anything. Okay, forget that. Triple's any better? Triples are alright. Depends what you want. Single screen's totally fine. VR's perfect for immersion, but you have to put VR on your face, and VR, you need a fast computer. And triples, you need space, and it can be a bit of a fiddle with lots of games. Just sometimes, some games it's okay. So it swings and roundabouts. Personally, my personal thing with screens is like a 35-inch OLED. Gaming OLED is great. Or like as an all-rounder that works really, really great and will work with everything and will be good. And then if you want immersion, I'd go with VR. But then if you don't like VR and you want something in between immersion and screen, then triple screen's good. It doesn't really matter, does it? I feel like this is a kind of car you use for selling stuff to people, you know what sort of stuff I'm on about. Thanks for subscribing, Renan and Rodriguez. Welcome along. Hope you're having a nice day. Right, let's just try this. Probably need a circular steering wheel for this. This is on the beta branch. It's the early access beta. Oh, we're just gonna drive with this. Look at my mouldy hands. This is actually. Oh, thanks for subscribing. It's actually a vampire simulator. This guy's never seen the sun. Hello, filing account. Oh, I've just been ploughed in the ass. Yeah, thanks for that, BRT. Pre-release beta version. Pre-release gamma version. It's been a bit flat. It is very mushy, yeah. It's just how it is. I think what simulators need is like you know Marvin's force feedback app for iRacing. I think simulators all need that, so you can then shape the force feedback for your force feedback wheel as best possible. You need the sim to output a really pure telemetry steering rack signal, or just really good telemetry for the various things, and then you need something like Marvin's app. I mean, I guess a developer could do what they did with like the original AC, but a large part of that is due to the physics, right? Like the force feedback is driven by the physics. If a developer generates the force feedback from the tyres or the steering rack, so yeah, force feedback will always just reflect the physics. If you have like sloppy physics, you'll have sloppy force feedback if you're generating it from the steering rack. Well, you can't really have a custom force feedback script in AC. Well, okay, you can now. You can with content manager, but you couldn't originally. Marco, because they probably are using the same force feedback code, but they've got different physics. And okay, they might have also put some filter and stuff on as well. At the moment, Marvin's app for iRacing has the ability to get the best force feedback out of a sim. iRacing doesn't have particularly the best tyre model, but the force feedback you can get from iRacing in terms of like a detail, if your goal is to get as much detail as possible, Marvin's iRacing app allows you to get the most detail that you can get out of any force feedback wheel, basically. Just because the way you can set it up. But you can get it Royal Side by going to Steam and select. You need to just paste in the beta code that you can get. Just Google how to get Evo Beta. Kunos like to make everything super confusing for people. They just confuse everyone. I think Kunos actually, their goal as a business is to just confuse people. Well, there's a thing. The thing is, you notice this with lots of games. The more complex games get in physics, the less direct they end up being to actually interact with. So even though technically, like, you have like flight sims like this, or driving sims, even though technically they can be more advanced, there's more going on, it's more complex, they can end up feeling less realistic because you end up with it being kind of a bit sloppy. And if you do anything in real life, it doesn't feel sloppy, does it? So the problem is you can have the depth, but if that depth feels sloppy or comes across as delayed or whatever, it then makes it feel unrealistic, whereas a less realistic thing that's tight and snappy can end up feeling more realistic, even though it's technically less realistic. Right? So
the pace car is out of control.
It gets quite complicated. I think a big problem with driving sims, a difficulty, is that what you end up with, I think iRacing's like this as well, Evo's like this, R Factor 2 is a bit like this. You end up with like a lot of depth and complexity under the limit, but as soon as you get to the limit, the handling ends up being super bland and vague. And it's the problem with that is, if you are someone that's used to trying to drive a car at the limit, all that matters is the handling at the limit, right? So everything else before the limit isn't really that important. So a developer does this amazing tyre model work, you know, really complex, crazy stuff. But then, when you're actually someone that can drive relatively well, you're then like, oh, okay. It's not about coding over the limit. It's complicated how these simulators work. It's not that simple. Well, there's separate components to these things as well. It's not that simple. So you can have the graphics engine feeling delayed due to deferred rendering versus forward rendering, but that's a whole separate thing as well. But it's a similar issue actually, in a sense. It's different. It's a separate example. So, for example, if you're playing in VR and you have like 140 Hz FPS with a VR headset, but the graphics are more simple, if it will be like really raw and immediate, and you'll get a good sense of presence, like it feels like it's real, like it's really weird. So, you know. Whereas if you have like 90 FPS, even with like much better lighting, a whole bunch of other stuff, it can look more photoreal in the sense that the graphics are more advanced, shaders are more advanced, shadows are better. However, it will feel less real than the simpler graphics engine on that's running a lot faster. So that's another example, I think, of a similar thing that can go on. I hope these are road tyres. This feels like I'm driving on sloppy road tyres. Oh yeah, the commercial success of a game is just intellectual property and marketing, and the game fundamentally working. Like, you have to make an okay game, but commercial success is based off mostly marketing BS. Like, look at the Formula 1 games, and you know. You can limit FPS with Riviera Tuner, but you don't need to. If you're generally much better to use NVIDIA G-Sync and Reflex and Boost, and that way, so Reflex and Boost basically tries to deliver the latest frame to your monitor that's available with the lowest amount of latency, but that again is separate to aspects of deferred rendering techniques and how those deferred rendering techniques can give a sensation of a delayed image. Well, what tires did we have on this? The AI was too easy. Put a harder setting on. We'll see if we can get the AI to be a bit harder. What do we have them on? Oh, we had them on the hardest setting, so that's not very good. We can start further back. Let's start at the back. Can we not put this on maximum? Oh, put them on at maximum. Oh, we can't. Can you show your in-game settings? I really feel like car floating and it feels terrible. Well, so the reason why a lot of people feel like a simulated car is floating is because a lot of people associate smooth force feedback with an object sliding, because that's kind of the parallel on a mountain bike, or if you drive on snow in real life, or if you're sliding with your shoes on ice.
The pace car is out of control.
So the reason you feel like your car's floating is probably because you're fixating on that force feedback component. It doesn't mean the car's floating. You should probably actually look at what's going on. But if you want to get rid of the sensation of what you associate with a car floating, just put some road texture on. So in Evo, just just go to the force feedback settings and just put some just put road effect, just turn the road effects up, so that just magnifies the vibration of the road. This has like zero real use you know, all these force feedback enhancements are basically useless. For some reason a lot of people are confused over thinking that they're really important. They're not really. I mean, they're nice for immersion. It's like true force as well. It's actually complete bollocks. True force, full force, it's all snake oil. You might like to feel vibrations. You might like to feel the wheel vibrate with RPMs and stuff, whatever. Like, fine, immersion. But if you're a moderately experienced sim racer, you'll think it's pretty much bollocks. So, but yeah, if you want to not feel like the cars are sliding so much, the vast majority of people perceive like a vibration as a sensation that the tyres are connected to the road. So you could turn up the road effect and the slip effect, and that will make it feel like you're not sliding, in a sense, for some people. But as I say, if you get experienced at sim racing, you'll probably just ignore that anyway. You know, you don't really care. You just feel the most important thing is like the loading of the force feedback, and how that describes the grip at the limit. But also, like, a sim needs to have controllable slip at the limit that's productive, otherwise it doesn't really make any difference. Let's go back to that BMW. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation about force feedback, and even developers are completely confused about it as well, in terms of what they... So there's a ton of misinformation about force feedback in general. There's a lot of developers that are also a little bit clueless about it, or just haven't got time to deal with it. And then there's also developers that are confused as to what the general public's view on it is and what's relevant. So there's like multiple levels of miscommunication about the force feedback, what's relevant, what's useful, how it ties into physics, how it ties into immersion, you know. So yeah, I was going to change the car tyres here. There's also a lot of people don't know what balancing in slip is or driving at the limit is. I'd say probably 5-10% of sim racers. So again, that confuses things further. People fixate on stuff that's irrelevant to driving quickly, basically. Where did they put tyres? Fuel and strategy. Here we go. Vintage. Let's go for road tyres. It's too smooth. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of real cars actually design the suspension to have certain frequencies. There's certain types of movement that make people motion sick. They found that with trains as well. They made some of the trains were too smooth, and they had to make them less smooth because people just get motion sick. But there's also certain specific frequencies in suspension that some people find makes them less prone to motion sickness. So there's another layer to this as well. IBM. I will try that. I'm 2 seconds from the fastest laps in other sims, so not at the limit. Like, so... No, so you're getting the word limit wrong. This is another thing as well. I know you're just chatting. I'm not having a go at you. So... this sim racing is never going to get anywhere because everyone's like not talking about things at all properly. It's insane. It's just a language issue. The fastest lap time is someone driving a car. So in a simulator, the fastest lap time is someone driving the car at that simulator's limit on the optimal racing line, whilst also braking and accelerating optimally with a great setup, right? So that's the fastest lap time. The fact someone could be 4-5, you could be 10 seconds off the fastest lap time, but you could still be driving at the limit. So the limit typically refers to, if you were to represent a tyre as a slip curve, actually in real life tyres don't actually work like a simplified slip curve. But if you Google like Pajenka slip curves, it gives you a sort of simplified visual idea of tyre grip. That's not how tyres actually work. It's not that simple. But basically, if you were to describe the slip of a tyre with a single curve, the limit would be the point at where you sort of you're on like this the lip of the top part of peak grip. But that top part of peak grip occurs when the car's at an amount of angle, or more specifically, the contact patch on the tyres are at a certain angle relative to the moment of direction, which is normally between 3 and 8 degrees. It can be more, can be less. And so being on the limit is a driver holding the car and the tyre in that relatively small but controlled amount of slip, which is a zone. It's not a binary. It's not something that's infinitely small. It's not a triangle. It's a zone of controllable slip. Even with slick tyres, with a road tyre, it's much wider and smoother. Wet tyres, groove tyres, much wider and smoother. Some compounds wider, some compounds tighter. Some vehicles make the slip behaviour different depending on what they do. Blah blah blah. But even with pretty racy slick tyres, unless you're talking about like modern Formula 1 cars are pretty stupid, and so is modern IndyCar. But if you're talking about the vast majority of vehicles, even on slick tyres through history, they have quite a lot of controllable slip. GT4 cars now, GT3 cars, they have a lot of slip, controllable slip at the limit, and even controllable over the limit. So anyway, the limit just means that you've got the car balanced in the optimal amount of controllable slip, which is a few degrees of slip typically. So a lot of people don't understand that's what that is. A lot of people think the limit is just the fastest lap. Let's drive here. This is a big problem actually with simulators that get more complicated. Right, the more complex simulators that have these super advanced tyre models, they also get the tyre data that suggests to them that tyres have quite peaky tyres. Like the limit is quite narrow, like right. But so great, that's fine, and that's what the data says. But what the developers done is they have a very complex tyre and very complex physics, which for just maybe it's computationally or maybe how it works. What it ends up doing is you end up having a tight slip angle combined with a slightly unresponsive physics engine, which then means that even though the data is technically correct, the cars actually you can't actually balance them in slip properly. So I think this is a problem that some developers are having these days, is that they've got this data, they've got this tyre data that's mostly correct, right? And they've got a physics model that's incredibly advanced and really sophisticated. But if the driver can't balance and respond to the vehicle naturally, it's all for naught. Chris Wilson, any sims can't communicate flex and slip through force feedback like you can feel in real life. Yeah, it's always going to be different, but you can put a hell of a lot of detail through a force feedback wheel. Also, if you do a lot of sim racing, you can practice loads. You can practice loads in a simulator, so you don't need. It doesn't need to be that good. like, honestly, it really doesn't need to be that good. Like, look at how terrible iRacing is, and that has really good force feedback with Marvin's app, and its tyre physics are insane. And you can drive iRacing. I mean, you can even drift in iRacing in a single direction, and you can even preempt what it's going to do. So, I have like what 10,000 hours of practice in driving sims now. At that point, you know, sim racing, like just basic car controls, should be a bit of a joke, because cars are fundamentally easy to drive anyway. You know, if you're talking about slow, like road cars or something like GT4 slow race cars, you know, cars are fundamentally easy to drive. There's another myth in sim racing. This idea that cars are hard to drive is the stupidest thing ever. It's like, no, cars are easier than skiing. They're easier than mountain biking. It's just the cars are hard to drive is created by the motorsports industry as a way to massage the ego of rich people that do driving to try and make up for the fact that they have no personality, and they're using motorsport to buy credibility. That's what that's about. Honestly, right, if you want an idea of why, of how easy cars are to drive, why would Seven Motorsports a few years back, they just let me, I don't have a driving license, I don't drive, right? They let me drive one of their race cars, front wheel drive, Toyota Celica. They let someone that's never driven and had, at that point in time, I'd had 30 minutes in a real H pattern car. I even had to drive one of their road cars up and down the parking lot because I didn't, you know, I'd not driven a gearbox car, right? So they let me drive their, it's a you know, Toyota Celica's not a crazy race car or anything, but that's their business, right? If I crash that car's worth at least a few grand. I mean, it's, you know, how much damage could I do to it? Let's say 5 grand's worth of damage. I could break the gearbox, I could break the engine, I could drive into the tyre wall or something. Right? You wouldn't let an idiot that you know's an idiot drive one of your race cars if it was fundamentally hard to drive. And again, that's a slow race car, so I'm not saying it's a you know, but I have people I know that are offering to let me drive actual race cars, and I'm like, no, I can't afford to replace your car if I break it, and generally I don't like to do things unless I can afford to, you know, I'd feel like a right arse. But like, if people are willing to let me, someone that doesn't drive in real life whatsoever, drive their race cars that cost £70,000, obviously it's not that hard to do. No, they know. Lee Babette and his dad know I'm an idiot. They race with us online. So this idea, the fact that, right, it's so stupid. Like, the fact that sim racers can just go into real cars and do reasonably okay should be an indication that driving is not the hardest of activities. It's not. I'm not saying it's easy. It's hard to be the best at it. It's hard to beat other people. But the fundamental driving is not like Super G or slalom or Olympic whatever, or, you know, like an actual difficult sport. But oh well. Yeah, do another Reddit thread. Game of Muscles says that driving is easy. Oh, I mean, we've said this before loads of times. It's like, just watch. They let like 12-year-olds driving like Junior Janetta. Go-karting couldn't work if it was fundamentally difficult to drive. It's hard to be fast. It's a wild hot take. It's hard to be faster than other people doing a relatively easy activity. It's hard to do that. It's got a lot of depth to it. It's like a video game. It's easy to do but hard to master. Exactly. To be within 5/10 of the top lap time is really hard, and to do that with changing conditions, and to do it under pressure with faster cars, and to do it with a car that's, once you start getting to like F3 or even F4, it starts getting quite physical. That's where it gets really hard. But if you're just talking about general driving, it's compared to many other activities, it's not really that crazy. So when it comes to simulators, a simulated car should be very easy to drive for the most part. The thing, I said this before, there's a thing to remember, is that race cars mask bad drivers. And there's this idea, like, people see someone going fast in a car and they're like, oh, it's a race driver, right? But you have to consider, when you were a kid at school, or if you ever did sports, how many people were actually semi-decent at those sports, right? Not many, right? The same, you look at cars, just because someone's driving a race car doesn't mean they're actually good at it. So, anyway, the motorsport industry has to accommodate that because it wants to make money out of bad drivers. Yeah, the difficulty, so in real life, the difficulty is someone that can internalize the grip of that session, and also be absolutely on the limit of the brakes, and then also get the racing line spot on and absolutely balance that vehicle at the limit perfectly. That's the hard skill. It's not the basic driving. So hello, you're in Molotov. How's it going? On the Discord? On the AC Discord? Evo! This game outputs telemetries. If it outputs telemetry, then crew chief should work. It's a bus wanker. More of a train, actually. I don't like buses. Taxis and trains. I have no interest in cars. What would I recommend if you could only buy one? LMU, ACC or Evo? Depends what you want, really. Evo's probably going to take at least another year to develop nicely. So I'd just wait for Evo to develop. LMU, you can have a fun time racing online if that's what you want. I mean, you can just play AC1 if you're tight on money, just play AC1. Side disease, you're not allowed to enjoy Sims. This feels like it has like a really weird bait slide to it. I'm just purposefully nosing the car into... like nosing it into understeer. See, the thing is, right, with Evo, I think, like, general noobs General noobs latch onto like muddy cars and sloppy handling because it's I don't know why, but we're gonna get real-time quantum physics processing. Why do you want to hide your vampire? Look, we've buried the body. He's got bruises all over his hands. Oh, alright, let's try a different car. Yeah, that's it. Like for me, I can with Evo, I can appreciate there definitely seems to be like more depth to the tyres under the limit, and there is kind of like a sort of build up and a variation to the tyres, which is quite nice. And you also on the braking do feel like what feels like suspension loading up or a tugging on the wheel, right? But all that stuff is totally irrelevant if you can drive at the limit and you're okay at drifting. It's all like pretty, you know, it's like great. I think it's great for like lower skilled drivers will latch onto that. To be fair, this is a BMW. This should be a shit car to drive, really. We could try doing some drifting with the vintage tyres. I think it's that lack of response, though. I think is a big thing with. Yeah, it just makes things feel sloppy. What car can we go for? Let's try BMW. What point was I making? Everyone can drive a car at normal road speed, so racing on the edge should be just as easy. Why is it that every like comment like that just feels like an egregious straw man? Right, first of all, nobody ever said driving a car at road speeds is easy, so I don't know where you've got that from. No one was even talking about driving a car at road speeds. So that's just really weird. It's such a strange way to open a question. Then you've created a straw man that's bizarre, complete misinterpretation of what was being talked about, and then you've tried to make a sarcastic counter argument that's implying that someone else is saying that driving a road car, even though we weren't talking about that, is anything related to driving a car at the limit. Yeah, but the way you asked that came across like some like really bizarre. I'm not being right. You're banned. I'll answer your question, but I'm banning you. Oh, you get a timeout, 30-minute timeout. So if anybody comes in the chat and you ask a question that is a straw man and then a leading question, and then you start claiming that the streamer is triggered, you're just going to get banned from this channel because it's a ridiculous way of communicating with someone. It's really disingenuous. Let's try a BMW. It's not how you communicate. Let's try this one. Yeah, it's just it's a disingenuous communication, like out of the box. There's no point talking to people that talk like that. It's a waste of time. Right, let's try this. Maybe different track here. I would keep Brands Hatch has got nice corners to this. We'll try the Lancia. Oh, that's tea that's gone off. Daniel Case, you want a rematch? I don't know what you're on about. Rematch for what? Yeah, it totally depends on the car as to how easy it should be to drive at the limit, generally speaking. But even race cars, many race cars are relatively easy for someone that's moderately skilled to be able to. Let's move the camera up here. To be able to hold in a bit of slip. It's not like crazy. A lot of sims would lead you to believe that it's crazy to hold productive slip is a good way of terming it. Also, a lot of people get confused between holding a bit of slip and drifting. So that's different things. So there's like productive slip angle, which, as I say, is between like 2. It could be up to 12 degrees, or maybe even a little bit more. But generally, it's between 2 and 8 degrees, and that's the angle of the contact patch relative to the moment of travel of the vehicle, right? Between 2 and 8 degrees it's just where the maximum grip will be for the tyres when you've got all tyres in a bit of slip. It's where you'll have neutral steer. You'll just be getting the most out of the vehicle. That's not that hard to do with a lot of cars if you're someone that has pretty good throttle, brake and steering control, i.e. maybe you've done like 50 hours of real wheel driving, 100 hours of real wheel driving, or I mean, if you've got 10,000 hours of sim racing, it shouldn't be hard for you at all. And then obviously the difficulty is that different conditions. So it's not the holding slip that's hard. The difficulty, this is what sim racers need to learn. A lot of sim racers don't know this. The difficulty is the car's not normally perfect. The track is not normally perfect. The track's not normally entirely consistent over the whole track surface. The conditions change from hour to hour, and then other people are doing that balancing probably better than you. So the difficulty in real life is that, also you probably only have 20 minutes on the track, or half an hour at best, and that's in between doing a load of random shit with the car, like there's been some problem, or something needs heating up, or the tyre pressures have changed, or the weather's changed, so things need changing. And so and there's all this shit happening. Oh, the track's now open, the track's now closed. You know, that's the difficulty, right? It's not if you were in perfect conditions with infinite amount of time to do laps. This is the thing that sim racers need to understand, is the difficulty of real driving is all the external variables and dynamics of the track are all over the place. In many cases, sometimes tracks are totally consistent, sometimes they're not. But the fundamental holding of slip is on perfect car, perfect brand new tyres in perfect conditions. It's like, that's like a dream situation for a real race driver. It doesn't happen very often. Like, a set of tyres for a GT4 car is like $2,000. They're probably going to be going out on cold, slightly used tyres. The track's probably like had a bit of mildew in the morning on it. There's probably a bit of oil patches somewhere. There's probably someone that's done something stupid. There's probably someone like if it's a test day, guaranteed there'll be an idiot blocking the track, or there'll be a slow driver doing weird shit. So, anyway. The thing is, sims are a lot harder than real cars, I think, in many ways. Is the lack of feel can make them a lot harder, and so just driving in a simulator at a fundamental level, I think, even when a simulator is realistic, it's harder than real driving in a basic driving sense, not in a variable sense. I don't know what you mean by Breaking being bad. Do you mean Breaking Bad, the TV series? Well, so if you learn how to drive simulators and you use something like Marvin's force feedback app, that actually gives you really good detail to drive from. So with iRacing, that type of application gives you good force feedback. There's more than enough to be able to drive perfectly fine from. Right, AC1's force feedback combined with its physics is really good. So the thing is, as I said before, a big part of things is that the physics and force feedback kind of have to line up. If you have more complex physics, more peaky tyres, you're going to need more detailed force feedback. Like, think of if you have an arcade game that has really controllable slip over the limit, and it's really forgiving, right? Or it's just generally quite controllable. You don't need as high a quality input device to control the vehicle, because the vehicle itself can be controlled with a lower quality input device. It's not as sensitive. Another good example of that, if you fly the helicopters in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you try to use non-rudder pedals that don't have very good distance on them, or, you know, using a gamepad, the helicopters become insanely difficult to fly and rotate precisely because they're super sensitive, so you need like really good analog control. So you need the equipment in order to be able to use that thing. Hello, Danny. Beat no kettle. Danny Lee. Bloody Danny Lee. Jesus Christ, I hate your shorts, Danny. Danny Lee tortures me. He's almost as bad as Swolio. Jesus Christ. Guys, give him a sub and get him to do more long form content. If I have to see another Danny Lee short, I'm gonna put a drill through my forehead. Oh dear. Are you going to Sim Racing Expo, Danny? I want you to do like a Danny Lee breakdown of someone walking through Expo trying not to trip over people. Danny Lee tutorial on how to get into a booth at Sim Racing Expo. We're getting 100 FPS here. This car feels terrible to drive. Like you see what's happening here. It's like gripped in, mega gripped in. We can turn the TC down, I guess. It's like mega gripped in, and then it goes from mega gripped in to snap oversteer that then it snaps back out of, rather than it having a zone of controllable slip. And so you basically end up having to drive this like iRacing, just preemptively. Yeah, look at, I mean, the thing is, like, this car will be really snappy in real life, obviously. But it's just, it will also have a bit of controllable slip to it. That's quite not, like, it's, if you roll into the slip like iRacing, it's fine, right? But that's just that's almost like a sort of power slide or power understeer. Like, there's also no force feedback for that oversteer. Like, you can hear the TC engaging. It's a passenger. Each time you get the oversteer, it's a passenger slide. But what I tell you, what people do. This is what a lot of sim racers do. The way they drive like robots, right? So they don't notice these really big physics issues. So this is what esports guys often do as well, because it's the faster way to drive. You just gradually build up speed, and then you just work out the zones, like how to understeer into the limit, how to like roll onto the limit, like never induce the limit, just roll into it, and then the game will automatically. This is a fine way to drive in real life as well, but like, you never actually, I went for the send there, you're never actually driving, you're sort of like, it's like bobsledding, and it emerges from not having that controllable slip from the throttle and brake properly. And the feel for when you need to counter steer and preempt it, because you actually have to do some stuff before it happens. So that's why you need really crisp force feedback. This is actually another thing that a lot of people aren't aware of. Welcome, this is Gamer Muscle's lecture on everything sim racing. In a real car, you can feel preemptively where things are sort of about to go. So and there's multiple reasons for that. One is that you can feel a variation in G load and torsion, Another one is that tyre flex can be felt by the driver when the tyres are getting onto more slip. There's a specific feeling the driver can feel, so the driver can actually react to a counter steer. Like if you've ever been in a race car or a fast car that's oversteered, you can feel it. Like, it's a specific feeling, almost like a rotational feeling that preempts the rear actually fully going, right? And that allows a driver to actually correct before the car's visually moving. So there's a thing in sim racing where there's an argument, which I think is totally wrong, that you need to drive by visuals and you respond to the visuals, and actually that's too late. I think Aris was making this argument, terrible argument from Aris. I like Aris, but he made some awful arguments. So Aris was like saying, I hope I'm not strawmanning what he said. I'm pretty sure he said this, that I'm willing to say this because I like Aris. There was this argument. I'm not sure if it was Aris's argument actually, but I'm pretty sure he repeated it. Because so the fact is, your eyes are part of your brain, right? So it's part of your central nervous system. The optic nerve is part of the brain. It's classed as part of the brain, essentially. And so your eyes actually have incredibly low latency. And so the idea is that if you see the car move, that's what you're responding to first. And that was a really prominent idea for like video games and responding to stuff in video games. And that basically you just do everything based off visuals and responding to visuals because it's a low latency system. However, it's not the case. Like if you can, it's a good argument that's not the case. If you can feel stuff before it's happened, you can respond before it happens, right? And also there was some, I can't remember the actual paper. You'd have to Google it, but there's quite a bit of research on nervous system in like the lower spine, and obviously you've all got inner ear as well, but like your lower spine can detect aspects of rotation, and supposedly people that have a good sense of that tend to end up being better race drivers. That there's when there's a disconnect between like the upper part of your body and the lower part of your body for rotation, there's like a very central part to do with the spine or something that can relay that to your brain, which makes sense because we do a lot of walking and balancing in day-to-day walking. So and you need to know when you turn, you need to know that you're turning to be able to keep moving where you want to go. So it would make sense that that's a very low-level system in the body, and it would make sense that a driver potentially can take advantage of that. Even when the driver's strapped into the car, they're feeling it in the whole body. What you find is like mass has inertia, and so when a car starts rotating, different parts of the body will rotate more or less, or will sense the rotation differently depending on how much mass the part of the body has. So like the head separate to the rest of the body. Anyway, there's a lot of these aspects to all these things. How do you translate it into a wheel? You can feel a range of force in. So there's multiple ways you can do it. No, proprioception is another thing. Proprioception is the ability for you to understand the position of your body parts in 3D space. But that's a separate thing to what I'm talking about. That's just describing. That's just describing the ability to detect your body in 3D space. I'm sure that's part of the same process, but so how you can tell the driver to preempt stuff, there's multiple ways of doing it, but you don't necessarily need to, because sims should be easy enough to drive anyway. Like if you're practiced, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen from what cause and effect. What you can, so you can just from like a feeling of the load changes. Thank you, Ian Anderson. A feeling of the load, having a good dynamic range for a feeling of load change in the force feedback, gives you a a good idea of where you're at on the tyres and where things are going to go and what's causing what. So that gives you a good range of information. With Marvin's force feedback app, I don't think you actually need to use this because I think this actually happens naturally through the physics. But with IRFFB, Marvin's force feedback app, you can use the telemetry.
The brakes just feel underpowered. I have to start braking earlier than in other sims, even with road cars. I need to apply more pressure and brake a bit sooner than I should. The brake modeling is poorly done.
I don't know about the brake modeling, and I don't know what response things should have, and I don't know if that's to do with the sensitivity. If you're playing a sim and the brakes don't feel responsive, then you can increase the sensitivity of your brake pedal, which will then make them feel more responsive. But then the problem can be is that the point at where they lock up becomes too abrupt because you've lost the resolution of input to avoid the locking up. But if a sim just has generally unresponsive brakes, and if that truly is a thing, then you can just increase your brake sensitivity. If what it actually is the tyre model is basically a bit sloppy, and so when you're braking it's just not happening punchy, that could just be a result of the tyre model, so you're just going to have to drive around it. What we're saying? So with like a seat of the pants type force you can use so that when the back's stepping out it can apply a load to the wheel. If you use Marvin's force feedback app you can dial this in and you just put it on really subtly. So in iRacing, for example, when the back's stepping out, you can have the wheel just loads up a little bit, and you'll feel that through the force feedback. Now the thing is, you don't actually need to use that if you have force feedback that's generated from good quality steering rack, like a very pure steering rack force. Maybe if it was like treated as a rock solid steering rack, if you have a good quality force feedback signal from that. What actually happens? I don't think many developers have identified this actually. A couple I've talked to, I don't think realised that this was relevant. But if you have responsive force feedback and it's very clear, if you're driving a race car, you normally, pretty much always, a race car will be set up to be neutral to oversteery on the throttle and on the brake, because it's always faster to oversteer than it is to understeer, right? As a result, if you have very clear steering rack forces, when you brake in a race car, the back is going to want to come loose, right? Pretty much always. Maybe not when you're braking in an absolute straight line, but the moment you're in that trail braking phase, or the moment if you brake with any turning whatsoever, or you brake and the back's stepping out, because if you're at the limit of grip, the back's going to start stepping out, right? Because it's just what's going to happen with an oversteery setup. What that means is, the moment the back starts stepping out, it's going to start applying a force to your steering wheel, even though your steering wheel is just the front steering rack. Because for the back to step out, it has to apply a force to the front tyres, right? So what that means is, if you have a clear enough force feedback signal on the for the steering rack, not filtered, not overly dampened, if it's clear enough, you will then feel the back starting to come out. Which is really useful because it means that you have a preemptive thing for like, oh, the back's getting loose, so I can actually just feel that and I can then balance it, and then you can feel the load, so you can mitigate the load before it really steps out, because a tyre is not going to just turn off generally. But it also means that you know where the limit of grip is as well, because if the back's stepping out, well, it's going over the limit. So that's how you can feel the limit in a simulator with a steering wheel that's just two-dimensional and just on the steering rack. But it is absolutely dependent on there not being realistic filtering on the force feedback through the steering wheel, because the moment you put power steering, damping and God knows what on your force feedback, you lose the required detail. And here's another aspect, guys, for those of you that have tuned into this amazing morning lecture. When you put damping on a wheel, when you put damper on, right, what you're effectively doing is you're actually increasing a noise floor for where the detail can be, for where the dynamic range of force can be. Because anything that's got wherever the damper is, it's then deleted the Newton meters of potential information at the lower end, right? Because, like, let's say my damper is 1 Newton meter worth of sort of general resistance on the wheel. I've just lost 1 Newton meter of potential detail. Now that wouldn't necessarily matter with a really strong wheel. You can still range everything in. Great. The problem is when you're driving really, really slow, which is when you need the force feedback the most. So like bus stop chicane at Spa, or like when you're really going slow. Well, you're on, the car's under low load, the wheels have the least amount of resistance, the stuff that can generate force feedback is in its vaguest state, so you need the lowest part of force feedback to still have dynamic range in it. So that's why damping basically makes it very hard to it removes information, the most important part of the information, which is actually the weakest part of the signal. The strongest loads of force feedback are really not the most useful. It's not that important. This is why wheels like the G25 going back were still really good for esports sim racing, because they were the little motors in them were very responsive for like little changes. So when you're really, really quick and you're doing really small stuff, it's that really subtle detail that is actually the most important detail for driving, which is why high-end DD wheels, outside of the fact that a servo motor is generally just very smooth and feels nice, is actually largely beside the point if your goal is to actually feel what the vehicle is doing. Honestly, the problem is that I don't think hardly anybody in sim racing knows this, even on the development side. They've not thought about it enough. So, Christian Vob, damping does smooth the signal, but it will increase the noise floor. Smoothing is like if you have peaks and troughs that are sharp, it might interpolate them so it rounds them off. Not true. Low speed has more resistance, needs more force than high speed. Now, see, the problem is what you're mixing up is a real life versus what I've just said contextually for how simulators work and what you need that's relevant to a simulator. In a real car, if you're not going fast, there's multiple contradictory components. So you will have stuff like gyroscopic precession that can affect the load of a steering wheel. You could have, at low speed, you could just have the tyre friction on the road surface, which could affect the load of the steering wheel. You can have a whole bunch of stuff like the suspension. There's a billion things that are contradictory to information in a real car. Doesn't matter in a real car because you're driving through your ass as much as you are the steering wheel. So you get the G loads and what you're feeling through your ass gives you an incredibly high resolution feel for what the vehicle's doing. However, in a simulator you don't have that, so you have to try and give that ass feel in a sense through the wheel and not mute the very fine detail and the useful information by putting stuff like dampers on, or by simulating gyroscopic precession, or by doing like all these things take away vital information. But all that's beside the point. If a tyre model is a bit shit, it doesn't even matter. It's not even a force feedback issue. Like iRacing, there's fantastic force feedback with Marvin's force feedback app. Absolutely fantastic with iRacing. But the physics are terrible, so it doesn't make any difference. Like you have to drive iRacing preemptively, so it doesn't really matter. If you've got good physics, you don't actually need that decent force feedback. So yeah, Clarky, I just explained. I'm talking about simulators, not real cars. There's like a billion different things you could talk about in a real car that are contradictory to information. So that's why specifically we're doing a sim racing live stream, and I'm talking about what's useful for sims. You can't have this. This is a pointless conversation, pointless lecture, pointless. It's all pointless. Oh well, maybe some people are enjoying it. I put it out there for people that want to listen. Rubinski, game devs don't play their own games. They do. Why would a sim dev actually drive IRL? They're all filthy rich now, butlers. Oh yeah, I see you making a troll. The problem is making sims is really difficult. It's very hard to make a racing simulator. When you're on a low-powered hybrid wheel, what do you recommend to the force feedback? Oh, so this is the big problem as well. So low-powered, like a T300, T500, and some of the lower-end DD wheels like Mozart R3. If a sim has a built-in damper that's relatively high, or the tyre model and physics of a sim mean that the force feedback ends up being very dampened, those wheels are never at a point where they can actually still get dynamic range from the simulator. So there really isn't anything you can do. Generally, the best thing to do with any wheel is remove all filters, all dampers, and then all filters and all damping from a game, and then ideally the wheel will then be overactive, and then you can dial it in if you want to and add more damper to it. But initially, what you want to do is just remove anything that is useless information. You just remove all damping. It's a shame that more people aren't sort of there when it comes to force feedback. Marvin's app's really good though. At least. But yeah, Evo's not really a force feedback issue. I think the force feedback's probably generally fine in this. I think the issue's too advanced physics maybe. Kunos should just go, look guys, it drives worse than our older sim that has shit physics. So I tell you what, we just need to make it. We just need to. Let's just go to a Pajenka slip curve and let's just make it so the slip's more controllable at the limit. Oh, so technically damping isn't just, you can have a damper setting, but there can be multiple things that can cause a damping effect. So like inertia can have a damping effect. Interpolation can have a damping effect. Using an EQ can have a damping effect on your force feedback. But yeah, you typically have like a baseline damper effect on a wheel as well. So if they were developing to the lowest common denominator, they would actually do what I'm saying, because that would make the simulator feel great on whatever wheel. But the thing is... Oh, that's me downshifting too much. No shift protection. The thing is... Your average consumer's a moron when it comes to driving. So they will totally lap up like vibrations. They think that's amazing. Dampened force feedback that has no real detail in it. Your average consumer will think, oh, that feels like my road car, because road cars have really bad power steering that typically feels awful for detail. So they'll be like, oh, that's realistic. And then when you have like sloppy drawn out slides and stuff in a driving game, again they'll be like, oh, that seems like, how much, it's got so much weight. So like when you brake and you get like an aggressive tug on the force feedback, a noob will be like, oh wow, I can really feel the car braking and loading up into the corner. You see the comments all over the internet. It's stuff that's like just dumb, but it's good that they're having fun. It's just, you know. this is why developers can't really go to wider public for feedback, because it's just everyone's all over the place. Is iRacing this bad nowadays? You can have a lot of fun playing iRacing. It's great for shouting at people and being shouted at. But yes, it's exactly the same as it's always been. The new tyre model still has the same fundamental behaviour. So in iRacing, the main thing is that once you go over the limit, it takes ages for the grip to return. So you're just going to either understeer or just oversteer, slide off the corner. Like if you push slightly, and it still has the flash heating issue if you're trail braking deep into a corner. So I think it's like Brooklands on Silverstone's a really good example. If you're trail braking into that and you trail brake just fractionally too hard, the rear just gives out, the grip just gives out, and it takes like a second for the tyres to come back. Whereas in any real car, you would just snap counter steer and drive it off. But in iRacing land, if you do a bit of a slide, it takes like a second for the temperature to come down, the tyres to work again. And they've not fixed it in the GT3 cars. And actually, so is another sim racing myth. Cold tyres in racing sims are nothing like real cold tyres. Like, and for some reason, people are just lapping up bullshit about cold tyres. Like, because they hear commentators say that cold tyres have no grip, so... Or like race drivers say, oh, there's no grip. It's like, yeah, relatively speaking, but on the sim scale of things, it's absurd. Like, cold tyres have very, very low grip, understeer, and are terrible in a real car, but they still kind of work a bit like tyres, right? And the driver can still, like, get away with some pretty bad stuff in a lot of scenarios, even with cold slicks. Like, a driver has to, like, really not be paying attention, or the track's in a certain condition, or, you know, lots of variables. But the way that cold tyres are in iRacing and some other simulators is insane. Like, it just... But then sim racers hear what some real race drivers say, and the race drivers are talking relative to real slick tyres, not sim racing land. And they hear what the commentators say when a newbie driver, or like even a good driver, makes a mistake and they spin on cold tyres, and the commentators are like, oh, cold tyres, cold tyres. So sim racers that don't know any better are then like, oh wow, yeah, cold tyres are actually totally impossible. It's like, oh dear. They need to just watch more like club racing, or maybe do a track day or something. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, no, it is super easy to spin on cold tyres, and the driver does have to be careful, but it's like a car that has a lot lower grip. It's not like a, you know, anyway. What you would need like a decently skilled real-world driver to make a video and just be really boring and go, okay, here's my footage of me driving on cold tyres. This is what they behave like. You can see how you have to be careful, and then they need to also compare it with multiple simulators. But no real driver has time for that. I don't know, I think that it's just really hard to make complicated physics engines work nicely. So you have to think of stuff from a developer's perspective. If you've already developed one simulator, imagine you're a physics programmer. You've already developed one simulator, you've done that work, and you were like, oh, I'm quite happy with how that was, that's pretty good. But they've done that, right? They're no longer interested in doing the same work they've already done. So a physics programmer will be like, oh, well, you know, I really want to, if I'm going to spend my life doing more physics programming, I'm going to want to try and do something different to what I've done before and expand on it, right? So even though all the players are struggling to just drive at a basic level and might have just they might have just got okay with something like AMS1 or AC1, and it works really well for its actual point, the physics programmer is going to be like, oh well, actually no, I really want to try and try and simulate these interesting thermal properties of tyres, or I really want to have this more elaborate tyre flex simulation, all this other stuff. So they'll want to, it's their own personal joy of physics programming. So you can't really blame them for doing that. I mean, like, if you're an artist, you're going to want to you don't want to stand still with your artistry, right? You'd want to keep pushing, right? Unfortunately, that sort of experimental artistry, the end result might actually be worse for the people consuming that artistry. So I think that's part of a problem with what happens with Sims, where they start getting super duper advanced in complex tyre models when it's actually beside the point of what drivers really need from a video game perspective. Yeah, no, Simo, cold tyres do behave differently to warm tyres, especially slicks. I didn't say they don't behave differently, but the point is they don't, like, you can still counter steer quite a lot of things. The compound's going to behave differently. Like a slick, especially like a slick racing tyre, is designed to operate in a particular temperature range in a given way for the design of that tyre, and they do obviously have to, like, a slick tyre has that kind of sticky kind of behaviour when it's at the right temperature, and obviously when it's cold it doesn't have that behaviour. But it's even despite it is effectively, in a sense, a different compound when it's cold. Despite that, it still doesn't just completely turn off. What it does is it exposes the lack of balance in other aspects of the physics, I guess, when it does just turn off like that in Sims. They will dry a wet track. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, I'm an idiot. All I know is that real tyre physics and road interactions and stuff is insane. It's just insane. There's just so much stuff. Like, I mean, like, if you're talking about a track that's wet, like, I mean, how does the water sit in the little bits of different types of asphalt? How does it interact with the tyre? How does the tyre clear the water? How does the tyre purchase the asphalt? At what different temperatures? How does the water in the crevices interact with the tyre that's sticking into it in some ways? Is the tyre evaporating some of the water or not? Or, like, what about it's just insane. It's just crazy. Like, I mean, how many, and then what is more or less relevant is going to be mental to try and decipher if you're trying to do an actual real tyre, not simplified. Yeah, there's just too much stuff. All of which is irrelevant to 20-minute sprint races, which most sim racers struggle to be able to do. Most sim racers cannot drive within 2 seconds of pace for like 20 minutes without doing the dumbest racecraft. Right? Most sim racers can't even do the most basic of driving. So, like, just from a video game perspective, it's like, what's important? But it's a simulator. I ain't making a simulator. Like, I would not want to make a simulator. You have to be insane to do to build a simulator. Look at this. I like this steering wheel. Feels like I'm in the 90s. We need to try it online because I think that's really what the update. This is a little update. that a Lotus in front of us? Oh, so we're all in the same car. Well, they look like a Lotus. It's really weird. Oh my goodness, the AI is... Oh, bloody hell. Like... the AI is terrible in this. Do you want a video game not to be a video game? A game will always be a game. It's not quite that simple. How do you differentiate between physics and force feedback? You can drive with the force feedback turned off. But the physics do drive the force feedback, so yeah, it'd be hard to absolutely differentiate. You can generate force feedback in multiple ways as well. But yeah, ultimately, you are dependent on the physics to actually generate the force feedback, so they kind of go hand in hand. What's weird with Evo is it's very controllable when you're massively over the limit, and it's very controllable under the limit, but on the limit, the bit that actually matters is just like ACC. It's a total disaster. Like, it's why... So the reason why everyone likes AC1 and why real drivers generally like AC1 is because you can naturally hold the cars in slip without, you know, balancing on the throttle, the steering and the brake. That's the reason why people like it. even if it's unrealistically controllable in that state, although in many ways, like, it's more realistic than iRacing, and people are happy with iRacing, so how realistic does it need to be? Come on. But, you know, that's why people like AC, so it's just utterly weird to be like, oh well, we've got some tyre data, guys. It's like Gran Turismo. They've got a new tyre partner. It's like, oh yeah, because people are playing Gran Turismo for its physics. I guess, I don't know. It's crazy, isn't it? Well, that's an interesting pass from the AI. Lol, that guy just drove through him. Let's try the other wheel on this. The lighter wheel. Apex Twain, is it possible to concisely make your point about how Sims compare to real life? I think we do every live stream, to be honest. I try my best. You haven't asked a question though. I only timed you out because you were being like straw manning and then inferring something that's just not the case. Restart this. I know, Tayson. It's non-stop, isn't it? Yes. It is a nice. It's the Moser Formula wheel. Bloody hell! It is a nice wheel. This car makes like a little squeaky sound when you change gear. Everything's game changing. See, I tell you what's interesting with Evo is like, and this happens with all sims. If you go on like Evo forums or the Evo Discord, what you notice happening after a game's been out for a while is that the players get used to that video game, and then that video game then becomes the truth of how the physics should be. and then you get like the reinforcement of the simulator echo chamber, and it's insane. You see it with every simulator. It's so ridiculous. And then even when the developer then massively changes things, the echo chamber just pivots to like, oh, this new thing's now the best thing, and ignores anybody that detracted from what was obviously messed up previously. And the thing is, that will just grow as the popularity. So this is what happened with ACC. Like, I mean, come on, this is a Maserati. It's like that, a little bit too much throttle through Sir Trees. Sir Trees, yeah. So with ACC, it's always been terrible, like absolutely awful. You have some very prominent real-world drivers that agree with me on this, and but you know, it got the ranking, it got some esports guys behind it, it got some streamers behind it. It works as a racing game, so that's fine. But yeah, that's it. And then once you've gained a certain number of people that are willing to not be critical about a thing, you've passed a critical mass for there to never be any justification for things to change, and that's how you end up with iRacing or ACC, right? And that's how you end. The truth doesn't matter anymore. There's a critical mass. Oh my bloody hell! There's a critical mass with ideas where if you have enough people that are sycophants for a thing. It is how fascism. It isn't fascism, but it is how fascism works. Yeah, once you pass a critical mass in a given population of people willing to uncritically, or they just, they might just like something, which is fine, but they're not. They're just part of that argument from popularity. No actual thought or critical or any truthful thing matters anymore. An uncritical mass, yeah, and this is what cults and things all try to get. It's like, it is basically tribalism. It's leveraging tribalism, and that's how these things work, and that's why you end up with things that are fundamentally a bit rubbish, never improving. And you see this reflected in lots of stuff in life. Like, eventually, this YouTube channel, will pass a critical mass. Probably never will. Do we want to get into comic book movies and the military-industrial... We're well beyond the military-industrial complex. That's so 90s. We're past that now. We're at the point of putting flags on lampposts and marching down the street and assaulting people. That's where we're at now. We're well past George Carlin calling it out. That's so 80s and 90s. In the 80s and 90s, there were still people alive that lived through World War II, so that helped stop the misery. But yeah, sadly they've all died, so we get to relive the 1930s now. It's great. It's like a living documentary of terrible human behaviour. How do we get to this from simulators? But yeah, it's that lack of critical thinking. It can apply to something that doesn't matter, like racing games. It doesn't matter in a racing game, really. Who cares? But it does percolate through to things that do matter. Sadly. But, from a developer's point of view, from the developer's perspective, they're just trying to do their best with something very complex. This is the thing. A developer's just trying to do the best with limited resources. So that's sort of separate to the aspect of the cult-like behaviour of users. Have you caught oversteering a fast-moving real car? I don't know. Probably not. Not in a rear wheel. Oh no, I have. Yeah, but it was not really. I wouldn't class it as the same thing. Well, no, because the Ariel Atom I drove, we weren't. It was only going at like 80, 70, and it was such a broken car, and it was on cold slicks, so you know, it's just not the same. It's just yeah, if you do it once, you're an authority. Yeah. Well, the miracle is. The miracle is, if you're saying something that's true and you give good reasons for it, you don't actually have to be doing that thing to be able to point it out. So, you know, like if something's true, it's true. And so I don't quite. I find this. The "we hate Gamer Muscle", he's such an idiot, how dare he say something bad about my simulator, he doesn't even drive argument, is a bit of a strange one, because you can literally go out there and talk to professional drivers, high-level drivers, that will be like, yeah, he's annoying, he's bold, he's ugly and stupid, but sadly he is actually just saying what's very common knowledge. so you know, it's like me making a statement. Like, I don't do slalom skiing, right? But I can say when the snow's colder, it's going to be harder for a certain type of ski to bite into the snow, but it might be faster in certain ways, slower in other ways, easier in some ways and harder in some ways. I don't have to be a slalom skier to understand how a ski might interact with snow that's frozen on the top but not frozen on the bottom. Or like, I don't know, there's loads, it's called having a slight imagination and a bit of critical thinking. You don't have to do everything to understand how something might generally work to a very basic level. You know, we're not talking about, the stuff I say on Sims is very superficial, high level basic stuff. Like, as you know, someone earlier, Samir, donated, and he's like, I can't feel the brakes or how the brakes are. As you may have noticed, I have no idea how a brake should absolutely operate, or what would be the correct amount of braking for a given race car. I don't know, so I can't, you know. But I can say, this is some things you can do, and this is what you'd generally expect to happen. And this is what it could be based off different Sims. Oh, actually, oh yeah, I was going to say, I did one of those, I went to drift limits and did one of those little crappy drift things. But that's just low speed drifting, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that's similar to. Is it most of the hate coming from people that play iRacing? No, it's anybody that you say something against their video game of choice. So we have people that hate us from Evo, ACC, AMS2. You know, basically, if you're critical, it upsets people that, you know, they feel like you're attacking their thing of joy. I submit. Yeah, no, I just don't know. The difficulty with Sims as well is you just have, there's less immediacy. My intuition says when you're over the edge, you would probably lose it into a really wide spin. Well, no, you would just counter steer. Like, if you been go-karting and like push the brake too hard, I mean, a go-kart's not a full-size car, it does handle differently, but you just counter steer. It's not. It's like I mean, by the time you start getting to like F3 and F2, I'm sure it's a whole different ball game for them, you know. But if you're talking about like GT4, GT3, Radicals, you know, or and anything lower down than that, they're designed for people that are shit drivers for the most part. They're not the most unforgiving of vehicles because people can't afford to bin their race car. Like, if you were to have a car that was like fundamentally very hard to catch, like massively different to how a sort of a go-kart would be in terms of just catching it and unsurprising stuff, it would just be too dangerous and the industry would lose too much money, right? Like, see, what's weird with this is how just that little sort of poke over the limit. I need to take my force feedback down here, it's breaking my hands. You what? No, hang on. Apex Twin, you were the only person that was timed out, and it wasn't because you asked a question. It's because you started a question with a straw man of something that we'd never said at all. So you basically began with a straw man, then you like had ignored what was said before and like something else, and then you accused me of being triggered within one comment. So it's not about you saying something they don't like. It's about if someone comes into the chat room of a live stream and strawmans what's being said and then immediately starts calling the streamer triggered, you're just going to derail the live stream. Yeah, but you started off with a straw man, and also you started off with I'd have to scroll up to read your question. You started off with like a presupposition and and what was effectively a straw man combined with a sarcastic comment, which inferred a message. So that is not a productive way of having a conversation. Separate to if I agree or disagree. Well, you don't need to apologise. It's just
The pace car is out of control.
no. You can be sarcastic, but then you don't. You weren't timed out for you generally being sarcastic. You then started going, "Oh, you're triggered as a streamer," and it's like, so the type of people that make it's like the type of comment when someone says they're like, "Oh, this person's triggered," or they say, "Oh, there's a certain behaviour from chatters in terms of the type of messages that they tend to type, right?" And the thing is, I've learnt that basically there's no point interacting with them because they do just completely derail the live stream in a boring way, even more boring. These live streams are terrible, but they're even more boring. And basically it'll be like 1 in like 200 people that are like this, and there's no point spending any time on them. We've done this, we've tried this. Well, that's fine. Like, I appreciate that. Maybe you're not doing what these people do, but you know, so you were only timed out. You weren't banned. But I'm just explaining. In the past, I've tried to give people, because I like to treat everybody the same, and unfortunately, if you try doing that at a certain point, it's absolutely futile. but it's just bizarre. Anyway. Right, next car. We also need to turn the force feedback down. You make cool music. Dear. Hello, WND Tech. Not a huge amount, I don't think. It's just like tweaks to multiplayer. We're going to jump into multiplayer, actually. I was just testing out some different cars. You need to apologise for where you wear gloves. Well, so what was the question? How do you know what's good or not? I mean, it doesn't really matter. So it depends what angle you're coming at it from, right? Is catching oversteer in real life as easy as in AC? Yes and no. The problem is real life is a lot broader in complexity to any video game. So in some ways, catching oversteer in real life is like AC, and it's very close in certain scenarios, in optimal conditions. It's very similar in some ways, and in some ways it's not going to be at all like it, depending on the tyres, depending on the conditions. You know, out of all the sims, the crucial thing with AC that's really quite good is that when you can feel the car going through the force feedback, you can respond to it as you would with a real car, and you can also balance around the limit as you can in a real car whilst feeling what's going on. So the process is very similar, but in an absolute sense, no, it's very different. But the process is very similar and transferable, which is why Janetta, Delara, loads of driver coaches, loads of driver training centres use Assetto Corsa to practice. You have that guy that just did drifting in AC and then just immediately was at a pretty high level of real world drifting. You know, so that's a pretty good indication of that. Drifting has obviously been totally over the limit, and with cars that are set up for drifting, it's a different type of driving. It's like a rally car versus a road car. It's a different thing. So the point is, AC1 is good enough, just like Richard Burns Rally is very different to a real rally car, obviously. It's very, very different. So's Dirt Rally 1, but that if you played Richard Burns Rally and Dirt Rally 1 and understood how to do handbrake turns, how to catch a car, how to hold it, how to modulate the throttle based off what's happening in the video game, those skills are generally transferable skills. The real car will respond probably snappier, faster, more direct, more information, more variability, but the general skill set transfers. Now, the problem with iRacing and Evo and ACC and a bunch of sims is that, sure, there's going to be still a ton of transferable skills. Trail braking, being precise in your inputs, modulating the throttle, but the bit that they lack or don't get quite right is the process of balancing at the limit. In that limit slip doesn't necessarily work. Like, the process is fundamentally broken. So AMS 1's fine, Richard Burns Rally's fine, Dirt Rally 1, Dirt Rally 2 I think are generally fine. The process is similar, but I'd say ACC, iRacing, Evo, despite being more advanced and having more complexity and having components that are probably better than AC or other sims, the overall envelope has a massive hole in it, and that is the slip behaviour at the limit is not analogous in the slightest to the sort of controllable slip behaviour that you'd expect in a real car, and that's a big problem. So it's not really about it being which is, as I say, like AMS 1 and AC are fine. Like, it's just there's like a list of things that you need to be able to tick off that should be like baseline behaviours, like grip should return after you go over the limit reasonably quickly. There should be a balanceable, holdable zone of slip that's controllable and you can feel in your force feedback. You know, then there's a whole bunch of things. It's a mixture, Gary. It's largely the physics. You can play AC1 with your force feedback turned off. So it's largely just the physics. Force feedback just really makes it obvious what's going on and allows you to preempt stuff. Yeah, so the thing is, real cars can have terrible steering feel, but it doesn't matter because you drive a real car through your ass. This is in the beta branch, if you want to try the beta. The 0.00003 beta. I've joined this server, I don't know what it's called. See, this is the thing. I think the issue is the sort of the educational issue with Sims that will always be an issue is because it's a simulator. There's a whole group of people that are thinking of everything in an absolute literal sense, and they can't get past that. And so someone says something, and they explain how it's relevant to a sim, but then that doesn't matter to someone else because they'll be like, well, this is what it's like in the real car. They don't. There's a whole bunch of people that can't understand that a sim is always fundamentally abstract from the real thing. Even if the goal is to try and simulate things as best possible, sometimes to simulate something more realistically, if it's fundamentally abstract, what you're simulating with, sometimes you then have to use an abstract solution to actually get closer to the reality. And that is always going to be something that a lot of people get stuck on. I don't know what the Kunos test server is. Chris R. So Max Verstappen is doing like a lot of stuff with sim racers to actually get them to into high level motorsport. He's actually doing a really awesome job. Neil's Housing Vel. I drove iRacing's BMW M2 the other day for a few minutes. It moves around quite a lot off centre, almost as if you're in control, but any serious movement can't be caught. Yeah, so this is the thing with it. With iRacing's new tyre model, it slops around loads, but as soon as you actually get it to the limit, it's immediately the same as the old tyre model. And so it's like they've just tried to hide it gives the illusion to someone that doesn't know any better that, oh look, it's so much more controllable. It's like, well, it's not, it's all useless stuff. And then ironically, it's actually harder than the old tyre model, because the old tyre model would immediately get to the limit, right? But it would be just more abrupt, right? Which actually made it easier to avoid the physics issue because you were more immediately there, and also the force feedback can pick that up better and more clearly. So ironically, they've made it worse. They've actually made it worse. However, they've got a few race drivers and a few influencers to say that they've really helped and consulted, and they've got the data, and it's so much better. And apparently that is good enough for sim racers. Unless you're an idiot like me that just says exactly how things are. I never get anything wrong, obviously. It's yeah, it's pretty weird. The thing is, all simulators are a compromise. So sim racers have to understand this, is that a simulator is very complicated and it's impossible to get it to work perfectly or to work as well as anybody wants it to work. It's like it's a massively complex beast. Just the tyre model, there's lots of other stuff that's very complex, but just the tyre model is a very complex thing. If you have a finite element tyre model or just a more complex tyre model. So the thing is that obviously the developer's trying to do the best, but they don't have infinite amount of time, and so it's very hard to make things work how even the developer wants to make it work, right? That's the difficulty. And ultimately, it takes like 2 or 3 years to develop a physics engine, and then you're kind of trapped in now the decisions that were made a year or two ago with that physics engine in terms of what you can do to actually try and get it to work how you want it to work. And the more complex the physics engine, the harder it is to work out how changing one thing affects another thing, right? So the fact is, it's quite likely, using iRacing as an example, you know, they have a very advanced physics engine. Right, this is just conjecture. This is just me making it up from my intuition of sim development. If you look at what's happened with iRacing, like, the fact of the matter is the tyres, the grip does not return as fast as grip does when you go over the limit with a real tyre. That's just absolutely the case. Like, that's just a fact, right? Under the limit, iRacing, I think, is the grip levels are pretty great, and sort of on the limit generally, although you can't do proper balance slip, there's a bit applied to it, whatever, right? What I've noticed is that the more iRacing make it so that the tyres return faster in grip, the more they expose themselves to, like, what happened with that GPT update, you know, the hypercars, where then the cars have mega grip under the limit and don't even get onto the limit and are just absolutely on rails. So it seems to me, because of the way that iRacing's tyre model works, anytime they try and change the parameters of their tyre model to make the limit behaviour more realistic, it breaks the under the limit and just getting onto the limit behaviour. And I don't think that they can isolate these behaviours because the tyre model's too bloody complicated. So they're having to make this big compromise between, right, generally the envelope of the tyre under the limit is correct and our lap times generally make sense and the general behaviour makes sense, but the limit behaviour is complete shit and over the limit is absolutely broken. Or do you know what I mean? They just have to make this, like, bizarre compromise. So you'll have someone like James Baldwin or any real world driver that also understands sim racing. They will absolutely say to iRacing, guys, a GT3 car is a piece of piss to drive 2 seconds off the pace. Everything should just be like a catch. Like, a skilled iRacer, someone with like 4K iRating, should effectively be able to drive a real GT3 car in their sleep 2 seconds off the pace. They should be able to, like, oversteer, okay, bit of balance of the throttle, especially with a bit of TC and a safe setup, right? You guys, sim racers do not understand how absolutely shit some real world LMP3 and GT3 drivers are. Like, sim racers do not understand this. You take, like, the worst driver at your go-kart rental kart track, right, that's super shit at go-kart driving and basically can do a lap and hit the brake and whatever. There are GT3 drivers doing GT3 racing that are like that don't spin or don't have trouble with the car because they're paying £250,000 a year to drive in a team. Now, obviously, a lot of them will be a bit better than that, but I don't think sim racers realise how piss poor some real drivers are. Like, go to a test day when you have race drivers on a track day and see how bad some race drivers that you'll have seen on TV drive their cars. Just go to a track day when they do it, when it's a race test day, and they are so bad, yet they're race drivers. People don't understand it. People do not realise how, like, yeah, anyway. Sim racers need to, like, think for themselves a bit more on these things. Why can't I drive? Oh, last lap overtime. That's good that that's clearly said there. What do you mean, prove it? Go to a track day yourself. Or, I mean, if someone wants to put me in a race car and have full insurance and pay for me, sure, I'll do it again. I mean, how many examples do people need? Like, how many sim racing YouTubers that go to do real driving and do okay? It's like, if motorsport was genuinely like professional climbing or professional mountain biking or professional skiing or canoeing or running or cycling, they ain't going to be vaguely competitive, are they, as a random person? Martin, you could write a program to simulate a kidney. It's going to pee on your desk. Oh. Yeah, Jardier started off as a real... he's done go-karting from a young age. and did like, didn't he do F3 or something? And he's like he's also an esports driver. So Jardier, Jardier's not like a random sim racer or random driver. If Jardier had been given the finances from the age of 12, he probably could have been in like F2 or something. Like he's clearly like at that higher level of skill. He just didn't have any money, but he does now, so he can do racing. Like, Jardier's a pretty bad example if you want to like pick an average person. Synthetic synapse, you're glad you're easy to please. Yeah. If you don't notice, if you're not, so they, for me and for people I know that are good drivers, the fun of is this just booted us out the server? No, here we go. The fun of driving is balancing the slip at the limit. It's trying to always balance the slip at the limit. That's the fun of driving, right? So when sims don't allow for that properly, it ruins the entire simulator. If a lot of people are not at a skill level where they're really doing that, so they don't notice that, like, it doesn't even have to be a simulator. It could be an arcade game. Actually, watch Neil's House in Vale's last video with his thing about the arcade racing game and his little AMS1 project. And you'll see it's exactly the same as that point, is that there's a category of driver where the whole crux of it is balancing the slip at the limit. Could be a large amount of slip, could be a small amount of slip, but balancing the car at the limit whilst also racing and doing everything else. That's the fun of driving. So when sims don't do that properly or like vaguely correctly, which iRacing doesn't, ACC doesn't, it ruins. It's like it's really hard to enjoy it. But if you're not at a skill level where you're doing that and you're driving a car like a train, you're not going to notice or really care. Sim racing can give bad habits to real life races. Yeah, it's called negative training. It's a known. It's something you can read up about. It's more pertinent for flight simulators because if you do negative training with a passenger jet, you could kill everyone in the plane. But to be honest, because real life driving is quite different from sim driving, you could learn negative training, but you just do the real driving and it would override it very quickly. And unlike an aeroplane, there's not that many absolute binary situations in a real car where you will just die or kill people. So negative training is not as much of an issue with simulators. And I would, if I'm going to guess, I would imagine you partially, have you watched Daniel Morad's video and you're repeating what he said? I'm not saying that you have done that, but this is a very common thing I see online, is that a race driver like Morad or someone says something and then people repeat their argument without actually thinking about it. So, because Morad makes a thing about LMU, he's worried it'll make him overdrive and he doesn't want it to affect his real driving. But I know multiple real drivers that would be like, iRacing would absolutely cause them to underdrive in real life, and so that, you know, you can make that argument for every sim. Hello? Okay. Rolling start. It's like, I don't know why people just repeat you. Like, I hope people don't repeat what I say. People should just think for themselves. Like, Dave Perel. I like Dave, like I know him. I don't know him that well. I know him reasonably well. And he made a video saying about different tyre compounds. It's a totally reasonable thing to comment on, right? It is a good point to make. But so he made a video about how different different sim LMU versus iRacing. iRacing might be simulating a Dunlop versus LMU, a Pirelli, whatever, right? And different tyre compounds do make, cars will handle quite drastically different on different tyre compounds. The grip profile will be different, temperature, pressure, like there's loads of stuff that's different with different tyre compounds. So that's a valid point to make. However, the problem is the physics issues in racing simulators are so egregious and beyond the differences in tyre compounds. It's an utterly irrelevant thing to be drawing attention to outside of a general interest in fact, right? But the problem is, now what happens is, anytime you talk about the differences between LMU and iRacing or some other sim, and you point out specific things, and you say, well, this is quite obviously something that's a bit different and probably wrong, what happens is people go, wow, didn't you know that different tyre compounds, and they don't even say that, they've just repeated what they've just watched Dave Perel's video, and they just repeat what that, and it's like, without them actually understanding the point or what's being said. It's insane. And then, because I'm not a real race driver, they assume I haven't had any of these conversations with real race drivers or physics developers. It's like, purely because I'm not pretentious in my content, they assume that. So you just see this online. The general conversation online around Sims is this constant parroting, and I really don't want anyone to parrot or repeat what I say. People need to think for themselves.
77777777777777777 quadrillion 700 trillion 7.77777 disgusting.
Thank you. Thanks for being a member. Really appreciate the support. Ah, dear. This is another thing that's quite interesting, actually, in terms of critical thinking. Here we go. When you have something that's more complicated, it gives a lot of wiggle room to hide problems. So it's kind of like if you know what a gish gallop is in a debate, someone just keeps throwing random shit at the other person so they can't ever get to the point of the debate. And you'll know this is kind of like, you'll notice this from politicians, where they'll keep doing scandal after scandal after scandal. It's like overwhelming everybody with so much shit they can't deal with it. So this is a thing with Sims as well, right? Because a driving simulator is very complicated, if someone points out a specific problem or issue, the fan base can always then jump to some other issue in defense against that issue that's being pointed out. and this can happen, I'm sure this will happen internally in terms of development. The fact is, and this is part of the complexity issue, it can even get to the point where, look, sometimes people can intentionally do that, where they intentionally gish gallop or throw out different arguments or distract with something that's a red herring, right? But if you have something that's very complicated as an issue, accidentally, the thing itself can make it very hard to work out what is or isn't the actual issue. So, yeah, it's a particularly pertinent thing in sim racing, where you see people will ignore a very obvious issue by throwing out something else and then hiding in the idea that another thing, I don't know what this is called, but like you basically obfuscate an argument by so the more complex something is, the easier it is to make an argument from subjectivity, because more people have to understand more things.
2,
Andy Godfrey,
go.
oh, bloody hell, £20.
Have fun at the Expo GM.
GM. I'll add you to the list. Thank you very much. £20. I mean, that's just disgusting, isn't it? Hey, Andy obviously has not watched the channel. Who sends £20 to an idiot like that? We'll add you to the list. So, guys, we don't have a sponsor for Sim Racing Expo this year. Mostly because I haven't bothered to get one. so what we've done, and because I like to, we're trying to stay sort of more independent in our content by not having like direct sim sponsors. So what's happening is people are sponsoring our Sim Racing Expo content. So we're up to like 300 here and if you do like, so Andy will be a gold tier sponsor. So if you sponsor, then you get your name on all our Expo content. So I really appreciate it. We've basically so far we've covered all our transport and the doner kebab. £300 doner kebab. But yeah, what is he doing? Basically, it costs about £580, £600 to do a trade show. I booked it all like 3 months ago. Get a mighty fine bratwurst. We'll have a doner kebab. But yeah, really do appreciate it, Andy. Like I do. In my mind, £20 is a lot of money. Like £5 is a lot of money. So I do appreciate it. And as I always say, guys, I don't ever donate or support the channel unless you've got money to waste. I don't expect people to donate and support us, especially with lots of money. Just appreciate people watching. No tea sponsor. No, I tried to get. I really want to get sponsored by Yorkshire Tea because I really like Yorkshire Tea, and I would really it'd be really good sponsorship. Like I'd love to have like Yorkshire Tea steering wheel, and they've done gaming stuff, but they only do partnerships with like. Is it Taylors of Harrogate that own Yorkshire Tea? They're really careful as a company. Like they don't do brand stuff with hardly anyone. I think they're just, you know. But it's good tea. It's good price tea as well. They do a good job. Oh yeah, doner kebabs, €7. I had so we went to Gamescom, which was really good fun actually, and we had a doner kebab for. It was in front of the train station in Dusseldorf, and I think it was €8. It was a Durham, but it was it's really good quality. Like a €7 kebab in Germany is high quality compared to English kebabs. Like it's really fresh, because I think like people eat kebabs all the time, so they get through all the vegetables and stuff really quick. We could try joining another server here. We just yeah, wow. I blame the Brits. The thing is though, you can't complain. If you're German, you can't complain. It's like, Germany's awesome. Like, first of all, the accent is amazing. Also, Germans are like, I know they've got a reputation for not being chill, but they are like, it's so relaxing. Like, people just sitting in parks and I don't know, like even Berlin is so relaxing compared to London. It's more space. London's stressful. Like central, like there's just people everywhere. It's mental. People are quite nice in London, to be fair, from my experience. But the thing with Germans that I really like is if you like ride your e-scooter incorrectly or cross the road incorrectly or like blink incorrectly, they won't shout at you. They'll just look at you with scorn.
The pace car is out of control.
They don't say anything, but you can tell they hate you. But I think it's hilarious. It's well good. I love it. I rode an e-scooter on the wrong side of the road for 6 miles from, it might have been like 8 miles actually, from Spandau into Berlin, and I didn't realise that the cycleways were one-way cycleways on each side of the road. I thought it was like either way worked. I was wondering why is everybody looking at me? Oh well. Pretty funny. Yorkshire Standard Tea is totally fine, to be honest. It's just a good bog standard tea. Bit of milk in it. Totally does the job. Oh no! We're gonna have to fuel, I think. How much fuel have I got? Have I got fuel? Is it 5.9, 3? Oh, we should be alright actually. I think it's like 2 litres a lap around here. Shut up, filing account. I'm going to add the... can you remind me, Andy Godfrey, can you remind me to add his name to the list after this race? Have I tried roasted oolong? No, I do have lots of random teas. Hello, Nasty Butler. Hello, Dave Coe again, as well. You know, the biscuit flavoured tea is not very good. It tastes a bit weird. If it's a bit weird because you're like, well, I'm drinking, but there's no biscuit. You might as well just have a biscuit. It is a bit weird. Just some netcode stuff, I think, and some little adjustments, Jaden. I'm just literally using this update as a way to get more views. It's not really a big update. I'm doing the YouTuber thing. I was tempted with putting the title as Game Changer. Okay, this is not a big update by Kunos. I'm just taking advantage of Kunos to get subscribers and viewers, so thank you. Thank you, Kunos. I've been a dirty YouTuber. I hate myself. I do actually. To be fair, right, I do like how Evo looks. Shill. I really like. It doesn't run as well as I think it should do, but I quite like the graphics in Evo with my budget 5090. See, this guy's got a, what's his ping? 375, here we go. So this car in front has a 377 ping, which is a ridiculous ping. And it's doing quite a good job of smoothing that. I think they apply more average smoothing to this than what you have in AC1. I mean, like, a 380 ping is insane. Most sims break at around about 300. Oh, I wanted to follow behind you, mate. Let's see if we can. There we go. I wanna. Just watching his. We'll see how his car moves. The crucial thing as well is car contacts.
The pace car is out of control.
Let's try and drive next to this guy and see how it affects us. How much fuel have we got? We ain't got enough fuel. Oh dear. We should have waited before the finish line and then we would have finished. Okay, we have 0.2 fuel here. Can we do a lap with 0.2 fuel? Roll down the hill. Oh, it's 0.1. It still burns fuel when you're just rolling. That was a AC1 bug. I think it was. Can we cut across here on the right? No. Oh, no. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I think it might have the same. So in AC1, you couldn't go into a higher gear and cruise without it still using up fuel. Looks like maybe it's still got that same fuel bug. I mean, a car, obviously, if it's ticking over, will still use fuel, but... you know. Wow, that was good. Let me add the name to the list. Thank you very much to Andy Godfrey. Put him on it. He goes on the gold. Yeah, we'll join another server. If anyone wants to join us, can join the server with us. Andy Godfrey. Poor Andy, already he's on the list. Thank you very much. Let's turn this up to 310. $320. Awesome. Well, I might turn my force feedback down a bit on my wheel because my hands are hurting. If they're on the list multiple times. Yeah, I mean, but then the list will be crazy. We've if you go on our on YouTube, hang on, we've got the card. Let's get on here. So we've changed the layout of it. Man, I'm starving. Oh, it's 1 PM. How long have we been streaming for? 2 hours? Bloody hell. Posts. Here we go. So we have, here we go. This is the supporters list that will. I thought I'd redesign it a bit. Does that link work for you guys? I'll refresh this. Fonusk, thanks for following. Why is there no one online? Hang on, have they moved these up here? Were these down here before and they've moved them? Simgrid, Frankfurt, Mount Panorama.
Three, two,
Oh,
one.
thank you.
Go.
Hopefully this is the correct way to contribute to your Sarkasmef review of Sim Expo.
Sarcasm free. Thank you very much. Rackmajay. Thank you. Yeah, there'll be absolutely no sarcasm. There'll be no talking to German helicopter pilots. That poor woman was just confused. She was just like, "What? Why is this British guy talking to me?" Thank you very much. There we go. We're just going racing straight away here. Erin Tenement. It's weird because here, what's NBG? No one cares about the Norse ring. Oh, I accidentally ended up on the Norse ring when they did Sim Racing Expo in Nuremberg, and I got the train from the airport to the town centre, and then from the town centre to the station near the expo, right? And I didn't realise the train stop was on the Norse ring. Like you had to walk through it, and it was really surreal because obviously I'd driven the track in Race Room and GTR Evolution and stuff over the years, and so I just came off this train and I'm like, hang on, because I didn't even know it was. It didn't connect in my head that that's where it was. So I was just like, hang on, why am I this place is oddly familiar. That was very weird. What's he doing? Come on, mate. my bloody God. Great clean driving there. Well, that's certainly one way to take that corner. It's a 90s BTCC driver entry into that. Oh, that's good though that my force feedback didn't go crazy from that. That's nice. It's nice getting punted without broken wrists. We'll catch back up with these filthy drivers. To be fair, these cars are actually they're really rounded vehicles, but after T1 they all look square. Manual, I don't know. I think Kunos like to use 3s. People are struggling. Like, this does feel a bit disconnected in handling, like from the road here. Like if you drive this in AC, it definitely feels a lot more connected for whatever reason. I think it's just a response of things is just faster, which then makes things feel more connected. Grass looks nice. Got a vineyard on the inside, some Australian fuel-soaked wine there. Australian wine's supposed to be really good. To me, all wine tastes the same. Or very similar. Also, I like sweet wine. I've got very poor taste. I didn't check, and we're on vintage tyres. They're the best. Are they all on modern tyres? Right, vintage tyres are where it's at. Vintage tyres are still like quite grippy, right? Like this is the 80s. That was only like 5 years ago. Well, actually, this car's from the 90s, right? I know it's late 80s. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit insulting to call the 80s vintage, really. I mean, the vintage is 1920s. You know, real vintage. But the 80s isn't vintage. 80s is like a few weeks ago. Vintage champagne's 2000s, yeah? Excuse me. In the year 2000. Why did he just let me past? I want to race. I wanted to test a car contact and netcode. I think on the 24th, so is LMU getting its update tomorrow, and then Race Room is getting an update on the 24th. Boris Turbini, if you've got £3,000 for a graphics card, then yeah, VR will be fine. Just, you know, I don't think he's making that. It's an interesting line you're taking there, matey. A classic line known as, what is the brake pedal? I think brake pedals are overrated myself. I might remove it from my sim rig. Oh, do you know what? I might put some halloumi fries in the air fryer. That's a good idea. I'm defrosting my freezer, guys. Exciting times. Wow, tell us more about your freezer, Gamer Muscle. We love to know more. Well, yeah, my fridge isn't working properly, but my freezer is, so I think the condenser is frosted over, so I'm defrosting the whole thing. Wow, Gamer Muscle, that sounds fun. What are you going to do with all your frozen food? Well, funny you should ask. I've put it into the fridge, and I'm having to eat it. So, yesterday I ate, like, a kilogram of fruit. And today I'm going to be eating some chicken that I've had in my freezer for like 8 months, so it's going to be like dry. Because about 4 months ago I decided to go vegetarian for the most part, so I've had this chicken in my freezer for months, but I'm not going to waste it, so I'm going to eat it today. So it's chicken and halloumi Friday today. Wow, Gamer Muscle, your stories about your refrigerator are so exciting. I'm so glad I'm watching this live stream and not doing something better with my life. Oh, you're welcome, guys. You're welcome. I really do work to provide the entertainment that you're all looking for. I'm so glad I started following this channel. I try to capture the joy on this channel that one gets from becoming a sim racer, like the sense that nothing's ever working, the sense of money just disappearing from your bank account, that faint sense of disappointment in one's ability to do anything. That's what we try to capture here. Look at that engine braking. That'll be probably expensive. Hello, John Hartley Sim Racing. How much do one of these cost to fix these days? If you get one of these, like a BMW E30 or something now, can you just put a different engine in it? How does that work? Like, with older cars, do they have engines that are a certain shape and size? Like, presumably it has to have, like, all the oil lines and everything else has to... I know what I'm talking about. But, like, do you know what I mean? Like, presumably, how do you match the correct engine with the vehicle is what I'm saying. Like, how easy... Could you get a better engine but then underclock it? Like, what I'm saying is engine compatibility. Any like engineers in chat or like garage people, can you find like a modern engine and then how do you jerry rig that into the old car? Like, how do you make it compatible with all the cooling and oil lines and the... Does that work? Or do when people replace the engine, do they replace like the drive shaft and everything? Yeah, presumably though, you could, if you had a bigger engine, you could run it at a lower, you can control how it runs, right? The point I'm making is, could you get like a really old car and then put like a modern engine in it, but underclock it so that you then get the best of both worlds, like a car that looks nice but drives good? Just plug it in. You just upgrade everything. At what point does it then become a different vehicle? Hang on, is this Theseus's ship or something we're going here? But like, at what point does it I wonder how far you have to go before the car no longer handles, like loses the essence of what it actually was. I mean, for example, you could take a car like an Alfa Romeo, it doesn't matter with any Alfa Romeo, and you could replace like the engine, the drive shaft, the suspension, the bodywork, and after you've replaced everything, you'd have a car that's actually a good car. So, you know, it could be worth it. Funny guy. I don't know much about cars, but I know Alfa Romeos are terrible. That's all you need to know. Oh, this is like a this car drives like a tugboat, or like a longboat. When does the update come out? It's out now on the beta. Just if someone's got the beta code and they paste it in, if you're on Steam, you just select the beta and then you get in there. Good times. And then you can enjoy the beta process. Which, the thing is, I don't actually mind. Like, I do think it's quite fun when you have a developer doing updates and you get to try it and you see what's changed. I don't mind that. I do think, though, I think with Kunos, with Evo, I think their communication of their early access is possibly one of the worst communications in the history of video games. Like, I don't just mean in terms of Kunos being terrible at communication, but I mean, basically, if they hadn't marketed anything particularly big, and then they just, if they Sim Racing Expo and all their media, they didn't do like sort of pompy promotional stuff, but they were like, right guys, the evolution of Assetto Corsa is coming, but obviously guys, this is an incredibly complicated project, and obviously we're a small team, but you know, we really want to push the boundaries still, but realistically guys, it's going to take time, it's going to be hard work, and we want to try out really advanced physics. They could say bullshit, it doesn't matter, this is games industry. You know, this is all about us trying to get the absolute most, so it's going to take time for us to get there, guys. And so what we want to do is we're going to do a really early access, and much earlier than we normally do. So what we're doing is we're going to be showing off. You'll be able to purchase what's effectively a pre-alpha version of the game. You know, really, 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 really undersell it. No, like, pompous promotion stuff. And they might have got away with it, but the way they promoted the early access was like, guys, Kunos is back! Next Evo, we'll have it ready in a year. Here's our roadmap. We're open world, woo! You know. So, do Kunos not have like a PR department? Or like a, I don't know. Well, you could still charge for it. They can do. The thing is, they can do exactly what they did. It's just how you promote it. No, look. The fact is, though, if you're a full-time YouTuber for over a decade and you've been around the games industry, you learn how to bullshit. I was born with the bullshit ability, which is what makes me so miserable and cynical, because if you learn bullshit from the age of like 10, you then identify it, probably a bit more than a lot of people, and then you can go to one or two ways. You could go into marketing and unironically think what you're doing is totally fine. Or you could become sad and miserable. When I was 12, we went to like a car boot sale, and I like sold shit to loads of people that they didn't need at all, and they were like loving it. I just like all these like random shit that nobody wanted, and they're like, oh yeah, that sounds good, I'll take one of those. Oh dear. Gormless people are happy people. That's why drinking works. Drinking helps you enjoy stuff that's pretty terrible. We're finished! 4th place with our wrong tyres. Oh, we need a better server. I mean... Yeah, I mean, this car's just not fun to drive for me. I can see how some people might enjoy it, because they probably find it sliding. They're like, oh, you know... They're like, oh, well, it's nice and controllable. But, you know, it's just boring, this, to me. The exact same car in AC1 is really fun to drive. I don't know. I can't find balanced slipping ever. It's either under the limit or you're massively over the limit. Right, let's try and join another server. Right, 6 race bands. Just 6 race bands. I do think, though, you know, if when this has ranked racing, that will probably make it quite fun, because you'll be like iRacing then. It doesn't really matter what the handling is, like the driving's not the focus. Just racing online will be fun. I sent about 300 Veers super chat at the very I did. I saw it. Thank you, BM Racing. Yes, I saw it after the stream. Thank you very much. I did. Yeah, I'm glad you popped in, chat. Because last night I noticed it last night. I was going through and I was like, hang on, why have we got? Where did all this money come from? We've added you onto. We've added you onto here. You're on the mega sponsors, obviously, because that's an insane amount of money to send. Yeah, visit a doctor. Because it came up because you did it in Hong Kong dollars, and so I was like, oh, I don't know how much Hong Kong dollars are, and then on my YouTube metrics, it was like, oh, here's shitloads of money. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh no, I really appreciate it. That's far too much money to send to someone like me. But I really do appreciate it. But now I feel under pressure to make good content. This is the downside. But I hope you're very wealthy, and that's not a lot of money for you. If it is a lot of money for you, then I feel terrible. But thank you very much. Yeah, we definitely need a clinical trial. KS Kunos test at Brands Hatch. Should we join this, guys? Do you want to get on this server? Or should we join this spot? Let's do the Spa one. What is going on here? It's just it's a small update. Yeah, my telephone rang. I'll phone them back later. It's a nice reflection. Here we go, supercar tyres. Oh. Hang on. Why is there an F2004 on this? Has this ever got every car? Okay, let's put the F2004 on. See, when joining the server, it wasn't necessarily obvious that it was every car available. It's very strange how they've designed this. Oh, it's a practice server. Okay, well we'll do practice in this car. We'll see. I don't think so, John. Well, some minor adjustments, but this is something I don't understand with sim developers, right? If your tyre model doesn't have basic balanced controllable slip at the limit, or like let's say you have massive amounts of damper in the force feedback, or let's say there's whatever, right? How on earth do you then develop the vehicles into the game? I don't understand how you're supposed to do that. Like, how are your drivers or anybody meant to test the simulator if the cars don't have the fundamental handling behaviours? And how are you meant to then adjust stuff? So, this is one of the weird things of like putting a game out to the public as well. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what the telemetry is. Like, if the car doesn't handle, like if it lacks a fundamental aspect of handling, you can't dial in the vehicle, right? The car, none of the setup stuff will make sense. None of the stuff that the driver would do to get better, like you'd all the stuff would end up being done around the totally wonky physics. So this is what I don't get with complicated simulators. Like, okay, another way of putting it, iRacing, they do a superb job with their vehicles. Like, you can tell they have good car people, right, that do a lot of work. Like, I'm sure the suspension parameters are correct. The okay, maybe you can debate about the electronic systems and ECU and stuff, but like, you know, like the geometry, the weight, or the performance of the engine, they obviously do a good job. They have their good data for the cars. They implement the cars nicely, right? The problem is the tyres do not drive like tyres. So what are you meant to do then? If it doesn't drive like a car at the limit, it's not the essence of that vehicle is lost. So it's all for nothing. It's all for nothing. All that really matters if you're a race driver, you're trying to drive quickly, all that really matters is the handling of the vehicle at the limit, because that's where you're trying to be with the vehicle at all times. So if it can't do that, the character of the vehicle's lost. Like, imagine if you're like designing a car. This is what's really funny with like track days and supercars and things. It's like, fundamentally, a car is designed within a specific envelope of use. A race car, its envelope of use is a race, trying to like go up to the optimal torque band before shifting gear, and then holding the car in slip through the optimal line, braking as hard as possible at the limit of grip. That's where the vehicle is fundamentally designed to be driven. Anything before and after that is beside the point. So you're not even experiencing the car unless you're driving it where it's designed to be driven. It's like it's exactly the same as buying a super duper. Let's say you buy like a really good downhill mountain bike, right? Like a £6,000 downhill mountain bike. Well, if you're never doing downhill mountain biking, it's totally pointless. Like, it will actually be worse for driving on a road. The tyres will be too big and it'll be too much effort, and it'll probably be a little bit bouncy, and the steering response will be bad, right? Because it's designed for going down a slope at a certain angle on a certain surface type. So if a sim doesn't simulate balancing slip at the limit properly, none of the cars are driving like any of the cars. And this is why, like the Porsche Cup car, which is a car that's generally, you have to drive it in slip for it to make sense fundamentally. Like some cars can be driven under the limit and they still kind of make sense. They're sort of still drivable. But a car like a Porsche Cup is fundamentally designed to be driven on the tyres. Like you can just tell that's how that car wants to be driven. It's what makes it manoeuvrable. It's like very unmanoeuvrable until it's on the tyres. And yeah, that car highlights physics issues in simulators very quickly. But there you go. Never driven a Porsche Cup, so how could I know that? How could I know these things? Bloody hell, this game of muscle talks well beyond his station. The distance sort of fog looks nice in this game. Well, the thing is, this vehicle really highlights the tyres and the physics of a sim. It's a really good vehicle for demonstrating what's off with a simulator. And you'll notice it's fine. It's fine when you're under the limit. Totally fine. When it's in that glued to the track state, it's great. The moment it goes onto the limit, it shows you exactly like on and off. It's doing exactly what the BMW is doing, the Caterham's doing. How on earth? Like, I get it. The game's in development. You know, Kunos are doing work on this, and I'm sure they'll do more tyre stuff. You know, but the thing is, one of the problems is you now have people go on the Kunos forums, go on Kunos Discord, and you have so many people going, "Oh, guys, this is unbelievable what they've done." It's like, so you've now got a whole bunch of people you know. It's just, as soon as the back starts to go out on braking, it's exactly like ACC. It's as long and iRacing in a sense. As long as you like roll into the slip, it's okay, and that's what people do. There's a whole bunch of people that's their driving style. Is they go into corners slightly too fast, trail brake a bit, and roll into slip. They don't know how to actively balance slip, or they've no expectation of being able to do it. So they really feel like they're balancing at the limit on the pedals, and they're like, oh wow, oh thank you. There's a brake pedal when you spin. It's quite handy. I think AMS1 has better suspension than AC, to be honest. With AC1, the cars can feel a bit stiff until you really get them onto the limit. And then conversely, the thing with AMS1 is the cars have that overly at low speed, they have that overly oscillating, twitchy behaviour, which you can probably dial out with mods, but a lot of cars seem to have it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like a diff thing or something. I don't. So personally, I don't actually have any real expectation for any sim, other than controllable slip at the limit that you can balance with the steering wheel, throttle, and brake, and that's what I want for arcade games as well. And then like some online ranking and for the game to run at a reasonable frame rate. You know what, R Factor 2 doesn't have the best force feedback, so you've just excluded yourself. That's it. No. R Factor 2's like, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. R Factor 2's got very forgiving tyres, but the force feedback's terrible. Sorry. It doesn't really have much detail for the slip at the limit. It's just really abrupt and over the top. LMU's got even less detail than R Factor 2. So sorry, your view's banned. As the supreme commander of all things force feedback, the absolute force feedback. The absolute force feedback, I tell you, right, in terms of best force feedback, it would be using Marvin's app with iRacing. Sadly, iRacing's physics are a bit rubbish, but in terms of like getting the most amount of detail out of a simulator and being able to actually, you know, you can do what you want with it, using Marvin's force feedback app is the most detailed force feedback you can get out of anything with any wheel, to be honest. Unfortunately, it's with iRacing with the shit physics, but then I'd say basically AC1 and AMS1 are pretty close. The thing is, AMS1 has quite a drawn out like. The thing is, if you've got tyres that are less peaky, it's a lot easier to have force feedback range from that. I think Evo should do what Microsoft Flight Sim did, where in Flight Sim they support the old tyre model as well as the old flight model, as well as the new flight model. That's obviously probably not doable with a driving sim because they've got wet road and a whole bunch of other systems, but. Can you imagine that if they were like? Yeah, you can choose. Do you want to use Evo's experimental physics? Or do you want to use AC's? I think it's going to take like a year and a half for Evo to really develop properly. I've which Type R, Niels? I've had some laps around Donington in real life in a Honda Type R, and I don't know why people bother with those cars. They got really the 2018 Type R has like really stiff suspension on it as well. Oh, and the driver can't see the RPM gauge because the steering wheel blocks it. Great design, Honda. Zag. Well, that's why I say something like Marvin's app is really what you need. But force feedback can't fix physics, and Evo has a physics issue at the moment in that it doesn't really have properly balanceable slip. It's the same physics issue that ACC has. Do you think Kunos will wait till version like 1.0 and then they'll be like, here's the realistic tyre model update where the cars actually drive at the limit naturally, and then all the fans that got used to it driving under the limit will be like, we're slow now. Look at all these trees, beautiful. Well, the problem was, I complained about ACC, right? And I got so much shit for it because Gamer Muscle doesn't know anything. Gamer Muscle needs to learn how to drive. What an idiot. What? No, look, how come these other streamers play it perfectly fine? And it's like, okay, but I'm right, so, you know. But there was, fortunately for ACC, there was a lot of people that just came to it, or people that just didn't care. They were just doing the competitive racing. And so, whereas now I think with Evo, the difficulty is people will compare it to AC. I mean, that is true, yeah. To be fair, Aris was right about that. Thought I saw a car come in then. I think they might have just adjusted some of these server UI stuff. Yeah, I think it's there's no shift protection in Evo, and the downshifting then... Basically, it's got the iRacing issue that anything that puts the tyres over the limit, the tyres get stuck over in some ways. Maybe they just haven't put the shift protection on this, or some, I don't know. So the other thing with AC1 that I really enjoy, and I think a lot of people enjoy, is you can, because of the force feedback detail and just how the physics are, you can feel in the force feedback what settings, car setup settings to adjust, and what relates to the front and the rear and performance, which is something I don't really get in other sims. Yeah, you watch these cars in real life, just the whole sort of 90s to 2007, 90s to 2006, 2007 era of Formula One. And you can see how light the cars are relative to the grip and what's going on. Like the cars are like, the car body's like moving on the suspension, like and darting over the track. They're like go-karts. It was when Formula One was actually good. Like Formula One used to be basically go-karts, mental go-karts, and then since like 2008 or 2007, they started turning more and more into like prototypes in terms of how they drive, just due to the weight, the size, you know. I think Formula One racing should resemble go-karting really more than prototype racing. Like that's the whole point. It's like you have GT racing, which is great, but then Formula racing, like the whole point is people go from go-karting to F4, F3, F2, F1. It's not turning as well. This is the thing on the brake. It doesn't want to turn in. I'm moving the brake bar to like 55, and I know if I brake harder to rotate, all that happens is the rear goes over the limit. And like this corner is cambered, so it makes it quite like to do it, but yeah. Maybe if you lock up easily in a lot of cars, what it can be is that you might be braking too hard whilst you're turning, so you might need to do a longer phase of straight line braking and then start the trail braking phase later. So different sims have different sensitivity to the wheels locking up. It's also actually, that's another thing that sims get really weird. Like many real cars, especially with downforce, it's quite hard for a driver to push the brake hard enough to lock up the wheels at the start of the braking phase, whereas some sims it can be a bit too easy to lock up, I think. But it doesn't really matter. It's just one of those things. Like LMU, for example, you have to brake in a straight line for longer before going into the trail braking phase of braking. But it can be really hard. If you've got no feel, it can be really hard to get a feel for the braking. Hey, look, the track texture's nice. Just don't feel happy going through this. It's like in the original AC, you'd be balancing the car through that, feeling the grip, and, you know, balancing through those corners. That's the whole point and joy of those corners, is the way that you balance your car through them. That's the whole, like the entire essence of those corners is lost in AC Evo. But I think Evo is basically like, it's if someone thinks Evo drives fine, they're probably not a good driver. Like, they might be fast at driving Evo, they might be a fast driver, but if someone genuinely thinks that this is fine, I would wager that they don't understand driving. Like, they don't understand balancing at the limit, basically. They might, as I say, they might understand rolling onto the limit. They might be fast, but I don't think they understand the... I don't think they get it. They don't get it. The robo drivers. Yeah, well, I definitely not got my settings right. What setting do I need to get right? It's POV, yeah, it's the field of view. It's just terrible. I mean, it's fine. Okay, you have to be careful with your words. Compared to Gran Turismo, it's quite good. Compared to Forza, it's quite good. Under the limit, the general grip behaviour is a lot better than AMS2. And, you know, the sound's nice, suspension seems pretty good. But the handling at the limit is terrible. Like, it's just on or off. It's like a train. Yeah, AMS2 only has hovercraft. So, you know, if this was Kunos's first game, you'd go, oh, wow, that's really good as a first simulator and it's interesting. And to be fair, as soon as they put ranked multiplayer in this, it'll be fun to play ranked multiplayer where the handling won't matter so much. And, you know, you can drive the road cars in this that are, you know, like the... you can slide the road cars around and drift, right? So for a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, wow, you know. So let's do that. Let's just... we'll just do some drifting in, like, the BMW or whatever. Where is it? Why am I blind to BMW logo? There we go. Right, so you can drive it around, you can slide around and stuff, and so for a lot of people, if you're newer to sim racing, that will seem like pretty good, right? This is how UK always looks. Formula rims suboptimal for drifting. I think it's mostly just netcode adjustments and stuff they've done. There's a sweet spot. No, like, what do you mean there's a sweet spot? What do you mean there's a sweet spot? Would you tell me what the sweet spot is and I'll humour you? This looks nice in the wet. Oh, that didn't work. Reverse entry. I like when you have someone that's convinced something's fine, and this happens a lot in sim racing, and then you point out a very obvious issue. This is what happened with iRacing a lot. You go, look, it has very severe tire model issues that are very obvious if you've done any driving. And then they'll go, field of view, wrong car setup, wrong graphics settings, wrong force feedback settings. And you're like, okay, or the person with 10,000 hours plus of sim racing experience across every sim on the market that's been sim racing on average 50 hours a week for the last 10 years, maybe they can identify glaringly obvious aspects of a physics engine. It's possible. I mean, it's possible that they can't, but I'm still not good at drifting. What? Are you the guy that was saying about just the wheel sensitivity that I explained to you, that all that does is well, I'll try it. We'll do it. No. Well, just type the settings in chat. What car do you want me to do it with? What car? Just tell me in chat now. Well, I don't know what even settings you want. Are you on about wheel settings, or are you on about car settings? Because we can drive this the same with force feedback turned off as force feedback turned on. It doesn't really make any difference. He's doing requests. I need to eat something here. Yeah, well, force feedback's not the issue with this simulator. I'm not running any filters or anything. So there's literally nothing that you could, like, I can go through force feedback settings. No, because see, this is the problem. You genuinely think that it's the crux of things. Like, go on then. I'm gonna set it as you said. I'm gonna explain the settings. So all these are vibrations. They're not going to help you drive any better. They might help with immersion, and then in terms of your strength, you just want this so it's not clipping. with AC, any sim should be fine between like 30 with a 20 Newton meter DD wheel, between 30 and 60 or 70 is fine. So dynamic damping will just, as you go faster, the damper increases, so that will just add random variation in the force feedback as you speed up, which I've seen loads of people post online. They're like, guys, dynamic damper changes the force feedback and makes it so good. It's like well, no, what it's done is it's just added damper as you speed up, which is fine. It does make it feel different, but that's not the crux of. Yeah, so I mean, you can tell me your settings, GT Sim Racer, but I'm not running any filter on my wheel at all, or anything. So yeah, you can make a game so there will be an optimal amount of strength you can set with a racing simulator that will give it the most amount of signal out to a wheelbase, and there might be a compromise for whatever reason. I don't know what causes this, but some sims running it lower in the sim and higher on the wheel is better than running it higher in the sim and lower on the wheel. It doesn't make sense, but that's just from side-by-side testing. That's been the case with random sims, but even that's still like negligible on the grand scheme of things. Ultimately, when it comes to force feedback, if you've got like anything over an 8 Newton meter direct drive wheel, then you should be able to feel everything coming from the sim. In fact, it should be overactive, so you can then put a bit of damper and filter on. On my pit house at the moment, we're just running. We've got the wheel turned down because my arms are hurting. We normally run it about like 50 or 60. We literally run with no filter on anything. like there's nothing. It's just whatever's coming out of the sim. We've got no filter. We have a high-end filter here. This is all just vibrations though. So all that affects is like it'll make it feel a bit more rubbery. So this is a better way of effectively doing damping without losing detail. Basically, you're damping the higher frequency effects, which is just like that type of effect. Whereas all tire load is more like a so yeah. So I don't use any filters on this, and the Mozart R21's quite a nice quality DD wheel. But sure, if you're running the wheel at a much higher strength, you might want to put more filter on. But then you're going to be fighting with the force feedback, so rather than just driving. So yeah, the problem is there's a lot of people online that are adamant. They're like, it's these settings are game changing, but the problem is they're not very good at sim racing, and they don't know how the force feedback stuff actually affects the driving and how it's relevant. So, but then loads of people repeat what they say. Okay, here we go. GT Sim Racer. Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to have an aneurysm. We're doing it though. 1080. So that's just the wheel rotation. So you just want that to match up with your wheel rotation. So that's entirely dependent on what wheel rotation you have with your actual physical wheel. So that number should ideally be the same as the number on your steering wheel's rotation in your wheel software. But you could run incorrect steering rotation to make the steering feel faster or slower in a non-linear sense. But generally the way sims are programmed, that this will just keep it 1-to-1, and then the car will have its own steering lock value dependent on the car. So Simo, it depends on the sim. No, well, I don't run any filter or anything, so it doesn't matter. You don't. Was that this force feedback settings? Don't write me off. Well, you've just said the wheel rotation. I'm waiting for more settings. 1080. Sit. That's the key all along. Can't tell if I'm going crazy or the wheel is misaligned in some cars. Ferrari Challenge, I think the in-game wheel turns more than mine IRL. It could be that some wheelbase, it might be that they are misaligned. Sometimes that can happen with sims. Come on, give me more settings. I'm just sat here waiting. Oh, this sim racing is going to make me go insane. Yeah, so if the graphics, it might be that there might be an individual car setting that sets the visual wheel. That maybe they've not set it up properly. I don't know. Come on, GT Sim Racer. 03.2, almost amazing on my TX. Oh, I don't know. Turn everything to max. Sent the numbers. Oh, I probably thought it was a website. Just type each one at a time. just type each. It probably thinks you're spamming or something. I don't know. Yeah, iRacing is so much better with Marvin's app. Like the way you can dial it in to get detailed force feedback even at weaker strength is really good. And then if you wanted to use the seat of the pants thing, that can be really nice. 62 on what? 62 what? Oh, we go down. Okay, 50. So again, I've already explained that dynamic damping is just going to increase force feedback. 25, like no. All you've done is just added a load of damper. Right, already I can tell you that your settings have not improved the sim. 90? What, on damper gain? Oh dear, okay. Yeah, I can already tell you that this is basically just added damp. True Force. I don't have a Logitech wheel, so True Force isn't used by wheel. Yeah, you've just got totally arbitrary settings here. And I have 10. Oh no, we are that on 15. We're going with it. 16. Oh, we're close. We were close on that. It maybe it still does FEI. So from these settings, right, by the way, these are ignored by steering wheel. So if you these don't even these are not. I'm pretty sure these are ignored by steering wheel. This is just a gamepad. I don't think your wheel does these. From the top, less rotation. What do you mean less rotation? What are you on? Maybe arguing with a 10-year-old. It's quite possible. Oh no. Yeah, so I can, like, as I explained, it's on a gamepad. 1080 rotor, but my wheel's set to... Okay, I'm doing it. My wheel is set to 900 in the wheel software. So this is now made the in-game wheel will be like point... Like it not... 0. Like the ratio will be off by a percentage, so it will be like 3% more sensitive or something. Set it's 10. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Oh dear. Okay, 1080. Alright, there you go. You're happy. Why is this my job? Honestly, like... Are you happy? Are you happy with these settings? It would actually be hilarious if it magically made the sim feel amazing. I would actually love if that was the case. I know. Test drive, here we go. Apply, right. I got game wrong. What do you want the gain on? 60. Yeah, because that's going to make all... What did you want it on? 60? Yeah. It's impossible to tell the difference between 60 and 80. Oh, no, of course I would, Matt. I'd find it hilarious. It would be really funny. All I care about in generally is if something's true and if it's funny, and I will compromise truth for humour. Marvin's app's free, yeah. Well, we've done now. I've GT Sim Racer. We've done it. We've just set it up how you want. You're just yeah. I'm mocking everything. Right. We good. Is this good? Are we good to go? What car do you want me to drive? I'm like a remote control bold man. Okay. I'm applying. My arm's going to fall off with this strength on my wheel. What car do you want us to drive? What's a good... We can do that. Let's do the Caterham. There we go. See? We're on the same page. Curb effect on 10. Oh, it's still... Hang on, we can do that when we're at the track. Here comes snapped wrist. Hang on. He wants curb effect on 10. There you go. Oh, Giannismo, you'd be surprised what you're missing out on. I need to eat after this. Oh, the door opens. That's nice. GT laying it out here. I'm rooting for GT as well. I mean, it seems the same. You know, who knows? Seasoned to perfection. Yeah, it's almost that record. It's almost as if it's basically the same, but with a bit more damper on it. It's surprising that. Do you know what I notice as well is that people that tend to roll into the limit quite like having damper on their wheels. The reason being is because they tend to be people that don't want to accidentally cause the car to go into a slide, because that's considered overdriving. Well, I think it looks alright. I don't mind how Evo looks. It's yeah, I mean, needless to say, I don't think these settings have been particularly game-changing. It's almost as if the physics are independent to the force feedback. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Oh no, it's sub-emote. It's not a subscribe. Easy confusion there. Yeah, so all these settings do is you've just added a bunch of damper and then more vibration. So what you've done is the sim's already relatively muted in terms of tyre feel, and then the dynamic damper will mean as you go faster, the steering will feel a little bit stiffer to turn, which maybe you know, that maybe in your mind that's sort of like, oh, I'm going faster, and that's how feeling faster it feels. But I can assure you, I think what's going on with Evo and AMS2 and a lot of sims, the vast majority of people playing driving sims are not very good drivers, and I don't mean that in an insulting way. It's perfectly fine. I think sim racing is quite difficult due to the lack of feel. But then you combine that, people that don't have a feel for driving, with also preconceptions from race commentary, you know, all these sort of preconceived things. And that's what you end up with as most of the noise online when it comes to driving sims. But it's fine. If people are having fun, that's all that matters. You don't even need Lapong. You don't even need to have. You don't need to have experience driving a real car to understand what's going to be an enjoyable mechanic. It is really interesting that I would say like 99% of sim racers can't tell the difference between balance slip that the driver's balancing and holding versus a power slide and understeer. Like what we just done there, a lot of sim racers would think that's balance slip. They would think, oh, I've caught a slide, I've caught oversteer, you know. They can't distinguish the different types of behaviour. I need to do a video, Revan, on Marvin's force feedback. We should drive this with the F2004 actually. You can write that down. Well, yeah, GT Sim Racer, what's your problem? What's your issue? You should write it down, yeah. It's alright, you can come back to me in like 2 years' time and you'll be like, oh, Game of Muscle, you were so right. Not only are you a good-looking genius that was right all along, it finally clicked. I played AC1 with good settings and I understand what you're talking about now. I've had people do that, actually. I've had people message me and go, oh, I hated you, I still do, but I finally played AC with good settings and a DD wheel set up correctly, and I understand what you're saying now. Actually, that has happened quite a few times. So, you know, some people do actually go, you know, some people do which appreciate. All right, let's try the F2004. So Marvin's app is using the telemetry for the steering rack, I think. And yeah, RBR is really fun. But RBR has its own weirdo fanboys as well, which are insane. And it's like, it's every sim. So, like, you can just go and watch onboards of, like, 80s, 90s, 2000s and modern rally cars, right? And you can see that the tyres clearly grip the road insanely in real rally cars. You can see that they're mental, and you can very obviously feel and tell when you play Richard Burns Rally. Oh, Nara's become a member. Nah. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Put your hands in the air if you've got no hair. It's a DD girl, a dreamy girl, beautiful servo motor babe. Accu-Force, Fanatec, Simu Cubes, Magic and the Moser for her legs. Everybody needs a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sim ring. She's so powerful and strong, she can't do anything wrong, but she gets in the bath, turn off the power or she will fry. Nora's got her rotating in his bed tonight. 300 Newton meters of DD girl delight. She's powerful and electrifying. What a perfect babe from Germany. Thank you. Oh no, it's Philip van der Niekerk gifted 5 subs. Philip van der Niekerk's just gifted a load of subs. We're celebrating the wrong person. Thank you. I'm not singing it 5 times. Thank you very much, Philip. I need to put you... I'm going to have to put you on the mega list because you've donated so many. You're definitely on the mega sponsors list here. You've done more than £50 of bloody donations. Thank you very much. He's Philip van der Niekerk has elevated into a new bracket of Sim Racing Expo supporter. Dave Cam's for like relaxed, sensible driving. It's a bit more unhinged here. Whoa! There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. Say thanks to Philip, guys. If you got gifted a sub, say thanks to him. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting us there. No, what I always say about streamers is the nice thing is that you've got different streamers for different stuff. Like, I think Dave Cam's got a good sense of humour, actually. He doesn't make as many jokes as I think he could do. I think Dave Cam needs someone to play off, because he does have a really good sense of humour. So, like, whoops, broken everything here. Yeah, no, it's like you've got different... It's good to have different streamers. I don't like the whole comparing the streamers, basically, because I'm the best. So can't compare the best, can you? I just feel bad for, like, okay, some of the streamers might have been more successful, but they're not the best, are they? So it's just, I feel bad for them when people compare me, the best, to them. So I'd rather not, you know. You'd like to see my stream collabs. More stream collabs. Across the streams. That's it, GT Sim Racer. Look, I didn't say you're a bad sim racer, but if someone can't identify the fundamental physics issues in Evo, I think there might be a better sim racer than me by far, quite likely, in the sense that same with iRacing, someone could be like the skill of sim racing is more one of memory than it is balance. Well, I don't know if Matt Malone's the best, let's be honest. Come on. Now, Matt Malone, he does a good job. I don't know how he keeps his energy levels up all the time. It's partially the consumer's fault to blame the state of sim racing. There's a market of people stopped playing the existing sims or people that switched to new sim, even if the old sim is perfectly good. What's the justification for creating an Evo from a consumer perspective? Better, exactly. No, I know. The justification is for Kunos to make some money. And they do, you know, and to make a more advanced simulator. No, so the sim racing, if you're defining better sim racer by pace, someone that's very good at sim racing, and this is a known issue when sim racers consult on for real like work for race teams, you get to a level of sim racing where it's more just rote memorization, it's repetition of a very regimented and largely unchanging set of rules. It's a recital. So someone that's very good at precise recital will do better at sim racing potentially than someone that's good at balancing and adapting, because sim racing is a less variable activity, right? So it benefits those skills more. So someone could you could literally have no concept of balancing a vehicle and still be really, really fast. So like you have people playing driving sims with a gamepad that are really, really fast, but they're not balancing the car. No, I didn't say GT Sim Race. It's not about it being all visual. No, I literally just explained what it is. Sim racing, largely, you can be very fast at sim racing by reciting the correct inputs as a process of rote memorization, not reactive balance. Right? So there's different things. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's the reality. It's like, so in real life, if I was to drive an F2004 in real life, the handling of the car, the physics, none of it's going to be relevant. The fact is I'm too fat, unfit, and the G-forces would be like, I'd be like, what is going on? Like, I wouldn't even be able to concentrate on the driving, right? Because you would have to spend like a year or two building up to it, right? So in that scenario, the fitness becomes a big factor, right? In real life, the variability becomes a bigger factor. So there's differences there. But the point is with a sim, because you can do so many laps and you can repeat the same conditions, someone can lack a fundamental driving skill or an awareness of a fundamental thing and still do really, really well. Whereas in reality, where the variability is a much larger aspect of it, you are going to have to use balancing skills, going to become a more prominent skill. Okay, GT Sim Racer, you're trolling. It's very obvious that it doesn't have properly controllable slip mid corner, but Sam Shroom, no, not really. Like if you play iRacing, which is probably the most competitive platform, basically raw track pace is the most important thing by far. It's a very important thing in all racing, but basically if a simulator doesn't support proper balanced slip, you're only going to have a limited number of productive racing lines, and making a big mistake from pushing too hard will cost you so much time, it's not worth it, right? So sure, these are not binary things. There's a range to these things. There's a range to these things, but it depends at what level you're talking about. But for sure, in sim racing, racecraft is not really that important. Like you can just play iRacing in the top splits, and you'll see that it's pure pace is really, really important. Like more important than anything else, especially in sim racing, because it's always the same. So if you're faster than someone, they're not going to overtake you, are you? So, and if you can't have a car contact, you can't risk aggressive moves. And if the tyres don't allow you to balance at the limit, again, you can't risk going offline because you're not going to be able to complete the overtake. So, well, we're giving him a chance. We're giving him a chance, 7A7 Tech, because I'm going to get some food in a bit. We're just I'll give people the benefit of the doubt. I've seen people online make similar comments. Sam Shroom, so you're right. You've misunderstood what I've said. You can control a car by memorizing the general thing and like sliding into slip. That's still a form of car control, but it's not. So there's drivers that are very fast that don't know how to drift and can't drift. You're still controlling the car, you just don't have a specific aspect of car control. So that's a different thing. And like you still be good at that video game, right? So you could invent a hypothetical racing sim, right? That has no, let's ignore any existing sim. Take a hypothetical racing sim that has no controllable slip. You will still have some drivers that are very fast in that game. Trackmania, actually. I know you can ignore the drift mechanic in Trackmania, but for the most part, Trackmania you don't really balance slip in Trackmania. It's all about brake, accelerate, and corner radius, right? Some people will still be faster than other people and will nail the tracks. So that's it taken to the extreme, right? And so you still have to be very good at Trackmania, and there will be better and worse people, but none of them are using balancing skill. None of them are using balancing skills. What the I mean, okay, cold tyres, but that is something pretty interesting. So what I found in Evo is for me personally, I can effectively drive just as well with no force feedback as force feedback. Like it doesn't really make much difference, because ultimately you're not really using the force feedback to balance at the limit. Since when was there a giant wheel at Donington? Oh yeah, no, we have some really fast drivers in AC using a gamepad. I mean, I did say that. No, iRace, the Skippy's actually still one of the best cars in iRacing. It's exactly the same. It's the whole same process. It's not moved on at all. It's just marketing. I play iRacing a lot. I quite enjoy iRacing, but the physics are terrible. It's arguably got worse. I mean, yeah. This is terrible. Like, these settings are worse as well, because what you've done is you've just added damper, so it's even more vague. So yeah. Let's put this back. The fact, if you're not trolling and you genuinely think those settings are good settings, it fundamentally means you don't understand the settings. Unfortunately, why can't I? Where's this? So dynamic damping will add damping as you go faster. Minimum damper will mean there's always a certain amount of damper that's on the game. You don't want that. It's already got built-in damper, or the physics and force feedback as it is quite muted from the simulator due to the tire model. Damper gain, like you know, you don't want that. True force isn't even used unless you've got a Logitech wheel, and that's basically high frequency vibrations just for a Logitech wheel. And it's a gimmick. It's a marketing gimmick that Logitech invented to try and make their wheels stand out from other wheels. It does kind of make sense for low-end wheels like a G293, because those wheels can't do stronger force feedback. So it's nice having a bit of rumble and effects from games at a high frequency. It's something that lower quality motors can do. DD wheels can do it as well. It's quite a nice thing to have as an option. It's not a bad sort of immersive thing to have as an option, but it's mostly for marketing, and it's mostly to differentiate the products. It's marketing bollocks basically, which is now, unfortunately, now you've got Fanatec doing full force, and now you've got all the other wheels having EFI, which is it's got FEI or whatever, high frequency force effect, although they call it low frequency, even though it's high frequency. But what it means is we now have all these bullshit settings in Sims which are completely beside the point of what's actually useful to drive from. So it's really set back the understanding of force feedback. So it's a load of bollocks, basically. And it's kind of ironic that it's in Evo, because Stefano, I believe, and maybe it was Aris, but like people in Kunos specifically have said they don't want to give too many options to the end user because it's confusing. The Sim should just have the right settings, which I actually agree with in many ways. But if a company pays to have their API put in the game, they'll have another setting which is bollocks and confusing. So it's kind of ironic, really. Curb effects, fine, it's a vibration for going over curbs, but if you've got a DD wheel, you should feel the curbs anyway because they're pushing the suspension. But sure, if you want to add that in, you can. Road effects amplifies like the road texture, which will stop it from feeling smooth, which is great for people that don't like a road feeling smooth. If you've got a DD wheel, you should still be able to feel the road through the basic force feedback anyway, because a DD wheel is good enough. Tyre slip, that's quite nice as a vibration to have for when you're pushing into understeer. A real slick tyre doesn't tend to oscillate and vibrate, so it's going to feel generally unrealistic in a literal sense. Road tyres, though, in real life, if you do push them through a corner, even when you're trying to go quickly, they like wet tyres can do this as well. Anything with like a groove in it, like a road tyre especially, and that's why they make more of a high-pitched squeaky sound when you're just driving in real life normally. They can oscillate, and you will get something that's actually moderately analogous to a tyre slip effect in a video game. So it's a nice thing to have, though, just to know that you're pushing into understeer as an effect that ramps up. So that's fine, but again, not exactly realistic, or it doesn't really matter. ABS is quite nice to have as a vibration through the wheel. Why not? But in a real car, you probably feel it through your pedal and not through the steering wheel. Actually, you can feel it through your wheel a bit. I think it depends on which wheel's doing what. But Look, GT I'm just explaining GT Sim Racing to anybody else that is wondering what these settings are, and I'm telling you what they do and don't do, and why they're relevant and why they're not relevant. Wonder if Kunos PR department. Well, I don't think Logitech appreciated my True Force rap. Imagine you're a marketing department and you're like, oh, we found something to differentiate our completely boring run-of-the-mill product that's exactly the same as the product we released 15, 20 years ago, and we haven't really fundamentally changed because, well, there's no real reason to change it, but we need to differentiate it and encourage people to buy the new product and make it look like something new so we can justify increasing the price above the rate of inflation so we can still make money out of it. What can we come up with? Well, so if you with most sims, if you've got like a decent force feedback, you wouldn't necessarily need to feel an understeer vibration because you would just feel the grip, the force feedback would lighten up if you're understeering. But there's situations where it might not. So having a vibration for the front understeering can be quite good as an effect to have. I don't know. I'd be very skeptical of the new Logitech stuff. Like, I'm sure it's not bad. Maybe it's really good. I mean, the high end Logitech DED feels quite good, so I'm sure it's probably quite good. But I would also be skeptical. Like, you know, people. Every time there's a new product, even when it's utterly negligibly different, YouTubers want to actually hype something. So if you're a YouTuber, you have to make out that something is like game-changing or useless. Like, there's no nuance in between. Otherwise, you're not going to get clicks. So what you have is like this constant stupid thing of like, this has killed this has killed that, this is game-changing. It's so dumb. And it's just YouTubers trying to make money, which is fine. It's their job, but yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. It might be really good. There's just no way to know unless you try it. I haven't got one myself. I would imagine it's probably quite good though. Like, Logitech have very good engineers, and also they have to make sure they get stuff right because they sell retail. And they do a lot of volume, so they have to do a good job. So it probably is really good. Apex Twin, if Kuno said come to the office for a week to sort out a force feedback, would you do it? They know what they need to do. It's not that they don't know. It's that physics are very complicated to implement. The force feedback is driven by the physics. The cars in Evo don't have properly balanceable slip, so it's a very complicated technical issue with whatever other stuff they're trying to do. They're trying to build a next generation simulator, so it's in early access. They will be trying different things out. I'm sure they'll do something else with the tire model, something else, and then it will might come together more or less. Who knows? It's not like they know what they're doing. It's just difficult to get it to work well. And then in terms of the force feedback stuff, like I've talked to them and said, like, my view is they need to have something like Marvin's app or some way for the end user to be able to control the absolute force feedback without damper or all these other things on it. That's what they need, right? So, but it's up to them. It's their video game. They can do what they want. So they might feel like, oh no, it's up to them to do it, and the end user, it's not up to the end user to have the control. So yeah, I think Marvin's app, that's basically what everyone should have. You what? United Spotlight. I'm a casual sim racer, so the R5 suits me. I couldn't run zero effects on everything on an R5. It's not strong enough. Yeah, no. So if you have a weaker force feedback wheel, weaker wheels can do vibration still really quite well, and so you might want like a bit of road texture, you might want a bit of curb texture, you might want to add those in. That's fine. I'm not against them. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Like I normally in AC1 put a bit of road effect and understeer effect, and even with the DD wheel, you know, you might as well. But those are not things that really help you drive. They're just they're like texture immersion. Tortellini. How's it going, man? GT Sim Race, you feel like you're bashing your head against the wall. Yeah, it's because you don't notice what's missing. Yeah, like it's very obvious the thing that's missing and what's wrong with it. But if you don't notice it, you don't notice it. So, you know, it's just how it is. Oh no! Polish COVID. What a disaster. I got fine German COVID from Gamescom. You need to get good before Expo. Well, you've got like 16 days. How bad is the COVID? Seven A7. No, I'm saying it's a bad game as well. It's worse than the first AC. It might be more complicated. It might do some more advanced things. It might have some more, some great aspects to it. So actually, think of it a bit like the graphics engine in this, right? So the graphics in Evo look really good. Right, like the lighting effects, the physically based renderer, the reflections, the highlights. You can take advantage of DLSS, the object density, the trees, the grass. Really great, right? That's fantastic. However, can you run that at a good frame rate? No. So most people can't. I've not got 5090. So the thing is, it's like, in theory, Evo looks a lot better and is much better than AC for graphics, right? In practice, if you're playing AC1 with obviously like shader patch stuff, and you know that's a mod, that's work people have done, not discounting that, but in practice, it's better in AC1 even though it's a technically worse engine, right? So the same with the physics. It's like it could technically be better. They could be doing really advanced stuff, but are the cars as directly responsive? No. Can you hold slip properly at the limit? No. Well, so, you know, I mean, I'm sure they're working on it. I'm sure they'll do something better with it. It's in development. It's early access. Can't complain. But at the same time, people can be honest. You know, it's like what I say about iRace's tire model. It doesn't allow you to hold slip properly because it's too sloppy. So that's fine. It is what it is. Enjoy playing it. Have fun. I enjoy playing it. But you can't say that someone's wrong to point out the truth, right? Random call sign. How's it going, man? Right, anyway, I need to eat something. I'm starving. Bloody starving. How long does it take for a freezer to defrost? I'm bored of talking about Sims now, actually. After 10 years, I'm bored. Yeah, it's pointless. I'm bored. I'm becoming a flight simmer, helicopter simmer. I watched a 1 hour video yesterday, guys. I watched a 1 hour video of a guy. He gets into a helicopter. It's like a whole mission thing. Takes 20 minutes to start the helicopter up, and then he gets a mission. Then it takes 25 minutes to fly to a location. He lands. Then it takes 20 minutes for the medics to come out and then take the person into the helicopter, and then another 30 minutes to fly to the hospital. And that was an hour, and I watched that and I was like, that looks quite fun. It's like train sim with helicopters. So I might have to set that up. I can't play Wreckfest 2 because it makes me motion sick. I've asked the developers to put some kind of Lock to Horizon camera in the game, but I don't think they're interested. Wreckfest is great fun though. Right, I'm gonna get. I'm just gonna put some food on. And then I'll be back in a minute. I don't know what we're going to do though. Tomorrow LMU update comes out, and then on the 24th new graphics for Race Room, which will be quite good. I know I said that, Chedhead. I think Wreckfest would really benefit from some really simple oval tracks. Like, do you know what I mean? Like just really simple, like a snow oval or a dirt oval. That's just simple, like maybe a little bit of camber on the edges. I know they already have like a pure oval track, but just maybe like a track that's half of it's snow and half of it's ice, and then maybe there's just maybe it's like a pier or something. Stuff like that would be fantastic. I don't know why they didn't even do that in the original one. And the more simple tracks I think are more fun with Wreckfest. LFS had an update as well recently. Right, let me just... guys, go and subscribe to Random Call Sign if you haven't. He's a beautiful, miserable sim racer. One of the... he's pretty critical. He's an idiot like me. He's an absolute moron like me. We'll never learn. We're both idiots. Like... we might not agree on everything, but we're both complete idiots, so that's nice. We're both absolute idiots. We're both terrible at making money. Oh dear. Do you know how much this kind of... Oh, we've lost the showroom there. Look at this. See this wall stuff? This wood panelling? Right. Do you know how much that costs? If you've got even if you've got a plastered wall and then you put this wood panelling fascia on it, this wall would cost like 2 or 3 grand. This is probably like 4 grand to do this whole garage with this wood panelling. You can do it for cheap, but then it looks shit. So, and then to have lighting put into it as well. Bloody hell! Then you have to have that wired, so you'd have to have an electrician do it as well, so it's up to code. Oh, can you imagine? It looks nice though, the wood panelling, but... And then it's even worse if you don't have perfect plastered walls, because if you've got perfect plastered walls, it can just be like drilled in or like even glued on in some cases. I wanted to do this in my basement, but it's just too expensive. You got a few pallets? Cheddar, how much? Which ones have you got? Have you got the simple ones, or they're like the pre-cut ones? How do they get the car in there? Maybe through the garage door that's on the right. No, this is called a garage, Counter Debate. I know you only do loft conversions. Look at this ceiling lighting as well. That's expensive. You'd have to get this inset and then the LED strip, and then it'll probably need like a converter. God. I mean, this is a garage. Even this has got like inset in the wood panelling on the walls up here. This is fancy shit that you get. Rich people get this kind of like lighting. This old garage would cost a fortune. Counter debate. How much would you charge? Counter debate. I've got a double garage that's this size. Good luck in the UK. I mean, that's effectively a built-in wardrobe as well. So that's another £2,000. I mean, this whole thing is like yeah, it's not the lights aren't expensive. It's getting the builder to do a good job of it and to actually finish it nicely and not cock it up. Yeah, this old garage would cost you like what, 80,000? Even if you had the building done and then you're gonna have this all finished off. Oh, maybe less than that. 20,000. If you had a garage without any of this panelling, without the aircon, without any of the lighting, without the power, yeah, 20k. Yeah, exactly. There you go. See, I'm pretty good at guessing these prices. I've been around builders too much. We forgot the 450,000 for the F2004, which is an integral part of this garage. I mean, you know, actually they're probably like 1.2 million for probably like 200, 300 for a replica, like just a replica, like not an actual. They're probably like 2-3 million, aren't they, for a real one? All right, GT Sim Race. I look forward to being dampened by you. It is a nice looking car. I mean, what happened to motorsport? Honestly, just look at it. Formula One's so shit. Like now, look, it's a race car, isn't it? It's a really good car model. Credit to Kunos. Kunos do have a good show. I mean, look at that. Doesn't that just look like the future? Look at the lines and the... It looks like some kind of like Stingray or something. I hate motorsport. Like the way it's gone is so shit. Like look at the way this... Yeah, look at the way this goes, like round here and then up on, and then you've got the gap from the wheel. I mean, this could be a little bit closer to the wheel. Design-wise, this could be a tiny bit. This could be a little bit higher, and this should be a little bit closer to the wheel. And then this should be a bit further in. I'm redesigning the F2004, guys. We're making it even better. Yeah. You could move this proportional gap here is a bit off for the wheel, and this line doesn't, you know. Or if this was here, it's slightly too high up on the wheel. Like either it needs to be at the top of the wheel or it needs to be a bit further down to line up with that line, and then this being here. But yeah, just visually, like probably for performance, probably what I'm saying is bullshit. But like, and then this needs a gap here more. Yeah, no, I know. Obviously, it's designed around the spec, so I'm just saying purely visuals. But you know, it's amazing. It's funny how it's got this like broken egg thing here though for the under tray. I think like 90s Indy cars look really good as well. I think the groove tyres look awesome. I mean, the side pod shape as well is so fantastic. Like just and the way the fins coming off. And then this here, like... ridiculous. It looks so good from the back though. Like I actually think it looks better from the back than it does the front. Yeah, this picture looks like an ImSim sim rig. Maybe it's an Assetto Corsa ImSim partnership, Italy and Portugal. Look, it looks like there's a wheel, and then there's like it looks like a ImSim Gara cockpit, wheel, chair. I mean, to be honest, ImSim make the best looking sim rigs, and if you were going to do like a promotional, if you wanted a promotional high end sim rig, it would make sense to go with to use someone like ImSim. That's what I would do. It looks like a sim rig. Chair. It doesn't look like a car. What's this? One thing Ace does better than anyone else is the vehicle details. They look incredible, and even when you zoom in all the way in. Yeah, well, you can tell they're like weirdo car people. So yeah, maybe AC's not good for driving, but it's good as a car museum. It's a great car museum. Yeah, just have the cars. What other cars do they have? Oh, what's this gallery? Oh, okay. What other vehicles are there? Let's put a real car in there. Oh, look at that. I think Caterhams look nice. I don't care what anyone says. Caterham 7's awesome. The great thing about a Caterham is you can burn your leg when you step out of it if you're wearing shorts on the exhaust pipe. That's a great design feature. Who hasn't wanted to get third-degree calf burns when stepping out of a vehicle? You know? Where else would you put an exhaust pipe? The car brands you. What adult man wears shorts? I'd wear shorts in my Caterham 7. Base, no, not really. They only did some little tweaks. Is it really a Caterham without a picnic basket on the back, though? That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? You need a picnic basket. So, I think it's a really nice looking car. You can get one of these for like £17,000. Perfect vehicle for the UK because you can get wet every time you go for a drive. Well, Shelby Cobra actually, Mr. White Pony Derby. Shelby Cobra is the peak of all road cars. After the Shelby Cobra was invented, they should have just made every road car a Shelby Cobra. Like, why? Like, what are you going to do that's better? Imagine a world where every vehicle is a Shelby Cobra, like how everything now is like a Volkswagen Golf. If they should be Shelby Cobras. Yeah, they do Caterham Cup in the UK, which is one of the more affordable race series that you can do. I think they have 3 classes. Some people have done it with their road car, fully road legal car, and they do the race and then drive home. I think it's a nice car. Oh, Tomster, hello. Thanks for following. I need to get some food in. We're just too busy looking at cars. This is what happens when I need to eat. I just sit here looking at cars. Do you know what would make this better? If this was a helicopter. Honestly, helicopters are even better looking than cars. I mean, just as far as vehicles go. These are really uncomfortable bucket seats in this. Oh man, I need to drive one of these in real life. Yeah, Shelby Cobra 70,000 I think can get you a passable one, but then 120,000 for a really good quality one, I think is what last time I looked on Motorsports. I mean, I'd never buy one. They're just shit cars to actually just spend so much money, but they look nice. Race Cars Direct, here we go. 84, no. There's because they do the original, but then you've got the original one's worth like millions, but then you've got the kit cars. 275,000 for one with a roof. The 1964. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. Look at this. I'm not a car person, but I'm sorry. This is... tell me that this isn't nice. Like, well, this is what, not even a... This is the race... Imagine owning that. I mean, isn't that just perfect? It's like the Le Mans car, I think. Imagine just driving that around casually. Oh, it looks amazing. Right, that's not what we were looking at. I mean, the race car versions of it look amazing. 176,000 for this Shelby Cobra Daytona GT. Oh my goodness. With the rear wing on it. Look at this. Imagine having this. Imagine how amazing that would be to like experience. It looks mental. Yeah, I've linked it in chat. I sent a link in chat. Click the link. Alright. I'm just going to get some food. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I pasted the link in chat. Click the link. Race Car Direct advert. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it does. Go to site. There you go. Just click the advert. That could be good YouTube content. You you build it, buy a kit race car and just build it, and that's the YouTube channel. Is the whole channel is just building a race car. Just every day you wake up and you start building your race car. Can you imagine how long it would take me to build a Caterham 7 from a kit? It would take me like a year. And it would still, and it'd be missing all the bits. It'd It'd be the worst. It would be, I'd finish putting it together and they'd be missing like a vital component. It'd be like was it Airbus where they designed all the cables the wrong length or something? Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Feel free to talk to each other in chat whilst I need to make some food because I've not eaten anything all day. So I've had some porridge, which was like 6 hours ago. Brain shutting down. Be back in a bit. Hello, guys. Yeah, a bit of a food disaster. I'm defrosting my freezer because my fridge broke and I had to defrost it. So I've had to put some stuff in the air fryer, but not to have anything else to eat. All I've got is fish and bloody halloumi fries. But yeah, so it's take a while, but it's all good, isn't it? It's Monday. Fridge cleaning stream. We might be building a sim rig soon. Another sim rig. That'll be a sim rig building stream. I did put a fish in. Yeah, that's all I've got. Fish and. Yeah, it's all good. I've not. I had a bowl of porridge this morning, and that's it. So my brain is actually shutting down. Got some tea. Bloody hell. When I don't eat anything, like, I sort of just go into like a meditative state. It's really weird. I quite like walking when I'm hungry, because I just like float along. Go into autopilot mode. It's really weird. Poverty mode. Your freezer's Wagyu burgers? Jesus Christ. Do you buy like burgers in bulk? I just had my freezer was just full of you can have a foot on camera. It was just full of vegetables and fruit. It's not too bad. I did have some soup actually. Oh, it's too late now. I put the fish in the. I can have soup later. You buy a few packs every time you go to Asda and forget to eat them. Yeah, that's the problem with freezers. It's really easy to forget what you've got. That's what someone needs, is like not the stupid, you get the screens for your fridges, for those stupid fridges. What you need is like a basic screen. So you scan what you put in your freezer, or you do it with your phone, take a picture of it with your phone. But then the freezer then has an image of what's in there, and if you take it out, you just poop it or something. Yeah, so you can get apps for that. That's probably a good way of doing it with an app. We're back. OBS just stopped and then started again. Chest freezers are good though. Like if you've got space, chest freezers like a super efficient way to keep stuff frozen. Thing is, I always just want to eat like vegetables, salad, bread, soup. That's all I want to eat. I was recently been getting a craving for mushroom. Like I might buy some like big mushrooms and fry them up with some garlic butter. I think that'd be nice. Mushroom it's mushroom time of the year. Mushrooms everywhere. Need more tea. So yeah, anyway, the air fryer's cooking my food. What a great live stream. This is quality content. This is what it's all about. This is what people want to see on the internet. We could I don't know what we should do. We could do some racing with subs, I guess, or don't know what else to do really. Tomorrow there's going to be yeah, I think the LMU update's coming out tomorrow. I think it is. So we'll do LMU tomorrow. And then 24th race room's coming out. Chilling shorts. These are good shorts. These are cheapo Mountain Warehouse reduced price camping shorts. Fast drying. They're top notch. I love outdoor camping clothing. It's the most comfortable, affordable, quality clothing. Mid-end camping trousers and shorts. Is this like a middle-aged thing? where you basically just you just like camping clothing. I think it looks great. I think it looks good on women as well. Like, forget fashion clothing. Outdoor clothing looks well good. Hello, Chill Robots. We're good, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, probably middle-aged thing. It's affordable and good quality and convenient and makes sense. You have to think about it. Like, also, you get the trousers that convert into shorts, so it's practical as well. And they wash quickly and they dry quickly. And they're really comfortable. In the summer, they keep you cool, and in the winter they're warm. Like, what more could you... Well, it's literally clothing. It's the point of clothing, isn't it? And I personally think women look more attractive in practical clothing. in my view, I hate fashion. Unpractical, fashionable clothing. I think it looks better. I wonder if women think men look better in practical clothing. I think some do, obviously, but I know my female friends like men in suits, so I guess that's the opposite of practical, but yeah, hot DD girl, yeah. I wonder if you surveyed like 100 men at random from different 100 men from the ages of like 25 to 40, right? And you surveyed 1,000 men, and you said, okay, here's a woman dressed in like dress, pretty clothing or whatever, and then you had a picture of the exact same woman, but she's just wearing like normal camping trousers and like a sporty top and whatever, like camping clothes. I would wager that more men would find the woman in the outdoor clothing more attractive, right? Because you'd be like, if you don't know any other information, I mean, personally, I'd be like, oh, that's someone that probably enjoys walking. That's pretty good. That's someone that is not pathetic. I would make a lot of assumptions. They could be terrible. They could be the worst person ever, but yeah. Mind you, I tend to yeah. I mean, I think Germans wear more practical clothing. This is where it all comes from, guys. I'd never cope as the expectation on a lot of women to wear like nice dresses and things, especially if you were an influencer or you work in media and things. I just couldn't cope. There's too much. How many pairs of walking boots do you own? Tell me why Merrill is no longer a good brand. Oh, well, the glue is not the same that it used to be. Oh my God, we're getting married. What walking shoes do you prefer? Oh, well, I actually like low-rise walking shoes that are closer to trainers because they put less wear on my knees and they're easier to dry and actually more practical. Ah, we're getting married. Yeah, Merrill's used to be really good. I tell you what's depressing. Salomon, is that how you say the brand? Have some of the best shoes at the moment for the last like 2 or 3. Here we go, shoe talk, guys. This is what you come here for. Is that how you say the brand? Salomon? I don't know. They've had like the best shoes for like the last 3 or 4 years. Not the cheapest, but on the sort of high-end, good quality, but not stupid, right? Unfortunately, they don't fit my feet. Exactly, there you go, see? Rubber legs nose. Exactly. It's really annoying because they are absolutely the best. You can tell the quality is amazing and the design of them amazing. But if you have feet, like weird feet like I have, and one foot that's half a size bigger than the other, you're screwed. So I feel like we've been excluded. Yeah. Can't beat a good pair of shoes. I'm going to have to check my fish in a minute. It's cooking in my air fryer. Sell a man sounds a bit like human trafficking. I think it's meant to be like a lizard, a salamon. Like a salamander. At the moment, as we're talking about shoes, I bought... last time I was in Paris, I went to Decathlon and bought some trainers for like €12. And they're the best trainers I've ever had. The cheapest Decathlon trainers. They're amazing. They're super comfortable. They're not water resistant or anything. They're shit trainers, but they feel amazing. Yeah. I must have French feet. Yeah. I don't know why Decathlon nailed it so much. Because Decathlon stuff, I think, is made in India. But Indians obviously are small, but I wonder if they design it specifically for Westerners. But I don't know why. So American shoes typically don't feel so good for me. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, hang on, I'm just getting my food. What's that Keen boots, Chedhead? Are they light? I'll be back in a minute, guys. Just going to see if my fish is cooked. What's for dinner? Beige. Beige dinner time. Beige all the way. Look at this plate of beige. It's like a German dinner, this. They like beige food. What potato? I tell you what's better than slippers for indoor is if you like those slippers that are a bit like socks with the grippy bottom. They keep your feet warm and they're not annoying like slippers. That's what you need. Woo! Wow, hot. What do we do? What's this about? This is very disturbing. It's like a little concrete. You're trapped with a caterham in the middle of the ocean. Is this Marco's house? Look at that fancy log fire. What type of person lives in a house like this? I mean, also, right, you've got all this space, and then you have this really big sofa with a tiny TV, relatively speaking. Why would you not have a projector screen? Fire, yeah. Just have it, just burning fuel for the sake of it. This is a steel beam. Steel beam. You can span this gap with a steel beam. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you might as well have like a pool table or something in here. This is Marco's put someone he doesn't like in carbonite. He's trapped him in a race suit. This is actually a cryogenic fridge. So Marco puts people. It's his future body. We've got individual spotlights in the ceiling. On rail. These are well expensive. They're a pain in the ass to put up as well. I think we should. Do you think this is like oak floor as well? Oh, it's even got plug sockets in the floor. I think that's what these are. Why else would you have metal here unless there were plug sockets? The floor looks like it's a bit dirty. Look at that. They've not done a good job of mopping it. Mop didn't have good force feedback. It's quite a nice reflection. Can't debate will know how much. How much does this cost? To have I mean, that's a lot of floor space. Yeah. Well, there's no radiator. Well, no, we've got this artificial fire, but yeah. Underfloor heating. Bit annoying. If you want to turn the lights off, you have to walk all the way over to this corner of the room. You're like, oh, I want to turn the lights off. That's the first world problem. It looks like an ImSim rig to me. Oh, but now it looks different in that one. Right. If this was your house, would you rather have a painting this size or a screen? Like, you'd have a projector here. No, you'd put your sofa here, and this would be a projector screen, and then you could watch films. Like, why would you want your sofa here? Oh yeah, so you want your sofa here, so your frozen, entrapped Stig has to watch you. The new Tin Biscuit cam. Given that this is a living room, it doesn't look like there's much living going on here. Can we see round the corner? No. That's what Kunos do to anybody that says that Evo's not as good as AC. I wonder what's up the stairs. What do you think's up the stairs? You just click on showroom. Oh, hang on, we can move the car. I forgot. It's just spinning it around though. You can choose these. That's right. That's right. These guys having to work. They're not being paid. Why is he on the coffee machine? What are you doing? Oh, that's not a coffee machine. What is it? Oh, look at these photographers. Look, taking pictures of my caterum. They've never seen it before. Why are characters in AC so pale? Look at them. They all look like vampires. I think that's the underlying story of Assetto Corsa Evo. Any positive? What's this? What's she doing? They look like they're pretending to be busy. I don't think they're doing anything. I think they should have people dancing in this game. That'd be good. Just have some attractive women dancing around the car. What's he doing? What are you doing? Oh, hang on, there's more people there. I didn't even notice. This guy's wearing shades indoors. Another guy with jaundice. Film that. Wow, what a scene. Great moment to film there. You wouldn't want to miss that. He looks like he's wearing lipstick. Yeah, check your video footage, mate. That's a caterum. Yeah, we should just have a garage filled with inflatable men. Dude, oh, look at the ceiling, guys. This is a high quality garage. Look how pristine that ducting is. What racetrack is this? It's probably some like brand new Saudi racetrack or something. It's pristine. That's some good duct work though. Look at those angles. Oh, hang on, we've got a sewage pipe here. Probably a toilet up there. What's this pipe for? Just another water pipe. But that's a sewage pipe. What we've got like, oh, there could be drainage pipes from the ceiling, but it's a bit weird to have them go through the building. Yeah, cable runs. Is that what those are? Is that a cable run? Yeah, look. I mean, look at that. I mean, this is top notch. There could be. It's a bit thick for a gas pipe, isn't it? Yeah, these are cable runs. Gordon Freeman can be heard walking through this. Clink, 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 clink. That's the actual part of Evo that they've not announced yet. Ah, compressed. Why would you have compressed air going through the ceiling though? But you can't. You have to appreciate a good bit of ducting. You know, John McCain, Art Klein hiding up there. Insulated ducting as well. I mean, honestly, it's quality stuff. Can you imagine how much of a pain in the arse it is to like put ducting on buildings? Yeah, I love stuff like this in new buildings. In older stuff, it's not very nice. So it really bothers me. So, this is genuinely something that really annoys me. Pet peeve of mine is Victoria Underground Station. The ceiling always looks shit, and it's always they can't fix the leak in it because they'd have to like rebuild the station. So they've just left holes in the ceiling, and then when it rains, they've got buckets out. It's London. It's 2025, and there's always like removed ceiling because they can't patch it up because the water would just move somewhere else, right? They literally would have to tank it or something, which would require them to close the station. You know, it really annoys me. Really annoys me that you look at the ceiling and it's crap. And then you have stations, guys, like Embankment. Or Westminster. Not Embankment. Westminster Station is really nice. Westminster Station is like all modern, and you know, I don't know why. Why would Westminster have a nice tube station? I think it's even got like those like anti-suicide doors. So like, yeah, it's just like why. I think Westminster probably one of the nicest tube stops. The Elizabeth line stops are quite nice, but that's a new station, so it doesn't count. Although I think Westminster was redone in like 2000s. Westminster's in Andor as well, actually. Or is it Westminster, or is it it's probably not. They probably used the station at Canary Wharf. Right, what are we doing? I mean, this is fun looking at these. Is that actually 3D through there, or is that a texture that's pretending to be 3D? You know that way of doing it's like a normal map. What are they called? You know the textures where it looks like it's 3D, but it's just a 2D texture that as you move changes what's on the texture and it makes it look like there's a room. But like, yeah, it's a parallax map, but I don't even know how they work so well. No free cam. What's new? I don't know. You check the release notes. They just did some tweaks to netcode. Here we go. Look at this. Gordon Freeman's running along the roof. Is this meant to be Italy? Are these Italian buildings? It's a nice texture. This kind of looks Parisian rather than Italian. Look at this normal map of the floor. That's a nice. Look at those cobbles, they're well nice. Can't beat some cobbles. It's nice lighting. That's weird. Camera switches into a nighttime mode. I know, it's just when you change it quickly. How are the lights being controlled? Look, the lights are on. Right. Okay, those room lights. Are they changing smoothly? What do you mean? What's the point? This is sim racing. I think it's just the camera adjusting its contrast. What's going on in some of these rooms? Some of them are blue. Hang on. Is that reflecting that? Right, this underwater rooms. Weather. Let's we can only have overcast. We can't have rain. Bit of twilight at 3 in the morning. This must be summer. Hang on. That's off there. Or maybe it's meant to be the illumination. That's weird. Some of the windows. Weird. Woo! Sun sunshine coming. I think he's had mushrooms again. How good would this be on mushrooms? Totally illegal, don't do mushrooms. I don't need mushrooms, this is how I am normally. I love stuff like this. This is peak sim racing. If this was Italy, there'd be like cigarette stumps all over the place. And some like, what, you know, these little paper espresso cups. You only see them in Italy. I've never seen a mini paper espresso cup. I've never seen one in the UK. I've seen them all over the place in Italy. Yeah, Kunos don't understand their own culture. Hang on, what's this? What's going on with this shadow here? Oh, it's like a clipping thing. Oh, if it's France, yeah, there'd be cigarettes everywhere. There'd be someone running across here. You'd be able to smell baguettes. It'd be all right. There'd be someone protesting. Gilets jaunes coming through the corner. Someone throwing a brick at you. If this was UK, you'd have a big screen with a person from another country promoting rioting and fascism, and then the government would totally ignore it and act that it's totally fine. That yeah, that's if it was the UK, that's what would happen. Yeah. So you can tell it's not the UK. Bins full of rubbish. Dog shit all over the pavement. Yeah, but you'd be able to get a cup of tea, so come on. Stop being so negative. There'd be a Greg's. That'd be Edinburgh. There'd be Greg's with like a drunk Raspy Nesbit. Rapsy Nesbit. I can't ever say his name properly. They're taking me weeds. What's going on here? Oh no, the bricks are falling apart. Yeah, there'd be one of those shops where you can spend money. What's it called? Like where you buy everything on loan. Man, those shops. They still exist. They shouldn't be legal. Let's inspect these trees here. This is important. How close can we get? So no, the foliage looks nice in this. It's quite nice. Is that some kind of... Oh, here we go. We can turn the cap. Look at that. What type of tree is that? Looks nice. It's got a bit of ivy climbing up it as well. Apothecary. We don't have... They're called... they're not called that. Or is that the name of this tree? Hang on, we managed to break the camera. We've broken free. I want to break free. It tried to constrain me, but I've escaped. I can turn wherever I want now. Take that, constraints. I think we out gimbal locked ourselves. It's not really free cam, but somehow it's... do you think if we keep turning we can... psych the camera out? Oh no. Look at these balconies. Un balcon. Hello, Paul Kenley. What are we doing apart from investigating this? It does have like a. You can do this. Look, it does actually have a showcase camera thing. Not in all settings. I think they have one in the living room. No, in here they have a showcase camera. I think it goes to it after a while. Oh, maybe you need the car in a certain position. No, I don't know. It does have a automatic camera. Hang on, that's the same TV that was in the house. Stole it from the office. Absolute TV theft. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, there's no poverty housing in here. There's no terraced house. They need a terraced street with like dilapidated buildings with the caterham sat on the street with a parking ticket on it. That'd be well good. Like some chavs walking past in the background throwing shit at the car trying to steal it. That would be realistic. That's what we'd like to see. See, this type of ceiling looks terrible. I'd rather have a naked ceiling with the stuff hanging from it. Looks better. Again, look how pale she is. Why do Kunos make their characters so pale? She's not allowed to look away from the screen. If you look away from the screen, you will be sacked and you will have no job. And in this economy, you need to never look away from the screen. You should be grateful for having a job. Okay. I will not look away. These people look like they're trapped. He's like, I will sit here. Oh, who's he talking to? I will watch over my workers, and if they disappoint me, they will be frozen into a carbonite. I will, if you do not work hard, I will put you into my living room. You will be put. You will be frozen into my cabinet. You know what happened to the Stig? He was frozen. He will never move again. That's what happens if you misbehave. Hello, random call sign. Carbonite call sign. You're next to go in the carbonite box in Marco's sitting room. If you misbehave in the office. We're working out the story, the Kunos story. So they basically... Yeah, it's a true story. What car do you think that is? I think it's a Robin Reliant. No, it looks like maybe like an Aston Martin. Is it a Jag? It looks like, instead of it being cloth that's over the top of it, it looks like someone's melted wax. Someone's melted wax over the top of the car and it's dried and they're like, shit! We've waxed the car! We were meant to put a cloth on it, but we put wax instead. Who put wax on the car instead of the cloth? This is going to be impossible to reveal now. We're going to have to turn all the fans on and heat it to melt the wax off. Wax car. You should be able to drive this wax car around the track. Someone had to 3D model this cloth. Do you think they use physics to drop it over a model, and then they were like, oh, cloth model. Waxification. This is what they do to say they freeze people in Marco's cupboard, but they also put wax over cars. Oh, look at that. Is that Road America? This looks like Spa. Oh, look at that. This good what's it called? Bloody hell, what are they called? Nice plant. Almost impossible to kill. Monstera. That's what you need. Get a Monstera going, guys. Monstera actually produces an edible fruit. You have to cook it. You can eat the leaves, but you have to cook them. The leaves are toxic. Uncooked, they're toxic to animals and people. But there's a fruit, and you can treat it. I think you have to cook it. Yeah, I think you have to do something to make them edible. Oh, there's the espresso machine. Look at that. That's a beast of an espresso machine. Where's the teapot? Where's the teapot? I don't know. Probably not. Does it have tea? I don't think it does. I think it's just a dirty coffee machine. Italians don't drink tea. They don't. That's if they did, the force feedback would be better. This is fun, isn't it? We just spent an hour doing this. Let's investigate this floor texture. Oh, very nice. Looks maybe like a concrete. Very nice, yeah. Top notch. Oh. Right, what should we do? Does anybody want to race in AC1? Hang on, can we turn this on?
I don't like ACC, but I do like
The
the
normal.
So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
Should we do a race in AC1?
of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
See, that's quite nice how you have a transparent window, but it's reflecting off another thing, and then the sunlight with the bloom effect's nice in this. Biliano. I love to be a friend and I want to play together sometime. We'll just join in when we live stream. I'm not anyone's friend though, so don't want to be my friend. I'm terrible. Why? I mean, oh, where's she going? She's going into the office. Look, she's sneaking in. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Oh. We've spotted something happening in the office. Watch out, guys. He's playing it off by looking at his phone, but you know what's happening. She's getting a promotion. Sir, service. Oh, it's meant to be like a car dealership, but it's also their studio. That doesn't make any sense. Right, does anybody want to do a race in AC, or should we just fly helicopters? I think I might just fly a helicopter for a bit. Is that alright, guys? I think we should fly a helicopter. We're kind of done with that, though. Nothing's really changed. Helicopters. Yeah, there is a mod. Oh, I don't know. We need to get mod sorted out. Where can we fly a helicopter? Man, I need to. The problem is, I need to finish defrosting my fridge, and I need to. I need to make some space for stuff. We got a sim rig coming tomorrow. We've got to. We're building a sim rig, guys, and we're building another simulator. We need to finish sorting out some stuff. It is turned off and the door's open, but I need to. I left the door open, yes, to defrost it quickly. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say until we'll live stream setting it up. We've got a pretty rig we're going to use for like testing stuff on. But then I'm not sure if we're going to put it upstairs. I cleared loads of space upstairs so I could build another filming area. But then now thinking about it, I'm like, maybe we should still do it down here. So I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. We'll have to have a think about it. Yeah, if we're doing helicopters, what we're bloody doing? This problem with Flight Sim. What's the mission thing? Mission mod. Microsoft Flight Sim helicopter. Microsoft Flight Sim helicopter mission mod. There's a mod you can get. It's called HPG Action Pack. How much is that? HPG Action Pack. The problem with some of these flight sim things is you have to be a bloody real helicopter pilot to understand them. It's all procedural stuff as well. Like flying's easy. $40? The HPG 5 new helicopter emergency medical service firefighter, offshore utility and coast guard, civilian cargo, military cargo. I can't. It's $40 though. I can probably get a free copy, so I'll just email them. I'm not going to spend $40 when I can get it for free. I think we actually had a version of it for Flight Sim 20. Fly around looking for stuff like a normal person. Well, this has like full-on like different missions where someone's injured and you have to like deploy people. I watched an hour-long video yesterday of people doing it. I tell you what, I feel like let's do a race in the Shelby Cobra. Let me just put a Shelby Cobra on my server. What track should we do? We could do a vintage track in the Shelby Cobra would be really nice. So let's just Cobra. And then we can, what track is a good track? What's a good vintage track? We could do, what's that German track called? There's that really long road. Fontenay's mental. Could do. I could do with getting some new mod tracks actually. Fieldberg we can do. That'd be nice. Let's just put this on our server for now. Well, I'll just put the server up. Yeah, I'm kind of exhausted as well. I don't have Vintage Donington. Vintage Donington's a really hard track to drive. There we go. Oh, we'll just do a couple of laps in this. I might. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? I need to lubricate my shaft, guys. Yeah, join the server if you want to get in there. Yeah, I have to. If it's a new track we don't have on the server, I have to upload it. Look at that. I mean, that looks fine to me. Whoa. I mean, this is fine. It's a good looking car. Yeah, but the great thing about being dead is you don't care anymore. Perfect. Safer to fall out of the car. I don't know about you, but this seems pretty good. Pretty nice car. Yeah, it's got a proper wheel rim on it. Have we done 6 hours? Oh yeah, we do. We normally do really long live streams. It's been pretty chill today though. It's not been like intense sim racing. Mostly just talking rubbish, to be honest. It's been nice and chill actually. For some reason, the last like few days we've been really exhausted. I think it was for some reason I haven't been sleeping very well. It's getting better. It just takes a while. Yeah, this is the free ride. Looks really good, doesn't it? Look at the graphics, it's superb. I missed the brake point. Ow. 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 Yeah, a real car steering wheel is made of wood. Nothing says safe vehicle like wooden steering wheel. You get to enjoy the joy of sailing and driving at the same time. Why not combine both hobbies, you know? Why limit yourself to one at a time? Also, if you ever get cold because your car's broken down, you could burn your wheel rim. Genius. Yeah. Splinters in your hands. That's why they had to wear gloves. The grass in this as well, so good. I think people that haven't played on like a 4K OLED, grass looks looks really good, because you get, with 4K you have really high resolution, so little detailed grass looks amazing. Yeah, OLED's too good. Cobbles would be crazy to drive on. Like you're gonna have like half the contact with the road. Have you ever cycled on cobbles? I have on a road bike. It's terrible. I don't know how they. It's honestly the worst thing to cycle on a road bike. Cobbles with big gaps between them. Wet cobbles. That's funny. I don't even know why they do stages in bike races on cobbles. Yeah, you might as well. There's no real point in getting the ultra wide OLEDs. You might as well, like, I would say just like a 42 inch or 37 inch 4K OLED with a good frame rate is a really good all rounder. You know, the ultra wides are great, but you don't get like insane extra. You know. No, this is the old Assetto Corsa. We're just taking a break from Evo. I have to get back to the old AC to undo my sins. Or see how pointy and responsive that is in that slide. It's quite satisfying. I always forget where I am on this track. Resetting my palette, yeah. They make fences really well in Germany. It's not a clickbait title, no. We were just playing Evo. We just haven't changed the title on YouTube. This is the problem with live streaming on YouTube. You can't change titles quickly. We just did 5.5 hours of Evo. So WWJNZ, there's you can get a plugin for shader patch if you Google like VR head motion or iRacing camera for AC, and then and also real head motion is another option, and it will allow you to reduce the camera shake while still having the camera locked to car. But it's like it's a plugin for shader patch. So you can dial it in if you don't want to have locked to horizon, but you want to filter bumps. Thing is, this is one of the worst cars for AC, I think, in terms of handling. Like, this car actually has really abrupt sort of behaviour to it. Yeah, well, real head motion's the older one, but I say there's a plugin now for shader patch, which gives you more options, but real head motion works. Yeah, this was the first mod for AC, and then Kunos turned it into an official car. One of the first mods. Bonk. It's just your eyes messed up. Could be the live stream. This is running mega smooth on my system. We have 50% GPU overhead and 50% CPU overhead. Bonk. Giving a bit of bonking here. I know it's quite funny, isn't it? How good like AC's not perfect. Like, you know, it could do with a whole bunch of things. But it's funny how like connected and direct and detailed it is. and then just like you have every car and track you can imagine. It looks great. Also runs in VR great. Yeah, it doesn't have the jumping online racing. That's a really big thing. Most people playing driving sims don't know about balancing a car at the limit and that being intrinsically enjoyable, if that makes sense. Like they just don't know, right? So without online ranking or anything else, there's no gameplay for them. Whereas if you understand like sort of drifting a bit and sliding at the limit, that is intrinsically fun. Like you always feel like I could drive that corner faster, I could have done that more precise, I could balance that a bit better, or I could try a different line, right? So that's what makes it compelling, and that's why people can just do hours of drifting with no points or anything. But if you don't get that, you then have to have something else that's the mechanic that's addictive, and normally that'd be like online ranked racing, or which is fine. Ideally, you have all of them combined together. Would be perfect, but I'd say it's quite a minority of sim racers understand what balancing slip at the limit is and how that also works with force feedback. You know. So if you were to ask how many sim racers can drift to start with, it's very, very small. I mean, even in terms of racing, how many sim racers can trail brake moderately okay? Not like really well, and not like super fast, but how many sim racers can push a brake pedal to steer the rear of the car to get the car to apex reasonably correctly, right? Like most people can't. A lot of people just don't have enough time to learn the racetracks to get, you know, or they don't have nice enough brake, like they don't have a load cell or something. You can trail brake with anything, but it's a lot easier with a load cell. Or they don't know how to set the sim up to get that, so they just don't know, right? I'm not shitting on the average sim racer. It's just, unfortunately, with driving, there's a certain skill level you have to get to really understand the fundamentals, and before you've got to that skill level, all the subtle stuff you're not going to notice. It's like skiing. If you can only do a snow plow to stop, you're not really going to notice the difference between an okay ski slope and a better ski slope, or better or worse skis, because you can't ski properly, like to a moderate level. Or maybe like ice skates. If you can't ice skate and you get rental ice skates, you're not going to notice the difference between rental ice skates and moderately okay hockey skates, because you can't even do a hockey stop. You can't skate fundamentally. So they're not going to know. They wouldn't know what's missing. They just don't know. There's lots of things like that. You just have to be at a certain... It's not a crazy level, but unfortunately, due to a lack of time mostly, and also I think what I've noticed is there seems to be people that understand driving innately, like they have an innate balancing feel, right? They just get it. They don't need to... Like, I was never told, and I got it when I first played driving games. Like, that was immediately what I was looking for. I was never told this is what a car should do. It was just like it was very obvious to me the first time I played Richard Burns Rally and Live for Speed that, like, all right, this makes sense. Some people, I don't think, they don't ever get that. You get this with you get this with sports in general though as well, like real world sports. some people can get to quite a high level through methodically doing stuff. Maybe instruments are a good example. You get people that can play an instrument and they can play songs quite well, but they don't actually have a feel for the music at all. Like they're like a robot going through a procedural list. They're not changing what they do based off a sort of like adjusting things because they think it would be better or experimenting or whatever. It's just like a robotic approach, and those types of people tend not to get stuff. They can still have fun. There's nothing wrong with that, and they can still be very good at what they're doing, but it's a different thing. High level paint by numbers, yeah, see, it's different, and there's a range. Like some people are like that with some things and not with other things, and painting by numbers can be really enjoyable, and that can be really meditative. And on the other side, if you have like more creative freedom in something with no direction at all, that can be quite intimidating or smothering. And so, you know, and like, so if you're someone that makes music, you could sit there just making music and never finish anything because you're always just like, oh, try this, try that, do this, do that, and change your mind, and you're like never really sure what you want overall. So so sometimes having a bit of structure can really help with stuff. And so there's a balance with driving games. It's the same sort of thing. Having an online racing structure can focus you to actually develop fundamental skills better as well. So like iRacing, I've got better at sim racing from playing iRacing. But it would just be nice if you could have AMS1 Richard Burns Rally AC type driving in something with jumping online. I think LMU is pretty close, but the force feedback's terrible, so so dull to drive. LMU's so dull to drive. Like, it's all right to race in, but it's so dull. The hypercars aren't too bad, but it's just dull. It is what it is. That's why I don't play LMU. I prefer how the netcode is, and I prefer how the cars generally drive, but I just find it dull. It's just boring. I'm just bored of it. It's not engaging enough for me. Well, also, I think what happens is so sim racing tends to also appeal to people that hyperfixate as a personality type, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And so basically, it's like GT3, Spa, whatever, you know, simple track, and then it's refining that pretty stable, repetitive, very predictable thing, and refining that more, like just keep refining that, and that's what a lot of people like about sim racing. So you're not hyper fixated, maybe. I mean, I can see it's quite fun having a delta on the screen and just trying to do a faster lap time than what you did previously, even if in any game, like even in any, could be like something that's complete shit, not even a racing game, just trying to beat a time or something can be quite fun. just it's a challenge. I think that's also what, like, sometimes when something's a bit robotic, it makes the challenge more defined, and so that can be quite enjoyable. So like old arcade games can be quite defined in what you're doing with input and very specific timing, which I think can be quite enjoyable. Oh, I forgot to put the setup on. That's not. This car drives a lot better with stiffer suspension and everything. Do a little test for this. It's just a little update. I didn't really notice too much different, to be honest. I don't think it was meant to be a big update though. Just your standard Kunos update. Little. I think they just wanted to test some stuff on the servers, maybe. Yeah, but there's a misconception that GT3 cars and GT4 don't still have quite a lot of controllable slip when they actually do. Like you can watch them, you can slide them all over the place if you want to. Like that's kind of obviously it's not like a vintage car or a drift car, but I think a lot of sim racers would be really surprised to the degree to which a modern GT car still slides around the road quite a bit and is happy to be driven in slip. You know, like they're not on rails. No, it doesn't. iRacing's new tyre models still got exactly the same problem as the old tyre model. Again, you're just repeating marketing. If you test it, go on the centrifugal track and actually pop the car into slip, or go to Brooklands Corner on Silverstone with warm tyres and actually try to drive the new GT3 cars or any of the new cars in iRacing at the limit, they have exactly the same physics problem. So the thing is though, you need to be very sceptical of what people that are involved in the marketing of iRacing or whose jobs are predicated on iRacing. You need to be very careful listening to what people on the internet say, because some of them don't know what they're saying, which is fine, but some of them are being particularly not very sceptical. So you just need to be sceptical of marketing and testings for yourself. And come to your own conclusions. There's a really big problem in sim racing of people just repeating what race drivers or influencers say. Just don't do it. Listen to individual arguments and then test things out for yourself and see what you think. You know. Oh, we got racing here.
The pace car is out of control.
Developers get reflections wrong, they mistake it for a mirror. I think it's because it's difficult to do. It's difficult to do diffuse textures with a reflection in a way that's computationally not a disaster. Like to do a blurred texture of a reflection. Yeah, it's just quite complicated to do that in an authentic way if it's still genuinely reflecting the environment. So the developers know it's just very hard to do. So some graphical things are very hard to do. It's easier to do a perfect reflection in some ways than it is to do like a diffuse reflection that looks correct. Yeah, it's just 3D graphics are complicated. For the G923, LMU has the best force fit. Well, you aren't feeling anything with that wheel anyway, so probably. All you'll be feeling, it doesn't. What you said's not true. AC will be the best with that wheel. But you're just feeling the over-the-top forces and then vibrations, which a wheel like that can handle. But yeah, what you've said's just not the case, to be honest. Here we go. Next session. In terms of having force feedback that describes what the tyres are doing at the limit, probably AMS1, Richard Burns Rally and AC will generally work the best on a Logitech G293, because those games were generally developed around wheels like that. Well, AMS1 is basically R-Factor 1, just really polished. Yeah, you're feeling vibrations. That's great. It doesn't help you drive though. That's nice. They elaborate the track texture and like locking up and stuff, but that's all things that are not really that important to. The main thing that you need to feel in force feedback is a range of load that describes the tyre grip, and specifically the grip around the limit. That's what matters. But a lot of sim racers don't understand that, so it's a mystery to them. But it's just how it is. Here we go. Al Dante sim racing. Basically, if a developer does ridiculous over-the-top force feedback that's really vibrating and really aggressive on loading up when you push the brake in terms of suspension loading up, noobs will be like, oh, this game has amazing force feedback. So if you were building a sim and you wanted to make people that don't know anything about force feedback and what's pertinent think your sim's amazing, you just put shitloads of vibration in. That's exactly why Logitech did True Force, because a noob would use a wheel with True Force with all the vibrations for the engine RPM and stuff, and then they go, oh my god, I can feel everything. And it's just like, oh no. And it's like the you know, when GTR Evolution came out back in the day, that has a whole bunch of like vibration effects that by default were on. And initially people would be like, oh wow, it's amazing, you can feel the engine revs and the track and all these, and it's like, it's just gimmicky shit. It's like if you have an action film with shitloads of explosions but no actual plot. It's all, you know, there's nothing there of actual worth. Turn it all off. You probably are Sim Racing Revolution. I'm sorry. Sorry you had to find out this way. It's better that you don't know, to be honest. Once you know what's missing and what's really vital with Sims, when a Sim doesn't have it, you're like, oh, bugger. Michael Bay, FFB. Once you know, like, how to feel the sort of limit in AC, AMS1, or even you can set up Marvin's force feedback with iRacing, even though these tyres don't work properly. You can set it up to feel really good dynamic range. Once you know that, it's not a different philosophy. Well, it's just different force feedback, but it's objectively worse for telling you what the tyres are doing. So it's not a different philosophy. It's just objectively worse for telling you what the tyres are doing. It's, you know, I say you probably, I would wager. I'm not Yeah, well, I'm sorry, you're a force feedback noob. I'm the Pope Muscle the First of force feedback in the Church of Muscle. Like, we just have to tell people abruptly what's going on. Well, look, Mr. RC Kev, you've got used to driving RC cars with no feel at all, so now you're in real trouble. You're not worthy, exactly. Blessed be the Church of Force Feedback. Once you feel, bash the Bishop of Force Feedback. Once you understand what forces are useful to drive from, along with physics with controllable slip that might be unrealistic controllable slip, but once you get it and you play AC, AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, GTR Evolution, Race Room, they've all have different physics that may be more or less realistic, but once you understand how that lines up to the force feedback to describe what the car's doing for you to then balance the vehicle, it makes, you'll be like, oh shit, when it's not in a sim, you'll be like, you're dead, I'm a noob, it's all good, I'm only a year into sim race. What? You need to leave. You need to leave. No, the reason why I say objectively as a specific thing is because there's this meme in sim racing that force feedback is subjective, which is just not helpful, and it's based on this thing that people do when something's complicated and has subjective elements. In order to not discuss what's better or worse or actually have a conversation, they just say they make an argument from subjectivity or an appeal to subjectivity. And the problem is, you wouldn't do that for, like, if a TV was black and white versus colour and someone said, oh look, I can see all these different colours on the colour screen, and the person watching black and white goes, subjective mate, I prefer black and white. You'd be like, well, that's just stupid. Obviously, black and white's great, you might enjoy it, but it looks different because it's not got colour data. So, when it comes to force feedback, if you don't have a range of load to describe the slip and grip at the limit, if you don't have that, or it's very muted or lacking, so it didn't come through on your wheel, it's objectively missing very important information. So it's not subjective, it's an objective difference. But then people don't, for some reason with haptics, a lot of people think they get it when they have no idea whatsoever about the different aspects of haptics, and so everything's subjective. So then I have to then say in a live stream, this is what's objective. You might not like it. You might prefer vibrations and things, but that So then I'm then forced to be very specific in language, which then means that people go, why are you saying, you're pretentious or an idiot with this? And it's like, I can't win. I'm just trying to be helpful whilst also mocking people. But that's my only. If I can't mock people, I'd go insane. Like, imagine 10 years of the same bollocks. For like multiple hours a day, 10 years. Go insane if you didn't take the piss a bit. Did I start on console? Not really. I guess I started on like demo discs on the Atari ST. I did have a Super Nintendo and I did have a Dreamcast, I'd play on friends' Commodore 64s and stuff. In terms of realistic driving games, played on like everything. I like games design and games development. I find interesting, so I play a lot of. I've always played lots of different games just out of interest of games development and games design. Mr. Break. We should be dead. See, if this had BeamNG damage, that would have looked really good. I'm just trying to help whilst mocking people. I think that's fair. Dead. See, we died twice in the Shelby Cobra now. That's the downside of this vehicle. You kind of have to be lined up for the corner. Doesn't really let you get away with too much. It's not got the best brakes on it. Although, actually, the brakes on it aren't as bad as some vehicles have brakes that are so bad that they catch you out. You want to know what the path these kids are following into sim racing? Oh, what, younger people getting into it? Yeah, I wonder. Maybe the F1 game and, yeah, console games. Possible. Oh, we need to... We've got that bloody... That's better. Yeah, this is something I've noticed recently. It's like, how do new people get to sim racing? So if you're old like me, or you know, old gits, the route to sim racing will have been more one of, oh, here's the next game that's come out that's just got cars in it, right? Next driving game. So like, you kind of accidentally end up towards simulators, if that makes sense. If you're older, when you're older. Whereas now, all the driving games probably look pretty similar. You know, it's not like a... So, from like the 80s up till 2010, there was this very obvious, pretty consistent technological progress of both arcade and simulator games or whatever, like driving games. It was like you know, each next game has better graphics, better physics, and actually was probably a better game in many ways. Whereas now, driving games have gone backwards in many ways in terms of quality of gameplay and graphics and everything. So it's really hard to see how people end up moving to something. Does Marvin's app override SimHub? It might do, but there's a new Marvin's app that has a SimHub integration. Oh yeah, renders. Yeah, a lot of people don't even know about driving sims whatsoever. But prior to COVID, especially, like they didn't realise that you could actually. Oh, Retirement Community Simulator. That's Train Sim. Train Sim World 6 comes out soon, so you should get that. Yeah, what were we saying? Just brainwash myself there. Oh yeah, the wheel thing. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't even realise you can have force feedback and that sims can be quite realistic and that you can learn actual driving techniques from a simulator. They just don't know. Oh my goodness. Dead again. Every time we do this corner. Pure death. Yeah, you just have to know where the brake boards are. Yeah, so like a lot of people my age will have gone Atari, Stunt Car 3D, arcade racing games like Metropolitan Street Racer on the Dreamcast, Project Gotham Racing, Need for Speed, and then gradually they'll have like, you know, like the Forza games and Gran Turismo got kind of actually more realistic in many ways, and then maybe they'll have like found, you know, like Live for Speed and GTR. Thing is though, like it's weird because like Formula One in real life is absolute shit at the moment, and but a lot of people like it, so it's kind of weird how I guess it still works to like bring people over to games, to sims and things, purely because of the intellectual property and the branding. It's just funny how bad it is. Like you see a lot of influencers that are like F1 specific influencers, and it's all like implied. Oh look, there's a Formula car, wow, and it's all like implied excitement for something that's objectively worse as an actual sporting activity than what it was 15 years ago. Like if you talk to Formula One drivers off the record, you'll get some interesting views. Yeah, it's just funny how it's all an illusion. The degree to which it's an illusion. It's always been broken, obviously. It's always had cheating. It's never been perfect. Nothing ever is. But the degree to which Formula One is absurd with DRS and, you know, it's like a procession. It's like a charade. A business charade. I'm going to put another track on, guys. Yeah, it's always been broken. It's always been a joke. But, yeah, at least the actual cars were moving around in an interesting way. The most polite corner you've ever seen. I'm just going to get the another track up here. Yeah, I think what happened with a lot of motorsport, as we said before, is that unfortunately the technology got too good in many ways. So in the past you could have different teams doing different you know, like developing stuff, but they hadn't worked out what the optimal thing to do is, right? So so they would be doing interesting developments and they would come up with things, but the cars were fundamentally bad cars, which meant that the drivers had a lot of influence on how good the cars could be driven, because the cars were so bad that the driver would make a big difference. Whereas now it's like the cars still can be bad and the drivers will still make a big difference, but it's so like the performance of the vehicles is just so locked in that a driver making the difference is basically like a tenth faster or something, right? Champion Joe, all the way from coming from the land of Germany. Hallo, guten Tag. Hallo, guten Tag. Hallo, guten Tag. Hallo, guten Abend. Guys, we don't speak German. Apologies to all the Germans that have come into the chat and into the channel here. I'm too dumm. Ich bin so dumm. Ich sprechen Sie keine Deutsch. Champion Joe bist wunderbar und hast ein Sendung sehr gut. There you go. Du bist ach toll. Guys, go and give Joe a sub or a follow. He's probably one of the best German language channels that I watch to learn German from.
Okay, let's go.
Joe's young and yet to have been jaded by reality, so he's still relatively happy, he seems. Probably isn't. He's German, they're not allowed to be happy. But for a German, he's relatively happy. And yeah, that's what youth gets you. His cynicism is only half full. He's like a half a pretzel of cynicism. he's a not a full doona kebab of cynicism. He's like a half a Durham. What's BRD? Is that a political party? If it's 3 letters, it's normally a German political party. And they love putting 3 letters together. My glass is a tepid glass of iced tea. Bundesrepublik. What's that? It's the German state. Oh. See, I knew it was something. It's always 3 letters. Oh dear. What's Bundes? What does Bunda mean? Like, is that the county? Why is it Bunda? Bunda. Show me your Bunda, love. Ah, hallo. Das ist mein Bunda. Oh ja, du hast ein Bunda. Mein Bunda bist grob. Federal. Show me your federal. I like the word bundas better. You bunda. Such a bunda. What a bunda. I am Mr. Bunda. Pretend bunda. Ah, the word bunda. Bundesliga. Du und ich sind verbunden. I don't know what that means. You and me are sexy. You and me are really good. Verbunden. Oh, in the country. What? I don't know. I'm learning German here. This is well good. Bunda bashing. Zandung. Joe, did you play the update? What's your current status on Evo from Champion Joe? Damn Bunda. What's your current perception of Evo? Let's have a German review here. Oh my bloody hell! We need to put a setup on it. I've just killed myself. Someone needs a setup on this car. I'm gonna use this Nürburgring setup. I want Germany to colonise us. I want better kebabs. We don't have very good kebabs in the UK. No cars are lovely, Joe. Come on. Let's be more. They're not. You're being too favourable. Let's get to the crux of the issue here. Are any of the cars in Evo absolutely more pleasurable to drive than any cars in AC1? Under the limit, it's nice, but as soon as you get to the limit, it all falls apart with every car. But that's the thing. Is there one car in Evo that's a better experience than AC? That's the real question. That's where you have to come at it from, and I don't think there is. Ultimately, like in terms of force feedback detail, precision of driving, I'd agree. Under the limit, the tyres feel more dynamic. Like there's more variation to what's going on with the tyres, which is nice. You can drive over curbs in AC. This is another myth, right? You just have to not be on the throttle. Look. You just have to not be on the throttle, which ironically is actually the case with some curbs in cars in real life. But yeah, you just have to not be on the throttle, and with a car that doesn't have too tight suspension, But the thing is, I would take the curbing compromise myself. Okay, here's another way of putting it. Like Joe's trying not to lose. He doesn't want to get attacked by Evo fans. Here's another way of putting it, Joe. If you could have AC1 but with built-in ranking like LMU, but it was exactly the same, would you rather have that, or would you rather have all the experimental stuff in Evo and its new graphics engine and everything? What do you think about that? Joe's a bit of an AC fanboy, so these are difficult questions. I haven't tried Skate. It's free to play, that actually. I need to give it a go. I've got Tony Hawk's. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Joe. Have you played the new Tony Hawk's games? I say new. The remastered Tony Hawk's. You probably missed them when they came out. You'd have been like 3. You need to play the Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 remastered. They're on Steam. They're so good as games. Honestly, as sports games go, they're up there in like the top 5 sports games. I thought the Shadow was a break point then. I'm not a skater either, but bloody Tony, it's not about being a skater. Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 are so good as games, as video games. It's just ignore the skating part. It might be a person on a skateboard, but as a video game, they're so good. So good. He was just a skater boy. Joe's basically Gen Z. Joe's like, what, like 20? He's a little baby. Underground had gone rubbish by then, Joe. It'd gone rubbish. Underground was like the Assetto Corsa Evo of the Tony Hawk's games. See, this is what happens. And look what happened to Joe. If Joe had grown up playing Tony Hawk's 1 and 2, he would have been like, oh my god, I love skating. But because he grew up playing Underground, which was where it went to shit, look what it did. This is the danger. This is what can happen. Yeah, Avril Lavigne's alright. Imagine growing up with Tony Hawk's Underground. What other games did you grow up playing, Joe? Hang on, what? So if that, you'd have like 2007, I guess, 2006? Oh man, you grew up in the worst time ever for video games. What console did you have? Oh man, imagine missing out on like the N64 and the PlayStation 1. Oh, no, that's alright. PS2's okay. So you had GTA San Andreas? PS2's fine. Yeah, you're alright, you're saved. That's why you're alright. Anyone that grew up after PS2 just doesn't understand games. You've played Shadow of the Colossus, right? Okay, I'll let you off. Yeah, it's alright. That's why you're okay. Tell me you've played Shadow of the Colossus. You look like you're 20. 31? I thought you look like you're like 23 or something. It's ridiculous. Still got hair. Anyone with hair to me looks like they're a child. I'm using the disability-friendly version of the car. I have noticed as you get older, it's very hard to judge people's ages in both directions. Like, I know someone that's 55 and they look like they're in the 30s. I'm like, what's going on? And then you meet people that are in the 20s, they look like they're in the 40s, and you're like, oh dear, I've given up. Okay. It's just, you have to play Shadow of the Colossus if you haven't. I want to replay it, actually. I never played Ico, and I really want to play through that. There's a bunch of amazing games on the PS2 from a just pure game design perspective that I kind of missed out. 'Cause I never had a PS2. I'd already got myself a PC. I was really lucky. A relative bought me a computer, so I was totally spoiled. She looks no. Any woman that's like under 25 to me looks really young. It's very rarely that someone under 20 doesn't look very, very young. Thanks, Doofer. Games on cassette, yeah. Okay, Joe, have you ever loaded a video game off a tape? This is the defining difference between us. Everybody that's loaded a video game off a tape. This is why we've got no hair. Dave Cam loaded a game off a tape. This is Sean Cole loaded a game off tape. That's why it's. Oh, there you go. We found the missing link. Oh my goodness! If you haven't loaded Bubble Bobble off a tape on the Commodore 64, you've not lived. That was punishment. My favourite game in the past. It's hard to pick one because I like lots of different games. Do you mean like driving game or like game? I don't know. Olden days game. I really enjoyed New Zealand Story. Okay, I really enjoyed that. On the Atari ST, he had great music, fun platforming, floating stuff. Double Dragon, I really enjoyed that. That was great fun on the Atari as well. Super Monkey Ball on the GameCube was really good, especially the challenges. GTA San Andreas, I think, is probably up there as like one of the all-time greats in terms of like gameplay. Half-Life 1, obviously, you know, for first-person shooter and all that. Point Blank, the arcade light gun game, that's probably in the top 10 of games for me. Absolutely incredible, but it has to be on a CRT. What are the stuff? I'm just trying to go back here into the annals of Gamer Muscle Brain. What games did I really play a lot of? Oh, Air Attack I really enjoyed on Wireplay, which I can't even find any existence of it, so it could have been a fever dream. Day of Defeat mod for Half-Life was my favourite game for a long time. CS Source was crap compared to 1.3, so no, we'll have none of that here, thank you. Schnell. GoldenEye was good, actually, yeah, as a console game. I kind of feel like playing through that again, you know. Like, completing it. Yeah, the first Far Cry was good, but it had a bit weird design in it. The first Far Cry had the thing where you went into where you had the animals, right? Where the monsters that were all like genetically engineered. Oh, Dope Wars you're talking about. Yeah, that was a really good game. There was lots of different versions of that where you had to buy stuff from one country and then move it to another, or from one part of the city to another part of the city. They did a version that was with boats and pirate ships that you could upgrade, and one was like a dealing one. That's a really good game, yeah, really good mechanic. Yeah, I had that on the Palm 3E. Palm Pilot. See, Champion Joe. Oh yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon, top notch. That came with cereal. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon's a winner. Champion Joe has probably never used a Palm Pilot. Loser. Although, what do they call him in German? Eine Handy Pilot. Yeah. See, he's never lived. He missed the Palm Pilot era. Theme Hospital was good. See, no Palm Pilot. Imagine that. Imagine the stuff you missed out on, Joe. You missed out on all the frustrating, annoying parts of computing. I find it weird when I meet people now that are like in their young 20s, right? And they're like, you know, they're born after the year 2000, and and you're like, what on earth? Like, they just haven't. You're like, they didn't exist. It blows my mind. It shouldn't do. It's just how it works. But it's like, what? You weren't born before the Matrix came out? Do you know what I mean? All right, see you, Sim Racing Revolution. What do you mean you didn't do this? Like, yeah, it's crazy that people just pop into existence. Yeah, because Halo 2 is like 2000 and something. It's like late stage gaming. I think anyone born after the millennium is invalid. If you're born after the year 2000, that doesn't count. You're not. I refuse to acknowledge your age, basically. Yeah. Did you ever get a chance to play Halo 1 on like a local LAN? Or even like all the Halo, up to like Halo 4, I think it was. But they were so fun to play. When I was at university, we would link up Xboxes over a local network and then all like do deathmatch with it. It was really good. Cable all down all the rooms. But it was kind of before, like, you could play online, but it just, you know, local gaming was still like, I think 2005, 2006 was kind of the transition point between where local gaming sort of phased off to online gaming. I think that's fine, Matt. It's a reasonable statement to make. Imagine what it's like for 90-year-olds. Everybody that exists to them is like a mystery. Yeah, the co-op thing was so good with Halo, and I don't know why they like totally like, you can have a game that's a bit shit. That Halo was actually a good game, but you can have a game that's a bit shit, and playing it co-op instantly makes a shitty game a lot more fun to play, because you're not. The frustrating parts of shit AI or bad games design actually become a fun challenge to overcome with the person that you're playing with the game. So it's really weird that there aren't more Halo type games where you can have like 2 or 3 people co-op through the single player, because it really does. It also, because you're playing with your friend, you're kind of filling in the gaps of the game more, so it makes it a much more immersive thing, because you're not 100% focused on the shit AI or the graphics or the shit design. You're kind of like focused on trying to do the task with your friends, right? So it's really weird that more games don't do that, because it's just way more fun. Can you still play? Can you do,
Okay, let's
can you
go.
do Halo with co-op now, still, like over the internet? There's probably mods for that. Oh no, shit move like shit horror films are good fun to watch with like a girlfriend. I think that's my thing. I hate horror films, but I really enjoy watching shit horror films with a partner. That's about it. I wouldn't watch them on my own. They're like more cheesy and worse it is, the better. Or just watching really shit films with friends is good. It's just funny. Yeah, that was it. I think in the Master Chief Collection they removed the co-op, and it's like, well, hang on, it's a big part of the whole game. Bloody hell, this car's trying to kill me through there. You know why they'll have cancelled it? It's because the games consoles, they wouldn't have been able to get it to run well on the games console. So they'll have just gone, oh, we can't get it to run. Well, that's it, cancelled. Got another. We'll start the race in a minute. I ran out of petrols. I probably need a setup for this. It should be alright with Nürburgring setup, should be fine. Alright, Jay, thanks for the raid. Yeah, I'll see you at Sim Racing Expo or in another live stream. Be good to see, yeah, be good to catch up with you. And yeah. Hopefully I have some energy. We'll like find some techno. Dortmund techno. Friday night techno in Dortmund. Woo! Man, I'm knackered today, guys. Yeah, go and give Joe a follow if you haven't, everyone. He does stream in German, but if you type messages in English, he instantly goes to English. So it's really funny to troll him. It's a really good way to annoy German streamers, because most of them do speak English, unlike us idiot English people that don't speak German. And then they'll feel rude if they don't reply in English. So you derail the whole live stream. That's Dutch, not German. Yeah, this car will punish you if you overdrive it. Oh man, I'm still hungry. I really hope my freezer works. My fridge freezer's working after this defrost, because I really don't want to spend £300 on a new bloody fridge freezer. I really can't be bothered. Also, the freezer works, so it's probably. I hope it is just the, you know, the components frozen over. There we go. How much fuel do you think we need for the race? It's probably like 10 years old. It's all right though. It works. I say it's probably just the thing that controls the cooling into the fridge compartment, because the freezer works. I think it maybe just froze over because the you know how they work. They relocate the cold from the bottom to the top. So. Yeah, well, it could have been that they just frosted over because of the freezer might have just got frosted at some point. So that's why I'm defrosting it and give it a test. And then if it still doesn't work, it's probably the fan or the hinge thing that can control the air getting through it. Yeah, it should be all right, hopefully. Woo! freeze the torque, guys. These cars are beautiful. I'm a simple person. Yeah, I would 100% cack my pants driving this in real life. At Silverstone, I'd be alright. I would drive one of these at Silverstone if I was... Well, I wouldn't because they're too expensive. But if I was rich enough to be able to afford to... Yeah, if I had the full insurance on it and everything, I would be happy to drive one of these at Silverstone, but carefully. I would absolutely cack my pants driving one at any speed around a track like Spa. Or maybe I wouldn't. I think I would. No, you can still have Fanalab installed. So Fanalab is like an additional app that allows you to set additional settings for the force feedback settings on the Fanatec wheels, which basically is like the firmware stuff. But Marvin's app you could run alongside Fanalab as well if you wanted to. Basically, think of Marvin's app as replacing iRacing's force feedback. Do you see what I mean? So like Fanalab would normally take iRacing's force feedback and then do whatever. But you probably don't need to run Fanalab either. Like you could just use Marvin's app and then just use do the basic wheel settings. I still don't have a license, no. I probably will. I'm going to have to get one so I can do some track driving. But yeah, I keep putting it off. I wouldn't listen to Matt. He doesn't know what he's talking about, especially when it comes to Fanatec. Well, I don't really need less. Like I can drive. It's just passing the test. It's booking it. It's booking the test, and then passing it, and then doing the test. That's all that is. Although I did have I had the provisional license and I did pass a theory test, and I just didn't get around to doing the actual the practical test because there was like a massive like you couldn't just book it for like the weekend that you happened to be free. It's just like, oh, okay. I'm always like, oh, I could just might as well just do work or do something else. It's actually what I want to be doing, you know. Loose wheel, yeah, no. Shut up! Pass! I just have no interest in driving on roads. No, I don't. I don't bring up sim racing to anybody in real life, generally speaking. because it's always a tedious conversation. When you did your theory, and does it still run out after a length of time? Yeah, it ran out. Yeah, it runs out after like a year or something. So I have to redo the theory test. It's so stupid. I think you have to do it's like within a year or two of passing your theory test, you have to do the practical. Ah, the curbing's fine in this game. Well, there's things called trains and taxis, right? And if you don't have a job that you drive to every single day, you really don't need a car. Like, if I want to go somewhere specific, oh no, just take a taxi. It ends up being cheaper than owning a car. Basically, you have to drive a car at least like 3 or 4 times a week for like a specific thing that you would otherwise need. You know, if you need it, like if you would have to get on a train at rush hour, or you'd have to do this, have to do that. Yeah, if you lived in the countryside, for sure. Yeah, it depends where you live. But if I've always lived in like towns and cities, so. Say the only reason for me to get a driving license is so I can drive on some racetracks, because you're not allowed to drive on them in the you can't get the insurance for driving other people's cars or just race cars or whatever without a driver's license. Unless you can do the race session ones, but then that's a whole different thing. And then you have to pass the, what's it called? It's a specific license for racing. I just don't have an interest in it. Like, this is the thing. I'd rather get a pilot's license. Yeah, that's it. So as I say, like, if you lived in the countryside or you drive to work, then it just makes sense, because you're going to need to travel anyway. So the cost of the car actually is absorbed in what you were going to do otherwise, right? But if you're someone that basically, like, the only travel I ever do is to parts of London, so I just get on the tube or a train or whatever, or it's around Europe, so I'm going to be flying there anyway because I'm in London. So you're going to fly somewhere, and then just I don't mind using trains. So basically, I would have to spend over £2,000 a year on taxis for it to make sense for me to get an actual car, financially at least. And so, if you're into cars, it's worth it because you'd enjoy owning a car. You know, if you like cars and road driving, you'd be like, oh yeah, awesome. But I hate cars. I like racing, and I like vintage cars, and I like race cars, but road cars, I think, are probably one of the stupidest things mankind has ever created. I like camper vans, so that'd be good. I'd love to have a camper van, and I could put my kayak in it, and I would like to go to Cornwall for like a week and just camp out and surf. But other than that, oh yeah, no, it is good to have one, but as I say, it's like, it's just another thing to do, isn't it? It's just something that I keep putting off. It's totally worth having it. I totally agree. But I'm also the type of person that's like, I do stuff when I need it. It's a personality type. Oh yeah, no, I do. I have driven multiple cars on, you know, like I don't know, like a mixture of cars. I mean, I don't like the automatic steering shit you have in modern cars, and also like manual gearboxes. What's the point? The one fun part of driving a road car is changing gear. Now you have like full-on cruise control, full-on automatic gearbox. You're not even doing anything. You even have to match the speed limit from the road signs. It just doesn't matter. It's crazy. Yeah, so I noticed this. I drove a automatic recently, or like 6 months ago, and what's weird is they're harder to drive than a manual. So the parking, you can't use the clutch to like gently edge forwards or like reverse smoothly. You have to learn the vehicle's completely arbitrary like weirdo brake response for how it wants to move forwards, and then you push the brake a certain amount and it does whatever, which is terrible. It's just like you can park so much better with a manual car. If you're a sim racer with good throttle control, you are going to be able to drive like reversing, parking, you know. You feel like you're a cripple. Not that there's anything wrong with people that are crippled, but like it feels so restrictive driving a manual car if you've driving an automatic, if you've ever driven a manual. And it's reversing is so satisfying in a manual car. That's one thing I do like. So where I've driven is like in like places like Devon, where you have to reverse up lanes and stuff to let people with two big cars get through. So you'd be reversing for like half a mile. And it's really satisfying with having the engine, the power of the engine automatically doing it, and then getting to a slope and having to give it a bit more power. That's really fun. All that's gone in a manual, in an automatic. So yeah, it's rubbish. It's all rubbish. Good racing, guys. Right, should we do one more race with something else? I totally get why you'd want an automatic car if you lived on like near a motorway, or you're like cruising to work, you know, or you're doing a really long drive. 100% get that. I think I'd get an electric. If I was going to get a car, I'd want an electric car. Exactly. I don't know what I'm talking about. I did clip someone's wing mirror driving up a country lane, but to be fair, my other wing mirror was in the hedge. So I think that was their fault. See, I drive like I do sim racing. It's better that I don't drive. I'm like a drunk, like a lunatic. We'll get the new server up here. I've never driven in a big city. From what I've seen though, people in UK seem to drive a lot better than they do in Europe. Like I've been on some pretty interesting taxi journeys through cities. Like Italy, people drive mental. I don't think they enforce traffic laws in Italy. Paris is a little bit weird, but nowhere near as bad as Italy for crazy driving. Do you need a license to drive in Italy? Because they drive insane. Right, what car are we going with here? Oh, I know. I can't. Let's do this. some reason I can't get this. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. What? A car's disappeared off the server. I don't know where this car's gone. This is weird. Oh, this bugged out. Right, I'll fix this. The server wouldn't show the content that I've got. There is a weird Janetta mod for AC. Here we go. Right, server's up. Get in there. Yeah, the some of the gearing was a bit weird on that. Again, the Janetta, but it's all right. It's quite a fun car to drive. This is good. It drives like a radical that's pokey. I shared a setup in the chat. Yeah, but then you'd have to buy a moped. And then you'd have to park a moped somewhere. Why would you want to do that? It's way more nimble than a GT3 car. But yeah, it's kind of like a super nimble. I'd say it's more like a radical than a GT3. It's a lot lighter than a GT3 car because it's an actual race car with yeah, it's just like a silhouette over the top of the car. It's basically, it's very similar to a Radical, but with a different aero. It seems like it's tighter than a Radical. I think it's a narrow wheelbase. No, a Radical's 700 kilograms. A GT3 car is like 1,200, if not more. And then the GT3 car's got a load of stupid systems on it. Terrible. Awful. Put it in the bin. No, I don't, Playmaker, no. It's not that good as a H pattern. It's not too bad to use as a sequential or a handbrake. But yeah, it's not good, particularly good to use as a H pattern because it's not tight enough. Yeah, DTM up to 2012 DTM was really good, but yeah, everything's got ruined by GT3. Evo's still the same. We're just playing AC now. We played Evo for like 3 hours, just trying stuff out. It's only meant to be a small update. You know, it's good that Kunos is still working on it. I think they're tweaking the multiplayer stuff. The way I see it with Evo is, I think it's going to take like a year and a half, at least, for it to really get more polished. And I think they've got some pretty significant things to work out with the tyre model still. But you know, I mean, it's like Flight Sim. I think Microsoft Flight Sim's only just getting to a point where it's okay with Sim Update 4, and even then, it's a bit of a mess. So. You can tell this is a real car because it has a steering wheel. So many cars these days don't have steering wheels. It's a disaster. Woo! To be fair, yeah, if developers put games out so early, then consumers should just be like, you will ruin the game in many cases. Maybe not with physics games, because like when I do YouTube content and I say, oh, this is the thing with Evo and other games, I'm sort of talking about it from a consumer perspective. Like I see my responsibility with a review video is to make sure that I'm saying stuff from a consumer perspective, because I'm well aware there's a lot of people out there that don't have much money at all, and £30 is their only £30 they can spend on a driving game, right? So when I say about these things, it's like, well, look, this is what it is from that perspective. Personally, I quite like early access stuff. I like seeing how it changes. You know, I like trying it out each update. But I don't think it's good for a general consumer. But for physics games, I don't mind it because you're not really playing for like a story or anything. What I think is super, super lame for everybody is, you know, like early access on video games that are story driven, or multiplayer games like Battlefield or something, those types of games. And it's like, well, the fundamental gameplay doesn't work, and by the time you bought it, by the time they fix it, you're bored of the game. So, and then the problem is, if you didn't want to play it at launch because you're like, I'll wait for it to be polished, everyone else has got too good at it. So when you come to playing it, everyone's already discovered the meta of what the best way to do is, all the camp spots, you know, whatever the thing is with the game. And so you can't enjoy it even if you stayed away from it, right? But yeah, no, the thing is, if your average sim racer probably does have the disposable income where 30 quid on a game doesn't matter, but, you know, a lot of people don't have any disposable income, so... And if you've ever been in that situation, you really appreciate not wasting money on things. Quillmax GT? What's a Quillmax? I do think it's weird with sim racers though, like, it's understandable that someone is happier to buy hardware than software because you're actually getting a physical thing. You feel like your money's going into something tangible. But it is kind of funny how a sim racer won't spend 50 quid on a video game on the software, but then they will spend like £4,000 on a DD wheel and equipment that's entirely dependent on the software. That is a really weird thing with sim racers. I mean, obviously software can be duplicated for free, unlike hardware, you know, but it is kind of funny. Like, it's just unfortunate for software developers because from their perspective, they're doing really hard work, right? And software is often much more complicated than hardware for the designer. Hardware is complicated for logistic and different reasons, but yeah, it's quite funny. It's funny how the hardware companies have probably capitalised on the growth of sim racing more than the software companies. The thing is, I think sim racing software companies have not been very creative in how they can monetize their games, and I think that games like Evo or like AC1, even iRacing, I think they could actually make a lot more money by being a bit more creative in how they monetize their software, and they could monetize them in ways that are not anti-consumer as well. Where's setup? I'll share it in the game chat after this lap. I'm just going to do a slower lap for no reason. It's my hobby. Unless you've set the fastest lap in the session and you want to share your setup. Okay, that's a new line. Bloody curbs. Bloody iRacing. You're all used to sit in the middle of this car, which is awesome. Share your setup, Sam. I'll share my setup. Sam's cheating. He's too fast. We'll have to send him to space if he doesn't share his setup after this lap. We'll space him. That's the rule. Oh, you gotta share your setup, Sam, otherwise you're gonna get spaced. We're gonna space him. Off he goes to space. Are you ready? This is what happens if you don't share your setup. Oh, he saved it. He shared it. I don't know why he went through the floor. We put negative ballast on. He should have gone up, not down. I don't know why he went. He should have gone up. You shouldn't have got. I'd put you negative, but you for some reason your car fell through the floor. Normally, when it's negative ballast, the car floats off slowly. I'll put you back on 0 ballast now. Wait, see, that's not. Evo doesn't have that ability, does it? To send people through the floor. This is AC1, yeah. We did Evo earlier, and now we're just chilling out on AC1. Oh, what can I eat, guys? I've got no food. I'm going to have to go to the shop. I've got nothing. I've got porridge. Oh, I can have some more porridge. That's alright, actually. I don't mind porridge. I'm just hungry. How was Evo? It's alright. It's just a small update they're doing. It was just some tweaks and bits and bobs. It's just the same as before, really, for the most part. We had fun looking at the garage, though. Eat meat. Eat meat. I'm not eating meat. My defrosted chicken just looks minging, so I'm not eating that. It's my 2-year-old chicken. Looks disgusting. So no chicken for me. We'll have a doner kebab at Sim Racing Expo. I'm well hyped. Hello, Nikolai. And it looks like we might, from Sim Racing Expo, we might be going straight to France. So I guess I could have some beef in France. if that's happening, we'll be like travelling around the world. It's good times.
The pace car is out of control.
Jones, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Le beef. French do beef well. They don't overcook it. French are good at food, but they're a bit too pretentious. The French are pretentious, bloody French. That's why I prefer the Germans. They're not as pretentious. Germans are more down to earth. On balance, let's just start. The whole of Germany is more down to earth. Le boeuf, le boeuf, le boeuf. But I do like France. This is the problem. I really like France, and I really like French culture and stuff, but they're so pretentious with a lot of things, and I hate pretentiousness. Like, even their buildings are pretentious. We're always testing cosmic suspension. Why is that with the French, like, that French pretentious thing? It's really weird because you don't have that in Spain, and you don't have it in Portugal, you don't have it in Germany, you don't have it in Holland, don't have it with Belgians. You get it with, like, English, like wanky English people, like posh twatty English people. They've got it. So what is it? That's why the French and English got along, because of those pretentious arse people. You know, I mean, it's not like rural France. It's like a sort of Parisian-y thing. Yeah, exactly. The south of France isn't like that. North of France isn't like that. It's bloody Parisians, and then like southerners in the UK. They should just tell you what. We could form like another place, and like Isle of Man will do Isle of Wight. Keep the Isle of Man for the motorbike racing. Isle of Wight. We could stick all the pretentious Parisians and all the pretentious Southern English on that, and then we could build a wall around it and not let them off it. Because there's a lot of awesome people in the UK, like Scottish and like in the countryside. There's good people in London as well, but like, you know, the Isle of Wight. Sorry, Isle of Wight. All the locals can leave. We'll give them some money. You know, you have to be a bit weird to live on the Isle of Wight, to be honest. I think Stainless Software are based on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, good job, mate. Good job.
The people that made Carmageddon 2. Stainless Games. Where are they? Trademark. Isle of Wight, yeah. Yeah. So that explains that. I mean, yeah. Isle of Wight will make you produce Carmageddon too. Right, let's do a lap here. And then we'll... Can't we? We've had people in the service. Is awesome. This wasn't the plan today. It's been fun racing with subs. Not doing sim racing at the moment. Unsubscribed from Malone. Dave Cameron only kept you though. Why would you stay on here? Hang on, Matt Malone's awesome. Even if you're not sim racing, why would you unsubscribe? Dave Cam's all right. Like, you can't help that he's got a shiny head. I guess they do a lot of iRacing. And they don't talk as much bollocks as me. But maybe if you enjoy bollocks talking. Or was that a warning? You were giving me a warning? You're like, do you don't want to be like them? I'll unsubscribe. Yeah, I mean, I would say that well, Matt Malone's like just a general entertainer, I think. But I would say there's a lot of channels where I would say they're sim racers. I don't really see myself as a sim racer. I mean, I do a lot of sim racing, but I'm just someone that's obsessed with force feedback, and I like games development. I wouldn't really say I'm a sim racer, but then again, I don't like the whole categorizing of stuff. I think it's a dumb thing that people do. But man that's going to Sim Racing Expo and his entire career is based around sim racing doesn't classify himself as a sim racer. Might be in denial, but you know, I just think it's just accidental. I don't like cars, so I like physics games and things, but yeah. What it is I actually resent sim racing simulators. I actually hate them, and I'm trapped. And yeah, I would say I'm a genuine fan of gliders. Like, I have an irrational interest in gliders. I think sim racing is good. It's a good format for live streaming where you can be doing a gaming activity that's a nice thing to focus on with like trees and grass, and you can also talk whilst doing it. Kayaking suit maker, yeah. Walking, I'm a walker. Meditation and walking. That's probably it, really. And tea drinking. What is a sim racer, though? Like, obviously, anyone doing this, I would say like an esports person, or maybe someone that's genuinely like maybe like a Jardier or Swolio. I'd say that's probably more a sim racer. I mean, there's like weird crossovers, isn't there? Because I would say Jardier, for example, is actually a real race driver, someone that would be a real race driver and is now again, but someone that would have done that all along, but they just didn't have enough money. And I think that's the same with like someone like Swolio and those types of people. There's a category of sim racer that are actually just, yeah, and Ollie as well, yeah, they're like wannabe real race drivers, and they might actually be good at real race driving, but basically they're not gamers as such. They're only playing sims because they want to be real race drivers, really. They might enjoy sims, but you know what I mean. So I would say that's like a different category. I'm not even sure what that is. It's just a category of sim racer. I wouldn't really say I'm a casual racer though, because I'm into like the physics being really good, and I'm into competitive racing and racecraft, and that's what I would like. Is like proper race. It's more of like just I just like deep gameplay, which ironically puts me in.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Like I would be more critical probably of physics than some people that want to be real race drivers.
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods.
Like I'm interested in the games themselves directly. But yeah, then you have some people that just like racing games in general. So it's hard to like just put everyone in a category and go sim racer. I guess if you're playing a driving sim, you can say someone's a sim racer. Yeah, so that's another thing as well. Like you get some people that only play one driving game, which is there's nothing wrong with that. Totally understandable. People have a lack of time, but it's quite interesting. Are you really a sim racer if you only play one driving sim? I mean, you are doing sim racing, but you know. And then there's like the YouTube side, which is another aspect of it. I think if you're doing like the YouTubing thing, like part of it is that you are doing it's what works well for YouTube. So like doing like arbitrary challenges in iRacing is its own thing, which is it's quite fun, like streaming it and going mental. You know, that's its own fun challenge. It's its own type of game, isn't it? Oh, we're going to do one more lap here. What? I'm so slow. I've forgotten how to drive. We've done too much iRacing. Yeah, we just got this new game's come out, Shumi. It's called it's Megane Trophy Racer V6. It's Megane Trophy V6 Racer. It's using this old game engine called Assetto Corsa, and yeah, basically, and you won't believe this, it's a free mod for this old game, and it's incredible. Like the game looks really good, has some of the best grass you can have. But then also, you won't believe it, this car actually, it tells you exactly what's going on with the physics through the force feedback. So you can feel the limit of the tyre really clearly. And then this car, you won't believe this, it's quite a light, nimble car with a bit of downforce. So it's, you know, it's allows for like really close driving, but it's not too hard. Like imagine a GT3 car, but imagine making it lighter, more nimble, more responsive, and removing some of the totally pointless systems. It's really quite incredible. I think it's great that Kunos have gone in this direction. Nice line. I know, it's really good. It's really good that they listened to the community and delivered what everyone asked for. Because that's what a developer's there for. It's what business is there for. To deliver what people are looking for. Top 10 cars in AC? All of them. There you go, Don. They're all top 10 cars. No, we've driven every car in AC, Jet Red. Excuse me, I have 100%ed Assetto Corsa. One of only 20 people. Have you seen this as well? This game has like this really good user interface where you can move everything around and scale it wherever you want, nice and easy. And then it's got this whole system where there's this bar at the side with loads of apps that people can program for the game that allow you to just click on it and you just use your mouse. Because you might have noticed there's a whole load of games where they've basically just gone backwards to be designed around gamepad input so they can be sold on console. Yeah. So this game allows you to have a totally custom user interface and set it up how you want and just do what you want with it. It's really, really clever design. Yeah, it's really forward thinking. So like, unlike many of the games where you're sort of stuck into like a gamepad user interface without you being able to move and scale things, this has it. You can do what you want with this, which is really good. If you're playing in VR, you could move it around so it's less obstructive. Really clever. Also, they've done a really good job of designing this game, so the force feedback feels great, whatever wheel you're using. It's even playable on a gamepad. You can play this game on like any equipment and have a really good time. Which is really genius, really genius design. Oh, look at that drift. Good catch. Bit on the limit there from Mr. McGregor Go. Ace is still the same as it was before. It's just some tweaks. Well, I mean, the last update, which you haven't tried, was a fairly big improvement, but the tyres just turn off at the limit. Are the wheels 2D? Oh, what do you mean? How were they 2D? Ow! You didn't have to drive into my ass. What do you mean 2D wheels? What are you on? What do you mean? The steering wheel or the car wheels? What do you mean? No, like wagon wheel. What do you mean? You can't even see the wheels. It's covered by the rear diffuser. What? What are you on about? Look when you go past the car and the 2D wheel. What do you mean? The wheels are flat. Can you not see it? Can you see the flat wheel? If you look at a 3D object straight on, it will look flat. Do you mean like the wheel hubs? Like the flat wheels? Do you mean they're like squares? I don't get it. Hang on, I'll let this car go past and we'll look at his wheels. No, what? It's just a flat wheel hub. What? The bodywork is what? Are you looking at the bodywork? Or do you mean like the edge of the tyre? There's no 3D. The 3D's missing. Do you mean like the curve? Do you mean like the beveling? The 3D's missing. Do you mean like the bevel of the edge of the tyre? Is that what you mean? Like it just looks too flat on the face of it? Like it's too flush? The 3D. The 3D's missing. The 3D's missing. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like the hubcap. is like a flat texture. I see what you're saying. That they're very flat, yeah. But that's not the wheel. I know what you mean. You're saying the face of the wheel is too flat. It's lacking details. The 3D's missing. Yes, it's also reflecting the light. It looks like a drain cover. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe they never modelled the wheel hubs on this car. Or maybe the LOD's messed up on my car. The 3D's missing. Imagine going to the doctors and you go, oh, they go, hello, sir, what's your ailment today, sir? And you go, the 3D's missing. They're like, sir, what do you mean? Both your eyes seem to be operational. The 3D's missing. It's all flat. I can't see the 3D. It's missing. Oh, look at the 3D that's missing. The 3D's missing. Oh dear. That's not. It shouldn't be funny, but it is. Oh, well, yeah. Look, you can see the hubcaps. It's the LOD. Yeah, you're right. The 3D's missing. On reflection, we can now say that the 3D's missing. Look, the 3D's missing. Where's the 3D gone? The 3D's missing. Hang on. It's not missing there though. It's back on the right hand side. The 3D's coming and going. The 3D's coming and going. We can't tell. The 3D's inconsistent on the tyres. Oh dear. Yeah, look there, it's missing on that side, but look at this on the right hand side, the 3D's there. Look, the 3. Oh, it's gone. It was there, and it's gone. It keeps coming and going. Oh, it's gone again now. They look like toy car wheels. Push the wheel in 3D. The 3D's missing. Look. Oh, it's come back. It's back again. 3D is returned. But only on the right hand side of the car. That's weird. That is such a weird LOD thing. Oh, his 3D's missing. He's in the wall. Yeah, such a weird LOD bug. Oh, it's back now on that car. Hang on, why would there be 3D on some parts of the track and not others? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we're going to Sim Race next, but I missed the first start of your the comment. Oh, look, the 3D's back. I think the tyres look quite cool with no 3D. Like, it looks like Hot Wheel cars or like those trick wheel rims that are really flat. It's a new Adrian Newey project. The cars go from 3D to 2D. When the scrutineers look at it, it goes 3D. Yeah, see there? Maybe it's the shade for some reason. Budget €600. No, I'm travelling by EasyJet. Google SimChild, Game of Muscle SimChild 3 sim racing bungee cord. I invented a product to help you sim race with a 1-year-old. I think if you type in SimChild, it'll come up. I invented something for parent sim racers. 3D's missing. Is EasyJet better than Ryanair or worse? I don't know. They're bloody shit, all of them. I mean, British Airways is shit. The only good budget airline I've ever used is... Actually, to be fair, Lufthansa's alright. I don't think that's a budget airline, but they give you a dry pickle sandwich, which is nice. Norway Air, which I think has gone out of business, they were the best budget airline. They had the most comfortable seats and the most leg room as well. And they had really good like muffin deals and things. What, Lufthansa don't give you the sandwich anymore? Useless. The dry pickle Lufthansa sandwich. That was so weird. It was when I was coming back from Frankfurt, and they're like, "What do you like a sandwich?" I'm like, "Yeah, right, why not?" And it was like the driest green pickle sandwich ever. It's yeah, a little cheese, but it was pickle and really dry. It's like really dry bread, just dry. That's maybe they gave you the dry sandwich to make you buy a drink. Now on British Airways flights, they give you a bloody shortbread and a tiny bottle of water. And sometimes they give you some crisps, like a little, but like tiny crisp packet. It's like, why even bother? It's a waste of time. So when I went to Gamescom, I sat next to someone and they were asleep. So I got a bottle of water off the air hostess for them, and I put it in the in their thing in front of them, right? Because they were asleep, so I didn't want to bother them. But the person was giving out water, so I'd take a water for them, put it in their thing, and then when they woke up, I was like, "Oh, there's a bottle of water there," and they were acting like I got it for them. I didn't get it for you. They were giving them out to everyone. It's just a bit weird. It's just a weird situation. Because why would someone buy you, for no reason at all, a little bottle of water? It doesn't make any sense, because by the time she woke up, everyone else had finished their water and thrown them away, right? They'd already collected the rubbish. So why would a random guy buy you a 200ml bottle of water out of the blue when you didn't ask for it? It didn't make any sense. It was a little bit confusing. It was a bit weird. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's what you need to do. Buy people 200ml bottles of water. Yeah, well, she was an attractive Japanese lady as well, so she probably thought I was being like a creep. But it's like, no, I just grabbed a free bottle of water for you. Yeah, she probably thought I was being proper creepy. Oh dear, so dumb. Oh well, it was worth it for the funny situation. Solid punt. Right. Is your FPS capped? Yeah, so I have a 120 hertz OLED monitor, and also my 3D's missing. But I use G-Sync and boost, reflex and boost, and so what that will do is it'll cap the frame rate automatically 4 or 5 FPS below the monitor's maximum frame rate. And so you'll get the frame timing will be as fast as possible, generally speaking. Yeah, you have to go over 120 to get the 3D, otherwise it goes missing. Yeah. Right, guys, we've been streaming for 8 hours, which is far too unhealthy, and I'm bloody starving. And I'm probably gonna have a break and play some CS or something. and just chill out. But it's good fun testing the game, and we had a raid from Champion Joe, and we've had more people have joined our support of Sim Racing Expo. We're on £340, which I really appreciate. We've already passed the food and transport. 300 doona kebab has been passed. So basically our food and transport's all covered. Thanks for sponsoring us. We've broken this. But yeah, really appreciate it, guys. And the stream was good fun. Fun checking out AC's latest update, Evo's update. LMU update tomorrow, and then Race Room update on the 24th with graphics updates. That'll be fun to try. So yeah, thanks for everyone that's taken part today. It's good fun streaming. Maybe my freezer's defrosted now. The dream. I tell you what. Let me send you to. Send you to a legend sim racer. And yeah, have a good night, everybody. Good afternoon. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Hopefully, we get some sleep. That'd be nice. Yeah, take care, everybody. Bye.